Writing is my first go-to medium of expression. Because उसमें पैसे खर्च नहीं होते ना, और वो आप खुद के लिए करते करते आप दुनिया के लिए करने लगते हो. बट फिल्म ऐसी चीज़ है क्योंकि पैसे खर्च होते हैं, आप दुनिया के लिए करते करते फिर खुद के लिए करने लगते हो. With the choice of sound, with the emotion in the voice, with the background music, it can move you to tears even if you're not watching it and just listening to it. I said artistic film और content में ये फ़र्क है कि यहाँ पे as an artist I have the freedom to express myself, and it's really bizarre for me to say this because some people see it as demented कि तू ऐसी फिल्में बनाता है, तू बच्चों की किताबें पढ़ता है. ऐसा हाँ मैं क्या करूँ.
Correct.
So my clarification was, I was told that say that you were misquoted. I'm like, no, quoted, correctly quoted, misrepresented. And that's a very difficult conversation.
Correct.
ये इतनी सारी चीज़ें अब इतनी सारी इनसिक्योरिटीज़ पाइल अप हो गई हैं और वो बहुत टैंजिबल डे टू डे इनसिक्योरिटीज़ है. ऐसे नहीं कि ये मैंने नहीं किया तो 2 साल बाद वो होगा, ये मैंने नहीं किया तो कल सुबह ये होगा. तो आई डोंट नो, आई हैव नॉट बीन एबल टू.
Recently you have been posting a lot about your sketches on your WhatsApp story.
Just the last 2-3 days, I stumbled upon some old sketches.
Right. You were a fan of Batman? Yeah, फिर ऐसे ही just
Huge.
Really?
Huge. And the minute the world discovered Batman, I gave up. Because for me, things that are talking about the 80s, 90s, these things for the youngsters of that era used to be like a religion. तो बैटमैन वॉज लाइक अ रिलीजन. तो जब वो ऐसे फटा क्रिस्टोफर नोलन के बैटमैन के बाद, हम लगे यार ये सबका भगवान हो गया, अब मुझे इंटरेस्ट नहीं है. सो आई लिटरली गेव ऑल माई बैटमैन कॉमिक्स अवे एंड आई हैड लाइक अ कबर्ड फुल ऑफ देम collected since I was 6.
So you were you into all of those कि वो चाचा चौधरी, पिंकी, डोगा, वो सब भी, या फिर इधर ही थे आप?
मैं सैडली कलकत्ता में ना वो हिंदी हार्टलैंड पहुंचती नहीं है. हम सब अंग्रेज़ की औलाद होते हैं वहाँ पे. सो इट वाज बैटमैन एंड टू सम एक्सटेंट मे बी अ डेयरडेविल, बट एनीवन हु वाज नॉट बॉर्न विद सुपर पावर्स, एनीवन बॉर्न विद सुपर पावर्स, आई एम लाइक यार अब मैं वो तो कभी बन ही नहीं पाऊँगा. Didn't have any interest in those entities, but those who suffered personal collateral and that shaped them and they decided to do something about the world. I think also that slight angry political streak has been in me since I was a kid. That's what makes me sometimes think that maybe I was born Bengali but nobody told me, because I'm not a Bengali. But my father used to joke with me saying that तू ना हमको मिल गया. So then it's these things that like, yeah, मैं सिंधी तो नहीं हूँ, because these genes, these little things are not Sindhi. So that political rage, I see that in Batman. And maybe that's what connected me to Batman for a very long time, till Nolan took it away from me.
Okay.
Nolan just gave Batman to everybody. I'm like, अब ये मेरा नहीं रहा, तो मैंने त्याग दिया.
So you've seen the Michael Keaton ones?
Yeah, of course. But not a big fan of the movies till Nolan.
Okay.
I thought Nolan cracked it with the first two. He also tapped into the seminal comics. He tapped into Frank Miller's Batman Year One. He tapped into a guy called Jeff Loeb wrote a series called I forget the name. But these were the seminal comics that sort of rediscovered and reinvented Batman as the fragile, broken human being trying to wear a cape and do something right. And Nolan tapped into that, and that was what was special for us who were the big fans in the 80s and 90s. So with Michael Keaton and all, it was very popish. It was over the top, it was colorful, and that's not the Batman. And all of these films are actually tapping into the comics that came 15 to 20 years before the film. 2008, Batman Begins taps into, like I said, the Frank Miller Batman of the late 80s.
Okay.
Your 89 Michael Keaton film, Tim Burton taps into the Batman of the 60s and 70s. So we were not those kids, the 60s, 70s, larger than life Batman fans. We were the realistic, the guy who gets his bones broken, spends months trying to repair a broken bone before he goes out there and fights again. So that is the Batman that Nolan brought to screen. But by then, 20 years had passed. We'd lived with that Batman for 20 years. Then you discover it on screen. So I'm like, now I'm done.
But you just mentioned that, did you not like Dark Knight Rises? Because maybe
The Dark Knight Rises, the third film.
Yeah.
It was a mess, man. There was too much in that film. I don't know what he was trying to do, but it didn't have somewhere like the Dark Knight, although it doesn't have the singular purpose of Batman, but there's a singular purpose of Joker that drives that film. And I had not seen that since that Alan Moore comic called The Killing Joke, which is again a 1986 or 88 comic.
Yeah, so animated film भी बनी.
हाँ, वो animated film मैंने कभी देखी नहीं है. मैं comics की ही बात कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि ये सारे writers जिन्होंने comics लिखी हैं, they are the originators of these things. Everyone else is deriving from that or adapting that. तो मैं उन authors की बात कर रहा हूँ जिन्होंने इन चीज़ों का इजाद किया. They reinvented these characters. They made them their own. So the third film I thought was a mess. It was trying to say too much. And then it was also the pressure on a filmmaker to, in the climactic film of the trilogy, you need to really up the scale. So it was just scale. I got it, boss. What is driving this film? So I couldn't connect with the film. It was just too much was happening.
Now that you are talking about it, I kind of remember all those moments. Just you don't expect a stadium, and then you don't expect
an entire bridge.
Yeah,
it's just scale. He was just playing at scale. He was just like, let me just blow your mind with scale and then end the trilogy. And like we were done without this, because the Dark Knight was so brilliant. Like, how did you bring this kind of a villain to screen? I can imagine reading it because all these writers, Alan Moore, a writer called Grant Morrison, Frank Miller, Jeff Loeb, because the comic again I can go on this topic for days.
Please.
The comic predates the web series. So till the late 90s or the early 2000s, when TV shows started getting called web series because of the, season after season kind of structure, this was not done in any medium except comics. Because when you are following a Batman story, it is straddling 12 comics or 25 comics. And in those times, I mean, of course, I wasn't born in America. We used to get the rejects, all the dumped stuff used to reach us. So they used to all reach together. But in America, as a kid, every week you're getting one episode. So you're lining up at the comic store to say, boss, चौथे episode में क्या होने वाला है? It's like the web series. So the web series have actually borrowed from the comic storytelling. So why was I saying this? So to give that kind of depth to a character in one film is not possible. So when I saw he did that with Joker, and of course Batman got compromised because you can't bring that kind of depth to both characters in one film. So to me, I've actually written a piece. I wrote a piece that was supposed to get published right after The Dark Knight, but it didn't. Did it get published? I don't remember, but I'll share it with you. I have deconstructed The Dark Knight as a film in which Nolan actually Batman की ले लेता है. आपको लगता है Batman की फिल्म देखने गए हो, but वो है Joker की फिल्म. The Dark Knight refers to the Joker. The White Knight refers to Two-Face, Batman, but the film is the Joker's. Especially in this one scene, this one line that the Joker says, I thought that line just takes the film, where he's got that lady at the party when he busts the party. I forget. What's that lady's name?
She's Jake Gyllenhaal's sister.
Sister, the actress, but I forget.
Maggie Gyllenhaal.
I know, but the character, I'm forgetting the character's name. So he's got her held, Rachel, over the edge of the terrace. Yes. Okay, and Batman comes and says, let her go. And he's like, poor choice of words. And he lets her go. It's like, you don't tell me to let her go when I've got her held over the terrace. So that moment, Batman looks like such a fucking buffoon. The film's gone from his hands. It's the Joker's film from then on. And to write that film as the Joker's film, to get a studio to greenlight it, to give you that kind of budget in the middle of a trilogy is genius. He's subverted the whole paradigm of Batman. He's made a film on the Joker. And so Philip Todd making the Joker owes it to Nolan. If Nolan hadn't made The Dark Knight, no studio would have probably given him money to make the Joker, because he gave the Joker such bandwidth, gave him his own film without telling us that it's his film.
Have you read this book called The Nolan Variations by Tom Schoen?
No.
I highly recommend you do.
Okay.
It's like जीवनी है पूरी वो क्रिस्टोफर नोलन की, and Tom Schoen is the same guy who did the biography for Quentin Tarantino.
Okay.
And he literally spent all his time with Christopher Nolan कि आप बोलो मैं लिख रहा हूँ, आप बोलो मैं लिख रहा हूँ, and he just converted it into a literary piece. उस किताब में जो chapters हैं, every name of every chapter is corresponding with the theme of the film, and पूरा उसमें बताया हुआ है. और उसी में ये जो डार्क नाइट वाली चीज़ें हैं, इसके बारे में भी बहुत बहुत लेंथ में बात हुई है. एंड आई थिंक शायद पहले वो इंसेप्शन बनाना चाह रहा था,
हाँ,
बट वो ट्रस्ट नहीं था, फाइनेंशियल ट्रस्ट कि क्या तुम उतना दे पाओगे.
बिल्कुल.
सो ही वाज लाइक भाई नाउ लेट मी शो यू. एंड आई थिंक दैट वाज द वेरी फर्स्ट नोलन फिल्म टू क्रॉस $1 billion एट द बॉक्स ऑफिस.
Which one? The Dark Knight?
The Dark Knight.
Could be.
Holds a record.
Could be. I will not be surprised. Insane film. And after he made that, I swore off watching any Batman films after. So even the newer Batman, I'm like, how do you outdo that?
You have Pattinson wala wo sab.
Not interested in it. I got bored in the trailer. I'm sorry, I should.
That's okay.
I mean, it's just my perspective.
Sure.
Don't mean to offend the filmmakers, but I got bored in the trailer. I'm like, if you can't now outdo what is out there, don't do it. Then you're doing it just because it's a franchise and you'll make money, you'll get to do some shusha. Not interested. As an author, as a storyteller, if you can't up the ante after The Dark Knight, I'd say don't try.
I think something similar happened with the Black Mirror as well. You have mentioned about Black Mirror a lot.
I have.
कि वो first season आया, फट गया. Second season और फट गया. Third और, but वो फिर expectation बढ़ी, but then sudden downfall. I want to know which is your like. Have you watched all seasons, all episodes?
No. I don't watch too much. मैं बहुत गिन चुन के चीज़ें देखता हूँ. Even Black Mirror, your season 1, season 2, I watched maybe 3 years back.
Okay.
And the reason I watched it, I've also said in a lot of interviews.
Yeah.
People keep calling me कि ये बनाना है, वो बनाना है, Black Mirror बनाना है. कब बनाना है? 2 महीने में शूट करना है, 6 महीने में go on air. I'm like, 1 साल लगता है एक Black Mirror का एपिसोड लिखने को. If you got to hit that quality, you got to give time. 2 महीने में prep, 1 महीने में writing, 6 महीने में on air नहीं होने वाला है. So if you talking that, then talk with that intent, or then don't mention Black Mirror in the meeting. So there was a time 3-4 years back, maybe 5 years back, OTTs were new in this town. 2 साल ही हुए थे, and everybody was like Black Mirror चाहिए, उस level का चाहिए, but 2 महीने में चाहिए. Like, हम भगवान नहीं है यार. वहाँ के भगवान लोग भी 1 साल लगाते हैं लिखने को, फिर 1 साल लगाते हैं बनाने को, 3 साल लगते हैं एक सीजन पुट टुगेदर करने को. सीजन में होते हैं 3 एपिसोड. Each one is approached like a fucking film. You don't have the bandwidth, you don't have the intent, you don't have that vision, don't talk. So I didn't end up doing a series. Because the ideas I went with, actually, you've got to give me time to gestate these ideas.
Even something like a Stranger Things did in season 4, the last episode is a 2-hour 15-minute episode. Would you still call it an episode? I don't think so. They have, and उनका एक और episode है which is like 1.5 घंटे का, 1.25 घंटे का,
मैंने कभी देखी भी नहीं.
नहीं,
Duration doesn't make it a film. I think the complexity of the writing, the author vision of the filmmaker, that makes it like a film. Like the Black Mirror episodes are not over an hour.
Yeah.
But the way they're just made, you can see that there is a director with a voice who has held this together. There's so much depth in the writing that doesn't come overnight. So the duration doesn't matter. They've approached each episode like they would have approached a film. And वो नियत यहाँ पे कोई रखता नहीं है, but उनको चाहिए उस तरह का आउटपुट, वो नहीं मिलने वाला ना. पता नहीं क्यों इंडिया में वो हर क्रिएटर को भगवान जिस तरीके का काम करता है उस तरह का रिजल्ट चाहिए, बट हमको भगवान का औहदा नहीं देंगे. मतलब पैसे देंगे मूंगफली के बराबर, बट दे वांट रिजल्ट्स लाइक गॉड्स. लाइक this disconnect has to go. So that's why I started calling out all of them. I'm like, don't mention Black Mirror. I used to enter a meeting and say, Black Mirror mention मत करना. कि तुम्हारी औकात नहीं है उस लेवल तक पहुंचने की, कि तुम्हारी नियति नहीं है. तुम यहाँ पे सीट गर्म कर रहे हो, तुमको एक पगार मिल रहा है, तुमको सैलरी जस्टिफाई करना है, आज तुम एन नामक OTT में हो, कल तुम उठकर ए नामक OTT में चले जाओगे और सैलरी मिलेगी तुमको, तुमको फ़र्क ही नहीं पड़ता यहाँ क्या ग्रीन लाइट होगी। तो ब्लैक मिरर तो मेंशन ही मत करना। सॉरी, मेरे अंदर बहुत खुन्नस है इन चीज़ों को लेकर।
I told you in the beginning.
बड़ी बड़ी बातें होती है बहुत।
Just be yourself. That's all I asked you, and I don't expect anything else. Just be yourself. But since we are talking about Black Mirror, it is definitely one of my favorites.
It's incredible.
It's
incredible.
And so I think जब हम पहले वहाँ हैबिटेट में मिले थे, तब मैंने भी जिन कहानियों की हम थोड़ा बात कर रहे थे, stories that really don't let you sleep at night, stories that make you ponder कि भाई क्या कर रहे हैं हम इंसान हैं सच में, आर वी ह्यूमन, ह्यूमैनिटी क्या है, क्या डेफिनेशन है, कुछ नहीं। आई थिंक द बेस्ट एपिसोड ऑफ ब्लैक मिरर विच perfectly summarizes this entire thing is this episode called Black Museum. Black Museum मेरे ख्याल से शायद सीजन 4 या सीजन 5 का एपिसोड है। इट्स द लास्ट एपिसोड। और ब्लैक म्यूजियम मेरे ख्याल से शायद 1.25 घंटे के आसपास का है। इफ एनीवन हैज वॉच्ड ब्लैक म्यूजियम, प्लीज आई वुड लव टू नो योर थॉट्स। आप सिर्फ ब्लैक म्यूजियम देखो। ब्लैक म्यूजियम ऑफ कोर्स एंथोलॉजी है तो अपने आप में ये कहानी है। ब्लैक म्यूजियम से ज़्यादा मैं कहूँगा भयानक कहानी है पूरे ब्लैक मिरर में नहीं है। इट विल रिप यू अपार्ट, द काइंड ऑफ स्टफ दैट दे हैव डन इन ब्लैक म्यूजियम। आई वांट टू टेल यू कि क्या किया है, बट आई वांट, प्लीज वॉच।
आई थिंक आई हैव नॉट सीन इट।
आप रिक्वेस्ट ऐसे नहीं लेते हो।
नहीं, बट ब्लैक मिरर तो मेरे दिल के बहुत करीब है।
I completely, like, we are very mutually aligned with this, and please आप ब्लैक म्यूजियम देखिए।
बिल्कुल देखूंगा।
ब्लैक म्यूजियम इज फिनोमिनल, मतलब जितनी मेरी समझ कहती है। आप अगर आपको लगे कि नहीं यार उसमें ये गड़बड़ हो गया, आई वुड लव टू हियर।
हाँ, we'll talk about it.
Yes, I would love to. I want to now touch upon your writing first before we talk about your films, because I have discovered you as a writer this year. मैं आपकी फिल्म्स 2020 से देख रहा हूँ, बट राइटर मैंने इस साल डिस्कवर किया, and that was Unga, which unfortunately won't get to see the light of the day as you told us. The film. The book is there. It's available on Amazon. आप Kindle ना खरीदो तो अच्छा है क्योंकि
नहीं Kindle भी खरीदो, जैसे पढ़ना है वैसे ही पढ़ो।
पढ़ लो, बट sound has actually played a very important role in your storytelling. ये आपने मेरे ख्याल से वैभव के पॉडकास्ट में और बहुत सारे पॉडकास्ट में भी आपने मेंशन किया। साउंड इज समथिंग which gets so repeated कि वो ऐसा इंग्रेन हो जाता है हमारे अंदर। जैसे अगर मैं उंगा की बात करूँ, उंगा में मुझे पता है that when उंगा will run वो थप थप आवाज़ आएगी। अगर कहीं कुछ होगा तो उसका एक साउंड है। जैसे of course when you write a novel you have more literary real estate, storytelling real estate, तो आप ज़्यादा डिस्क्राइब करते हो, you are more descriptive about every activity that happens. But what you do is that you associate every activity with a sound. And you mention it so many times कि वो visually ingest हो गया मेरे अंदर। मैं actually देख रहा हूँ कि उंगा जब भाग रहा है ना, वो तक वो आवाज़ आ रही है।
Right. There's a word for it. It's called onomatopoeia.
Onomatopoeia. Okay. Onomatopoeia. So, and I think that's exactly what you utilize in your writing.
Yes.
So, मतलब यही कि how do you think of it? It's again बहुत वेग क्वेश्चन लगेगा, बट
नहीं बहुत सही सवाल है।
come up with the sound of something, because there is a way of describing a scene in terms of movement and activity, but you are associating a sound with it. How do you think of that sound?
How I think of that sound, I think will not be a question I can answer, because it's like these things are artistic abstractions. You sort of, as you're finding your artistic voice, you veer towards something or the other, and that starts coming naturally to you. So I don't know how I think of it, but I know.
नहीं, मतलब मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कैसे करते हो,
why I
but
think
वो
of
बहुत वेग हो जाएगा तो इसीलिए।
हाँ वही तो, सेम कैसे करते हो मैं नहीं बता पाऊंगा, बट क्यों करता हूँ शायद मैं बता पाऊँ। Yes, in my films, so I'll take a step forward and then come back to this.
Sure.
In my films, which came much after my writing, because I've been writing since I don't know when. Writing is my first go-to medium of expression. Because उसमें पैसे खर्च नहीं होते ना, और वो आप खुद के लिए करते करते आप दुनिया के लिए करने लगते हो. बट फिल्म ऐसी चीज़ है क्योंकि पैसे खर्च होते हैं, आप दुनिया के लिए करते करते फिर खुद के लिए करने लगते हो. एक रिवर्स प्रोसेस है राइटिंग एंड फिल्म. बट विथ film, early on with all my films getting shelved, my films not happening, and I was desperate and I started making short films. After 8-9 years of shelved feature films, I moved to short films to come back to feature films. And when I didn't have money, which I've said often in my interviews, sound is zero cost. So I rely more on sound and less on what's in the frame, because what's in the frame, everything is going to cost me. From the actor to the production design to the lighting to the choice of camera to the lens. But with sound, it's just about sitting in a studio with a MacBook and creating something, or going out there with even a very basic recorder and recording something. So I started on a script level relying more on sound. If you see Ugly Bar, Ugly Bar relies entirely on sound, and the 3 images that you see, the film is 3 images, 2 laptop images, 1 mobile image. They are really bad images, quality wise. The entire emotional trajectory of that film is through sound. And while doing that and reading about other filmmakers and what they thought of sound, I realized that 70 to 80% of the emotional impulse in the viewer is because of what they hear, not because of what they see. Hence that exercise that I sort of spoke about with, I think, the Abstract Room. They put out a reel and I got trolled like crazy. I said that, and this is not, I didn't come up with it. Someone else had also advised me this, to watch a film once, then to watch it with the sound off, then shut your eyes and listen to the film. You will realize when you watch it with the sound off, the most moving film will not move you. But if you listen to it with your eyes shut, with no context to the film can move you. With the choice of sound, with the emotion in the voice, with the background music, it can move you to tears even if you're not watching it and just listening to it. So I started relying more on sound, because that is where the emotional, for lack of a better word, manipulation is much more possible. And I realized, boss, that's almost free. Then why should I not rely on sound for the rest of my life? Because I can keep my budgets down. So when I go with a script to a producer, most all my films down to Joram, I have a budget that the film requires, and there is a budget that the producer tells me he can give me, and the two never match. So if I require X, 100% of the time the producer tells me X by 3, X by 4, X by 6, X by 8 mein bana sakte ho to banao. So then I start recalibrating in my mind, what images can I remove, where can I supplement image with sound? Because that's my primary training to reduce the budget of my film. Coming back to my writing, I realized much earlier on that the more you describe images, the more passive your reader will get. Because it's like film, like how much ever you spell out, okay, you're spelling out, now I'm just going to sit here and you spell it out for me. The less I spell out, the more I make you imagine, the more invested you are. And somewhere in the writing, I think by default, I moved to trying to describe a scene less and make you imagine it more. And the way to do it, one of the ways to do it, is sound. So when you hear thap thap, I'll just say, Unga ran away from the village again, thap 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 thap. Jump to the next chapter, and you imagined him running away. I didn't have to say he ran on this kind of a path and he became smaller and smaller as he approached the horizon. You'll imagine it. And what I also do is, not in Unga so much, because it's very tricky for a publisher of a novel to keep varying the font size, but I do that in my poetry and my short stories. So the thap 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 would have been thap 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 thap. Oh. So gone from 12 font size to 5. It evokes an image. Yes. I'm done. It's yours to imagine. The more I let you imagine, the more invested you'll be in the writing.
You are creating basically, you are creating a visual using alphabets. Like literally.
Yeah, actually I'm creating an emotion, but the only way for you to process that emotion is by creating your own visual. You can't process an emotion in a void. So I'm actually, my intent is to make you feel something.
Yeah, exactly.
But you have to imagine it to feel something.
Yes.
So the intermediate stage is making you imagine a visual, but that's not my ultimate goal. My ultimate goal is to make you feel it. So you have to make it your own for you to feel it. So by letting you imagine it, I'm letting you make it your own. I'm compelling you to make it your own.
ये जो आपने पैसिविटी की बात करी ना, so I've been having this thought whenever I head out for work purposes or whatever, whenever I am out of my house, because right now screen is something that is so accessible everywhere in different sizes. Unfortunately जिस बड़े स्क्रीन पे ध्यान देना चाहते हैं उस समय भी छोटे स्क्रीन पे ध्यान दिया जाता है, which is very unfortunate. I feel somehow हम ना ऑब्जर्व नहीं करते. We don't observe things. We are not actively involved in something. मैं सिर्फ सिनेमा की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ. I'm in general. जैसे
Bang on.
I have made this a rule that okay, when I'm in my house, of course I'm indulged in work and everything, वो सब ठीक है. But when I'm out, फिर चाहे मैं एक स्टेशन से दूसरे स्टेशन जा रहा हूँ मेट्रो के, फ्रेंड से मिलना है, कुछ भी करना है, when I'm out, I'll keep my phone in the pocket and I'll just look. What is happening? You see so many visuals.
Of course.
You see so many stories.
Of course.
And like for example, and I'm giving it away. Anybody wants to use it, please. Like metro की सीट है, एक बार में शायद 9 लोग बैठ सकते हैं. And लाइन से सारे लोग, मतलब 8 लोग, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 सब फोन पे
लगे हुए, of course.
और जो नवा इंसान है वो किताब पढ़ रहा है. I'm like wow, I would have never seen this अगर मैं अपने फोन पे होता. Do you think like that कि we are losing that?
Do I think like that? I believe it. क्योंकि I came to Bombay in 2002 October. 21 साल हो गए. मैं इस दुनिया में नहीं आया था जहाँ स्क्रीन्स थे. तो मेरी सारी कहानियाँ from Ajji to Bhonsle to Joram, somewhere they're all Bombay stories. Joram also begins in Bombay. So I have like Baitu, the story you're reading in Forgetting, the first story of the two twins, is from my research during Black Friday, जिसकी फिल्म पूरी बनाने की कोशिश है. Hopefully next year we go on the floors. All these Bombay stories have come by observing, because all those endless 3 to 4 hours of local train rides, bus rides, walking around the city. I've slept on park benches, I've slept on railway station benches, sat there for hours not knowing what to do, where to go, why have I come to the city. All I could do was observe. It gave me a lifetime of stories. वो 2002 और 2007 या 8 के बीच जो मैंने कहानियाँ ऑब्जर्व करी है, मैं आज तक वो कहानियाँ कह रहा हूँ. Imagine the repository. I didn't have to replenish that vessel because it was spilling over. It's just today we are not observing and we are running out of stories. So I see a lot of youngsters. उनके अंदर कुछ है नहीं बोलने को. I don't want to sound like I'm being judgmental, but I'm reacting to the material I see online. कुछ है नहीं बोलने को, but रील बनानी है. हाँ ठीक है, बट बोला क्या तुमने इसमें जो पहले बोला नहीं गया? What is unique about what you're saying? What are you showing me that will alter my perception of life? If you're not being able to do that, you don't have an artistic voice. Take time to inculcate that artistic voice. I meet youngsters, sorry, I'm sort of digressing, but it's all tying into this. Please. I meet youngsters, 19, 20-year-olds who've not finished college, and they're like, I'm a young filmmaker. I'm like, no, you're not. Are you sure you found your voice? So he said, I've made this. I'm like, I've seen this before, I've heard this before, nothing new about this. Until you found a voice, do not call yourself a filmmaker, because you're doing your own journey, a disservice. You will never end up finding your voice if you believe at the age of 19 you are a filmmaker. Because you're not observing, you're only seeing everything through this little screen. So you're only seeing what others are seeing. You are not seeing what you are capable of seeing. So if you want to be a filmmaker, the first 10 years of your storytelling, don't even look into the screen. Just look at life. But I'm just saying, अब ये बोलने की क्यों ज़रूरत पड़ रही है? It's a basic given. As an artist, as a storyteller, if you're not experiencing life, you are not going to find your stories. You're only going to find other stories that you will borrow and make them your own. It's impossible to find your artistic voice. So being stuck to screens is a problem if you want to be a storyteller. It's inescapable. It's what the modern world has become. Sure. But I have seen that world because that's the world I came to. And I'm seeing this, and I'm seeing the difference in artistic, I don't know, the journey.
Consumption.
Artistic journey, each artist's journey. Because all the youngsters back then when we came, we didn't have distractions.
Right.
We were forced to think about हम यहाँ क्यों आए हैं. Observe, feel all the things that bothered us. We kept writing, and that became our artistic voice. But today, even if you don't have money for food, you have enough money for your cell phone connection and really good connectivity. With India is the only country that has actually great connectivity for almost free. In every other foreign land, you're paying through your nose.
Absolutely.
And all you're doing is consuming. So you're not really giving yourself time to discover what you want to say. So artistically, it is a problem. So then I'm seeing all these reels and what they call short films. I don't think they're short films. They are content because everything looks like the other. You're putting that out and you're calling yourself a storyteller, you're calling yourself a filmmaker. So you'll never get to that point where you can say with authority that this is my artistic voice and it's mine alone.
हाँ, और वही है, ऑब्जर्वेशन की बात हम कर रहे हैं, तो एक चीज़ ये भी है ना, आजकल हर चीज़ कंटेंट ही है, मतलब आप कुछ भी देख लो वो. एंड समटाइम्स आई, अगेन नॉट सेइंग कि मुझे वो है, बट समटाइम्स आई आल्सो फील बैड कि अगर कोई इंसान जो स्टोरी टेलिंग की दुनिया में है, वो जब इस चीज़ को कंटेंट बोलता है, तो मुझे आई
नहीं, देखो बहुत सारा मुझे तो परहेज है उस वर्ड से, बट taking a step back, when you generate so much material as a species, how do you start being able to tell one from the other when they're all being consumed in the same way? So whether you're watching an Instagram reel or you're watching a short film made by a film student, or you're watching I don't know, a Scorsese film, you're watching them all through that same little window. So when people who are putting money, people who are, running these platforms, there's no way for them to refer to these in a nuanced manner. So I get that. So that is their push from that side. But my pushback is that I can't tell you to distinguish a feature film from a reel because they are all on the same kind of device and same kind of platform. But when you're talking about somebody with an artistic voice, do not put me in the same category as content, because I take 2 to 12 years to even come up with a short film like Taandav, but someone making a reel takes all of 30 seconds to come up with what he or she wants to put in the reel, most of the time, not all of them. Yeah. So I'm saying that as an artistic voice, I will push back. I'm saying you have the right to do that labeling, but why are the artists not questioning that labeling from an artistic perspective? Because back in the day, in the 50s, 60s and 70s, post-independence, all of these artists from M.F. Hussain to Raza, the bigger artists, they were getting clubbed in the same category as they were all called, like even illustrators and graphic designers and those painting film hoardings, everybody was being called artists. So somewhere a bunch of these artists left India and they settled in London, Paris. Only M.F. Hussain more or less stayed back here until ultimately he also left. So they pushed back saying that we are not, the graphic designer and the illustrator of a magazine article is not an artist. We have spent a lot of time, effort, energy, given up our entire lives, given up our sanity, given up our, normal family life to find an artistic voice. And each one of our canvases has our blood in it. That is not the same as somebody who's doing an illustration for an illustrated weekly article for 2,000 rupees a month. It's not the same, because that intent and this intent is different. So they fought back and they sort of made people make that distinction between an illustrator and an artist, and that distinction was made. So anyone who is today also, they say that I am an illustrator for children's picture books. They use the word illustrator, they don't say I'm an artist. Yes, they're an artist if they're doing art on the side as well. Yeah. But here, the artists, the artistic storytellers are not pushing back and saying, I don't make content. Because that number of artistic filmmakers, storytellers is dwindling. A lot of filmmakers coming out of film school are going straight to an OTT and becoming hands for hire. ये एक web series बन रही है, we have a showrunner, we need 2 young directors. Film school से उठा लो. So film school से निकल कर ही आपको नौकरी मिल गई. तो आपको अपना आर्टिस्टिक वॉइस ढूंढने का मौका ही नहीं मिला, क्योंकि आप उस वेब सीरीज़ पे नौकरी करने लगे. Although you're the director, someone wrote it, someone is show running it, someone created the entire world. You are coming in and delivering your chops as a director. So yes, it is art, you're bringing some of your artistic voice, but it's not author led. So yes, you're making content, but someone who's giving up 10, 15 years of their life to fight for that storytelling, that voice, and just brings every inch of their body and blood and soul into it, is not a content creator. So I push back on that, saying कि मेरी तरफ से मैं content नहीं बनाता हूँ, तुम्हारा हक है तुमको कि तुम हर चीज़ को content बुलाओ, क्योंकि तुम पैसे वाले हो, तुम platform owner हो, you need to see things in broad strokes. I don't grudge you that, but I'm going to fight back. I know this is very long-winded, but it's important for me to not also go on record saying that तुम गलत हो. कोई गलत नहीं है, हर किसी का पर्सपेक्टिव है. मैं सिर्फ कह रहा हूँ कि आर्टिस्टिक वॉइसेस लड़ क्यों नहीं रहे हैं. We don't fight enough for our artistic voice, so the number is dwindling because people are one by one dropping off the fight because it's starting to feel irrelevant, unwinnable, extinct almost. So sometimes I feel like I'm one of the last of a species कि कहीं पे जो दो डोडो बच गए थे 600 साल पहले, उनको कैसा लगा होगा कि यार हम तो दो ही बच गए, हम दोनों मेल है, कोई फीमेल नहीं है, हम गए तो डोडोज ही गए. तो मुझे वैसा लग रहा है खुद के बारे में कभी कभी.
You know, I'm making this expression because you just, I wanted to ask you something that was about a dodo.
In Ilaichi.
Yes.
My favorite bird.
Right.
I really relate to the dodo.
Yeah. What are the greatest perils of being an artist?
I don't know, man. Anything I say as an answer to that question would be a romanticization of the artist. And somewhere, there's this term called navel gazing,
Okay.
where you know, like films made by filmmakers about struggling filmmakers. Novels written by writers about struggling writers and writers trying to find the story. These things are called navel gazing, where you're literally looking into your own navel and saying, oh, मेरे साथ इतना बुरा हुआ है. So, yes, I might have 1,000 things to say in response to that question, but I don't know if we should romanticize that either, because the very fact that I've been able to, I don't know, wrest for myself from the universe a chance to give my life to my art of choice is a privilege. There are enough people born in a certain class or in a lower caste family, or I don't know, in this country in a tribal family, that even if they want, they can't wrest for themselves the privilege to give their life to their art, because they have so many obstacles between them and what they actually see themselves doing.
Right.
So if I've been able to give myself that privilege, I'm not saying I got that privilege because no one gave it to me.
Yeah.
But it was probably easier for me to get it for myself than a lot of other people in this country. So if I dwell on the perils, I might run the risk of navel gazing and romanticization. So I'd like to not.
No worries. But I would love to know, like personally, what do you think? Like, what is your biggest fear as an artist?
A day-to-day fear or a larger fear, because they're both kinds.
Let's talk about both, if you want.
The day-to-day fear is something that's been there for ever since I started out on this journey, and I don't know, might be there till the day I die. I'm starting to now make peace with the fact that that is not going away. For the last 20 years, I kept thinking I'll reach a stage in my life where I will not have to grapple with those issues, paying rent. I kept thinking कि मृणाल सेन, सत्यजीत रे, Shyam Benegal, Govind Nihalani, ultimately they all had their own offices at some point. They all had producers waiting कि ये फिल्म ख़त्म करो, मुझे तुम्हारी अगली फिल्म में पैसे डालने हैं. इन सब के साथ ये चीज़ हुई है कभी ना कभी. मुझे लगा कि हाँ, दो फिल्म, 3 फिल्म, 4 फिल्म, 5 फिल्म बाद थोड़ा इजी हो जाएगा ये, बट आई डोंट सी दैट हैपनिंग बिकॉज आई एम लिविंग इन अ डिफरेंट टाइम. आई एम
ये ट्रस्ट इशू है.
किस चीज़ का?
People are not able to.
आई एम गेटिंग टू दैट. इट्स अ डिफरेंट टाइम.
Okay.
That was a different time. There was a segregation of the artistic space and the commercial space, and the artistic space had patrons.
Okay.
The patron could be the state, like the NFDC putting money in every Sham Benikal Nihalani film, or the patrons could be these really a wealthy Parsi or a wealthy Bengali zamindar who was like, I have money, I'm not going to buy an MF Hussain painting next month, I'll put money in a Mridal Sen film. I'll just feel really good about it because these guys get awards and I get looked at as someone who patronized an artistic voice. वो ज़माना गया, अब किसी को patron नहीं बनना. अब the whole intent is to multiply your money. We are living in very volatile times. Every country is on the brink of self-destruction or civil war or war with a neighboring country. So उस तरह के माहौल में nobody in the last 20 years at least, nobody's felt like risking their money on art, especially since the 2008 recession.
Right.
The 2008 recession flipped it, in my humble opinion, across the world. The first thing that becomes collateral when a world in general faces a recession kind of situation is art, because art is the most luxurious thing you can put your money in because you don't know if you're going to get the money back. You do it for different reasons.
Right.
So art started getting compromised from 2008 onwards is the way I've noticed it. And it's only been downhill from there. So I'm at a point in my life where I was thinking that I'll reach a place where I will not have to worry about rent. Maybe I'll have my own office. Even today when I call an actor or someone to meet me, they're like, where's your office? I don't have an office. So you tell me where you are, I'll come to where you are, or we meet in a coffee shop and I'll tell you which coffee shop because I can't afford most of the coffee shops in Warsaw. I'm still at that place. So even today I get called for meetings in studios and the executive calling me tells me where to park my car. I said, I don't have a car. He said, two-wheeler parking भी वहाँ पे said two-wheeler भी नहीं है. तो आप कैसे आओगे? I said, मैं max ऑटो करके आऊँगा, यहाँ बहुत दूर है तो बस करके आऊँगा. So the minute I enter those meetings, they're like, ये तो बस ऑटो से आता है, तो ये तो 1/3 दाम में काम करेगा. So they talk to me that way. So that has not changed for me in 20 years and 4 feature films. So that is a fear insecurity, more than a fear and insecurity I still live with. Because like Joram has left me in a certain situation which created the whole chaos in March because I openly spoke about the situation. And financially I'm wrecked. So that insecurity of this artistic journey today is I don't know how to, I'm still not being able to grapple with it. कि अब I've internalized the fact कि अब जिंदगी भर ये चेंज नहीं होने वाला. So do I change then? Or can I still pursue this path? Because I don't think I can pursue this path the way I have pursued it until now. And the larger perils are the most obvious perils, that you're constantly in self-doubt. You don't know if you're good enough. You really don't know what you're making. You're like with every film, I prepare my team by quoting Paul Thomas Anderson.
Okay.
So Paul Thomas Anderson, the reason why his actors actually pretty much make him, they fight for him, and they are the reasons most of the time his earlier films used to get greenlit, because all the Philip Seymour Hoffmans and the Daniel Day-Lewis's used to like, boss ये कर रहा है, इसको पैसे दो, हट जाओ, इसको बनाने दो. Because, and Joaquin Phoenix, he never had a locked script. He said, I am fighting for my right to discover my film. He said, I don't know. I have a roadmap. I don't know where I'll land. I'm making a film so that with my collaborators, we discover it. So I have an idea of where I want us to go.
Right.
But now Tom Cruise, Daniel Day-Lewis, Philip Seymour Hoffman, they'll bring different things. I will catch that and I will go in different directions. You can't ask me where I'm going to land because I don't know where I'm going to land. But then you're going to like, if you don't know where you're going to land, what are we putting money on? You're putting money on my right to discover my film. So Anderson says the primary thing that a filmmaker is fighting for is for his right to discover his film. तो ये पहले ही मैं टीम को बता देता हूँ, देखो मैं तो अलग ही हूँ, मैं बाउंड स्क्रिप्ट लिखता हूँ क्योंकि उसके बिना इस देश में कोई प्रोड्यूसर आएगा नहीं. बट वो बाउंड स्क्रिप्ट रोड मैप है, फाइनल डेस्टिनेशन नहीं है. वी आर गोइंग टू कीप फाइटिंग फॉर माई राइट टू डिस्कवर माई फिल्म. So if you come to me and I try to be as clear as possible, but if we are on a location रखेंगे, सर शॉट कहाँ से लगेगा, ऐसा I don't know. एक्टर को आने दो, वर्कशॉप करेंगे, एक्टर के साथ डीओपी का डांस बनाएंगे, फिर हम लोकेशन पे आएंगे और एक्टर डीओपी का डांस हमको कहाँ ले जाएगा, शॉट वहीं पे लगेगा. So if you want an organic, authentic energy, that's how it's going to come. I can't pre-decide. I am not Manoj Bajpayee. I am not an Adivasi. I don't live in an iron on mine. How do I decide where the shot is going to be? It won't be authentic. So it's a process, right? And nobody's going to allow me that process because they don't know where I'm going to land, so nobody will trust me. So there's severe trust issues, which I don't grudge anybody. That's the nature of this beast. But then my primary fight is my fight for my right to discover my film. So that's a fear and an insecurity and a constant battle. That's one of the larger perils of artistic filmmaking, because nobody's going to be able to see what you're seeing. And half the time I'm not seeing anything.
Right.
I need to go discover it.
Yeah.
So it is very scary. So when I get someone 4-5-8 साल लगते हैं to find a producer for a film, and then they tell me कि how's it going to look, like fuck knows. But I can't say fuck knows. I've got to say something. So I say something. Then I'm like, closest proximity, but you've got to trust me. I mean, you have to go by my previous films. Which is why after all those 17, 18 shelf films, I finally moved to shorts, because I said, I don't know how to prove to you that you've got to take a punt on me. If you don't take a punt on me, if no one took a punt on Satyajit Ray, there'd be no Pather Panchali. No one took a punt on a Mrinal Sen or a Benegal, there would be no first films. So you don't take a punt, how you want to let me discover? But the money is yours. You don't want to take a punt, you don't want to take a punt. I can't put a gun to your head. I said, fuck it, I'll make short films. And I made 5 in a year. And finally people started seeing कि भाई ये फिल्म मेकर है. मैं तो खुद सेल्फ डाउट में था, 10 साल मेरी फिल्में नहीं बन रही थी, मैं फिल्म मेकर हूँ भी कि नहीं. So all of these are the larger perils. You're constantly in self doubt.
विजय काम करते हैं, अगर ऑफ हो जाए that's okay, let's make it audio. It's okay. I don't want to disturb this. ऑडियो चल रहा है ना, उसमें रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है. ऑडियो रिकॉर्डिंग में तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं. ठीक, वेव तो दिख रही है. हाँ बस ठीक है, वेव दिखनी चाहिए.
क्या बोल रहे हो? तो फिर वीडियो नहीं
I'll
नहीं चलेगा. स्टॉप मी, डोंट कॉम्प्रोमाइज योर.
नहीं सो
जैसे तुमने अभी किया ना डोडो वाली चीज पे, बात खत्म हुई, फिर हमने नई चीज से शुरू की थी, वो चलेगा. हाँ वो चलेगा.
बट सर बात ये है ना कि आई अंडरस्टैंड दैट इन टुडेज डे एंड एज पीपल वाइट से कि अरे ये तो एआई वॉइस है, बट आई हैव अ थिंग कि मैं थोड़ा सा फुटेज लगाऊंगा बीच में जहाँ पे जो आ रहा है.
हाँ बट यू शुड हैव दिस एंटायर फुटेज. आई एम जस्ट सेइंग, अगर हम एक चीज़ रैप करके फिर ये करें, आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम.
अच्छा ठीक है,
नो प्रॉब्लम. उसका लोड इतना मत लो. जस्ट ट्राई टू 2-3-4 मिनट का हेड्स अप सो दैट वी नो कि अभी रैप करेंगे जैसे वो कार्ड चेंज हो सके.
ठीक है. नहीं कार्ड तो है, कार्ड है, लाइट चेंज हो रही है ना, चेंज हो रही है, वो कोई
दैट्स ओके. वो बातें भी डार्कर हो रही है ना.
हाँ वो छोड़ दो,
वो फीलिंग आएगी.
सर मैं सच बताऊं, मुझे अभी फर्क ही नहीं पड़ रहा है. आई एम जस्ट लाइक मेरा ऑडियो आ रहा है ना.
नहीं वीडियो भी ले लो.
नहीं वीडियो तो मैं ले रहा हूँ, एंड आई ऑफ कोर्स आई कांट डू दैट इनजस्टिस टू यू, बट
नॉट टू मी. आई एम जस्ट सेइंग यू शुड हैव योर स्टफ. फाइट फॉर योर राइट टू डिस्कवर योर पॉडकास्ट.
बट जैसे अभी हमने बात करी, एंड सो कैन फिल्म मेकिंग मेक यू स्कैर्ड ऑफ अनसर्टेनिटी?
Scared of uncertainty? Uncertainty is a scary thing, but just with artistic filmmaking, let's make a distinction. There is filmmaking for hire, जिसमें लोग बहुत पैसे कमाते हैं. But artistic filmmaking is the insecure beast. Insecurity is not a very happy thing generally, but हम पूरी लाइफ क्या करते हैं? बचपन से जो 12 साल ऑलमोस्ट मिलिट्री टाइप एजुकेशन जो हमको मिलता है, फिर हम कॉलेज में एक स्पेशलाइज करते हैं चीज़ों में, फिर हमारा एक पॉइंट पे बैंक अकाउंट बनता है. ये सारी चीज़ें किस चीज़ के लिए? अल्टीमेटली सिक्योरिटी के लिए है ना. एक ज़माने में बोलते थे सरकारी नौकरी ले लो, फिर बोलते थे डॉक्टर लॉयर MBA बनो. तो एवरीथिंग इज ओरिएंटेड टूवर्ड सिक्योरिटी. हु द फक वांट्स इनसिक्योरिटी? तो व्हेन वी चूज दिस काइंड ऑफ अ पाथ, वी आर जस्ट लिटरली टेलिंग इनसिक्योरिटी कि आ बैल मुझे मार. तो स्कैरी तो है वो. इनसिक्योरिटी बाय नेचर ऑफ व्हाट इट इज स्कैरी. बट व्हेन यू वॉकिंग एन आर्टिस्टिक पाथ, यू हैव टू फाइंड अ वे टू navigate it. I'm not saying embrace it. I'm still not being able to come to terms with it. But there's no escaping it.
But what is like the most fun part about making films?
The only thing, and I used to say this in the context of short films, and people used to call my short films content. I said content नहीं है, फ़र्क है. They said क्या फ़र्क है? I said artistic film और content में ये फ़र्क है कि यहाँ पे as an artist I have the freedom to express myself in the purest form possible, my artistic voice. With content, whether you like it or not, you're limited by certain things that platform or that technology is deciding for you.
Algorithm.
Something is deciding that for you. You're working backwards from something, whether you like it or not. But with short filmmaking and therefore artistic filmmaking and artistic storytelling, I'm not working backwards from anything. I'm doing exactly what I want to do. Why I said that only in the context of short filmmaking and not feature filmmaking? Because in feature filmmaking, किसी और के बहुत सारे पैसे लगे होते हैं. मेरी सबसे छोटी फिल्म अज्जी भी 1 करोड़ में बनी. बहुत छोटी बजट है, बट 1 करोड़ है. मैंने लाइफ में 1 करोड़ एक साथ नहीं देखा. That's a lot of money, in my opinion.
Sure.
So it's someone else's opinion, money. I have to work backwards from something. I don't have full freedom. But in my short films, because they are made at almost nothing and people have to come and work for free, because I can't afford it, so everybody coming in is coming in with the mindset of artistic journey. तो art के लिए आ रहा है. That freedom is the difference between an artistic film and content. So the fun thing, and I've only got that in my shorts, not in my features, is freedom. That freedom to, I don't have to fight for my right to discover my film. I have the right to discover my film. That is fun. Therefore, I write novels and I write my short stories because that's even more freedom. So the only fun thing, despite all this collateral, is freedom. The word that this government sort of really gets shaken by, azadi. I told you I can't help myself.
That's okay. Please don't.
That's the only fun thing. That's the only thing I look forward to. Freedom.
Which is why whenever I get a chance to meet people like you, this is the only thing that I tell them. I hope you get to do what you want to do. That's all I can say. मतलब best regards और वो ठीक है, but भाई ground reality है. It's you get to do what you want to do. That's the only thing that I can.
Easier said than done. नहीं होता.
I know, but positive thinking.
Of course. मतलब फीचर फिल्म स्पेस में आज के तारीख में होना मुश्किल है, बट again something I say often that I think every artist today, artistic voice, I shouldn't say artist today, not only should but can access many mediums because the costs of creating art have dropped. You have, like when I was a kid, just buying a brush, buying paint and a canvas was prohibitive because we didn't have that kind of money. But today you can do that art in many ways. You don't need to buy paint and brushes and canvas. So the more mediums we sort of explore, the less reliant we are on that one medium to bring us all the freedom and happiness. So what my feature films sort of, the things that they crush me on, I find my solace in my writing, in my poetry, in my graphic art, in my children's picture books, in my short films. So I have not self-destructed because I get my dose of freedom in my other mediums. बहुत ज़रूरी है.
इनफैक्ट अभी हम स्क्रीन्स की बात कर रहे थे, अब तो कैनवस भी डिजिटाइज हो गया है.
हाँ, वही मैं कह रहा था, डिजिटाइज हो गया है तो प्रोहिबिटिव कॉस्ट नहीं है. आपको आपके अडेप्ट होने की देर है बस.
बैटमैन मतलब आई मस्ट हैव बीन probably 8th standard जब डार्क नाइट आई थी, एंड आई स्टिल रिमेंबर जब वो, एंड या आई एम अ किड सो यू हैव सम stupid imaginations, but वो पेपर में आया था उसका बड़ा पोस्टर, The Dark Knight, Batman is looking and वो टॉप एंगल शॉट है, पीछे एक बिल्डिंग है, वो the OG शॉट. I actually thought fuck, Batman real है, Batman असली में है. मैं तो कार्टून देख रहा हूँ 90s वाला तब से, वो केविन कॉनरॉय की आवाज़ में, और ये असली में है. So it was so tactile. Nolan's portrayal
was
very tactile. आपको लग रहा है यार यही तो रॉबरी हुई है.
वही तो बहुत स्पेशल था वो.
यही रॉबरी हुई है. ये जोकर जो है ये पैसा जला रहा है, ये असली में है. एंड अगेन आई थिंक इसका एक और रीजन है ना, वो डार्क नाइट राइजेस में भी थोड़ा स्पेक्टिकल सेंट्रिक हो गई,
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, he
versus
needed
Dark Knight is
scale,
more
character.
character conversation, you know those क्या कहते हैं स्टैंड ऑफ्स, बंदा एक दूसरे से बात कर रहा है और वो ऐसी चीज़ बोल रहा है, चाहे वो आप हार्वी और जोकर का ले लो एट द हॉस्पिटल, और
Kamal. Kamal. And if you see the Two-Face of Batman and Robin,
जिम कैरी, नहीं
he was the Riddler.
हाँ
Tommy Lee Jones.
हाँ
You have an actor like Tommy Lee Jones who can actually really root it if you like, but they made it so cartoonish. That whole film is cartoonish. And then after that, you see this Two-Face. Like, how did you humanize this guy? I'm feeling his inner conflict. It's not just that toss of a coin where if it lands the wrong way, he's going to become this bad guy. I'm feeling it. He doesn't want it to land the wrong way. He's torn. वो फीलिंग मैंने कभी नहीं फील करी थी, कॉमिक पढ़ते वक्त भी नहीं फील करी थी. दिस गाय कॉट इट. बहुत टैक्टाइल था. टैक्टाइल इज द वर्ड.
एंड जैसे एक वो मोमेंट्स होते हैं ना, लाइक ओ दिस इज हाउ इट हैपेंड, सो व्हेन टू फेस इज लाइंग लाइक दैट, और जब वो क्या क्या डीजल है जो भी है,
हाँ वो जलते जलते आ रहा है.
कमिंग देयर एंड आई एम लाइक वाओ,
टैक्टाइल. दैट्स व्हाट हैपेंड इन द डार्क नाइट. इट वाज नॉट that much in Batman Begins and not at all in Dark Knight Rises. It was loaded in Dark Knight. कि ये मेरे साथ हो सकता है. He made Joker tactile. He looks like it's lipstick smeared on his face. You never know how he got those cuts. Every time it's a different story.
Yeah.
It's so tactile. This guy could be in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
So when you see Todd Phillips
making the working
the Joker, ये लाइक यार अगर ये डार्क नाइट के पहले आती मुझे लगता हाँ फक क्या टैक्टाइल. ये डार्क नाइट के बाद या यू आर ट्राइंग टू डू द सेम थिंग डिफरेंटली बट कांट डू इट एज वेल. एंड वॉकिन फीनिक्स इन द जोकर जस्ट फील्स लाइक अ नो ब्रेनर. मतलब तुम किसको इसी को तो लाते और कौन कर सकता है ये. तो एवरीथिंग जस्ट फेल्ट लाइक इट्स नॉट अ बैड फिल्म. आई समथिंग द फिल्म आई लाइक बट there's nothing I've not seen before given that the Dark Knight predates it. क्या करी उन्होंने इस फिल्म में जो पहले नहीं था. वो मैनिक मदर, हाँ ठीक है वो सब कॉमिक्स में पढ़ा है मैंने, बट यू एक्सप्लेन्ड इट. द फैक्ट दैट डार्क नाइट डिडंट एक्सप्लेन इट मेड इट इवन मोर टैक्टाइल. यू आर सेकंड गेसिंग कि ये हुआ था कि ये हुआ था, ये हुआ होगा, माँ शायद पागल होगी, नहीं बाप ने ये कट्स किए होंगे. यू लाइक फक क्या था यार. बट आई फेल्ट इट. Here, ये था ये था ये था इसलिए वो ये है. Okay, that's every other mad person out there.
Right. Can I keep this Batman part in the video?
Please do, please do. I think I got Todd Phillips' name wrong the first time. I keep messing up his name. नहीं मैंने Phil Todd बोला.
नहीं वो Todd Phillips ही है.
I keep confusing his name क्योंकि Hangover वाले ने ये बनाई, मैं हमेशा confused हो जाता हूँ.
Oh God, you have said it. Yes.
Very interesting. All those things are very interesting about the film.
Absolutely.
But it's not a patch on the Dark Knight.
Are you looking forward to part 2 of Joker?
Not at all. It's stylistic. I saw the trailer and then the drawing of this man. Like style के साथ खेल रहे हो, ideas है. आगे बढ़ो. Make me feel, because you're talking to a generation that has eaten those comics. All these ideas are from the comics. The great artists and the great writers have explored all these ideas. These guys are riffing off the milestone comics, putting things together, mixing and matching and coming up with these films. So you got to take it a step further. The Dark Knight riffed off these comics and went beyond. If you can't go beyond, then I'm not interested. Sure, do it. I mean, you have the right to do it, but not very keen to watch Joker 2. I got a little bored in Joker 1. It had its moments, but I'm like, देख चुके, पढ़ चुके, सुन चुके. बैटमैन बिगिंस में भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें, अरे ये तो फ्रैंक मिलर के ईयर 1 से, अरे ये तो जेफ लोब से लिया, अरे ये तो एलन मोर से लिया है. ओके गुड. द डार्क नाइट, हाँ ये भी वही होगा. ये क्या था? हाउ डिड यू टेक इट देयर? हाउ डिड यू अप द एंटी फ्रॉम ऑल दो सोर्स मटेरियल्स? बिकॉज दैट वाज आल्सो द टाइम दैट, क्या नाम है उस बंदे का जो जिसने वॉचमैन बनाई? Zack Snyder was he made Watchmen.
Yeah.
एंड उस वक्त उन दो भाइयों के शागिर्द ने वी फॉर वेंडेटा बनाई. तो दोनों एलन मोर की किताबें, तो दे ऑल वर कमिंग अराउंड दैट टाइम 2005, 6, 7, 8, एंड we're seeing all those seminal comics, and I don't know if you've read V for Vendetta and Watchmen. Yeah, very, very complex comics. There's been nothing like that before Alan Moore, nothing since. और ये 1986 की comics है, 85, 86, and he's a British writer. And the kind of depth in those comics, I'm saying depth, I don't mean to sound very superficial, but it's very complicated political and philosophical beliefs that he's expositing for teenagers. And the kind of layering, and it just blew our mind. I had to read Watchmen, and I've discovered it much later in the late 90s. I had to read it maybe 6 times to fully wrap my head around it. And then I see the film and I'm like, ये क्या cartoon show बनाया इसने? I mean, yes, you're entitled to it, but there's so much in there. Then at least do justice to what's on paper. If you can't go beyond it, don't dumb it down to such an extent. So we were all prepared कि यार ये Dark Knight के साथ भी वही होगा. अब कैसे लाओगे वो complexity? बट उस एक फिल्म में इस बंदे ने अचीव किया. पॉसिबल ही नहीं लगा मेरे को. इवन वी फॉर वेंडेटा, गुड फिल्म, बट द कॉमिक इज फार सुपीरियर एट एवरी लेवल. Because when someone's wearing a mask and you never see the person's face, that abstraction stands for something. It stands for a facelessness of vigilantism, because vigilantism is given an anti-national label. No, you just ask a question of the state today and you're anti-national. So then you have to become faceless if you have to really take on the state, because by calling you anti-national, they can shut you down in a second. So the 10 people around you will stop raising their voice because they saw them come after you. Especially after the UID, nobody's exempt. So the facelessness, that abstract idea, empowers you to question the state. That was what Alan Moore was trying to talk about sitting in Thatcher's Britain. Thatcher was she's called the Iron Lady. Indira Gandhi pretty much modeled herself on that era of Thatcher. They were running parallel. So he's sitting in that Britain and he's writing this expose of Britain and saying he almost wrote like a George Orwell 1984 into V for Vendetta, standing up against a fascist regime. So the abstraction of the facelessness takes on many meanings in that comic. But in the film, it is just a guy with a mask. So it's very easy for someone who is right-leaning to say कि ये तो terrorist है. Like the Al-Qaeda, they wear sacks over their heads. He's a guy with a mask. That's not what the comic eventually achieves. The comic achieves a lot more. So those sub-layers and the complexity of that politics just gets lost when you oversimplify it. Now, I don't know why they couldn't wait a few years and just take the trouble to make it into a 12-part series. It may have explored that a lot more complicatedly. Though Watchmen did. I have not seen that series. Maybe they nailed it, but when I see Zack Snyder's version, I don't hold my breath for Nolan's Batman, and then I watch Dark Knight and he takes my breath away. So see where our bar is set, and he leapt over it. How can you, if you can't match that, I don't know, then I'd say don't try. So I see the new Batmans and Jokers and I'm like, try to at least pole vault over that. Push yourself. Maybe they can't. I don't know what it is. But after Dark Knight, I have not been able to watch any superhero films. I have not watched any of the Marvel films because A, I'm not a Marvel fan.
Okay.
And B, the films, I can't tell one film from the other.
Right.
They all look like they were made by the same guy or girl or whatever. I don't give a fuck. So मैंने एक भी Marvel film नहीं देखी है. My superhero watching films ended with Dark Knight Rises, because Dark Knight Rises I found so boring. I'm like, अब तो मैं देखा ही नहीं जाएगा. So it came out when 2010? 12. That was the last time I saw a comic book film.
Do you have a writing regime? Like you not invest, but like you set a time, a space, a mind space, and then you start writing?
I wish. I've always almost idolized people who can do that. Like, more than reading Murakami's books, I've read Murakami's processes. Like Murakami says, he walks through 6 doors before he sits down to write. Like, because he's also a runner. So when he's running, he runs a jazz bar. He owns a jazz bar. So in the evenings, he's the proprietor of a jazz bar where jazz music's playing and people come and drink. He drinks with them. Mornings he goes running. He runs many, many kilometers. But in the day when he writes, he says, I open one door, enter, shut the door behind me. Then I open a second door, enter, shut the door behind me. He does this 6 times. Then he sits down to write, just shuts everything out for a fixed number of hours every day. Now, I don't know if those are literal doors or they're doors in his mind. I don't know. I wish I can do that, because then you can see that in the richness of his writing, that he's literally capsuling himself, shutting the world out, and then he extricates himself and he engages with the world again. Then again, he goes into a capsule. He's created a regimen and he's cranking out great books. I've never been able to do that. My creating is very chaotic. But when I'm writing, when I'm getting into the zone, like in 2019, 2.5 months, I wrote the novel Unga. I locked the world out. My phone was off for days on end. People thought something had happened to me. Friends landed up at my door saying, "Tu theek hai?" I'm like, "हाँ यार, मैं लिख रहा हूँ. दिमाग खराब मत कर, चले जा." But तो when I really get into it, वो हो जाता है. But I'm not. It's very hard in this industry to be sort of what is the word? Disciplined. Because like I said, we're living with so many insecurities. I don't know if I can pay my cook next month to be able to eat her food anymore. All of those things are playing on your mind. You're like, थोड़ा पैसों के लिए थोड़ा काम आ जाए तो मैं ये भी करूँगा, ये भी करूँगा. फिर वो थोड़ा subtitles लिख लेता था मैं. For 10 years I've written subtitles for a lot of films. तो उससे निकल कर फिर अपने आर्टिस्टिक राइटिंग में घुसने के लिए वो वक्त लग्जरी है, निकाल पाऊँगा कि नहीं. So it's just very chaotic. So I'm almost military-like. So when I get into it, I can't warn people that I'm disappearing. I just disappear, and then I emerge. So it's very chaotic. I wish I had the privilege of being able to have a disciplined writing life.
But do you have your days off when you like really want to?
There are no days off. How can there be? Because it's chaotic, no? So I don't know when I will feel the urge to write something, so I'm always on call. If something happens, I'm sorry, wherever I am, even if I'm in a party, I'm like, I need to go home, write. So it's very chaotic. There are no break days.
But like, let's say, so right now in my life, I have started valuing silence a lot. Like it's like when this guy, my camera person, when he was not here, I was enjoying the silence. Because har waqt aap, and unfortunately, or I won't say unfortunately, because my parents are making me, it's my parents' house, so I can't complain because they have provided me everything. They provided me a roof. So, but वो एक होता है ना कि शांत हो जाओ यार, चुप हो जाओ, and internal traffic, external traffic, everything is there. So I have started valuing silence in my life a lot, which is why I say, there is this time, if I can
please.
like there is this time in my house when my folks have had their lunch, they'll sleep for some time. वो जो 1.5 घंटा है ना, और हमारे घर की जो लोकेशन है उस पे जब सनराइज पे तो उतना अच्छा नहीं होता, बट सनसेट की जो धूप है वो सीधा आती है और वो एक टेबल पे पड़ती है, एंड ऐसे ही सोफा है, आई जस्ट पुट माय लेग्स ऑन द टेबल, पैर पे धूप पड़ रही है, I just have my black coffee.
धूप और तुम.
I don't know why I cherish that moment. So that's what I was asking also, that do you like to have those moments कि यार, even I'm not saying कि आपको तभी चाहिए जब आप लिख रहे हो या कुछ create कर रहे हो. Do you like to shut off and just sit कि यार बैठ जाओ?
I would like that, but I don't know if I'll have a roof over my head tomorrow, and that's been hanging like a sword over my head for over a decade now. So I've not been able to be quiet. So that's had collateral. I've had lots of health issues because of it. So I do try. I mean, I'd love to have that moment. Maybe I can if I want to. हर चीज़ तो हमारे हाथ में है ना, अगर हम चाहें. But ये इतनी सारी चीज़ें, अब इतनी सारी इनसिक्योरिटीज़ पाइल अप हो गई हैं, और वो बहुत टेंजिबल डे टू डे इनसिक्योरिटीज़ है. ऐसे नहीं कि ये मैंने नहीं किया तो 2 साल बाद वो होगा, ये मैंने नहीं किया तो कल सुबह ये होगा. तो आई डोंट नो, आई हैव नॉट बीन एबल टू. silent moments for myself. Every silent moment, even if I see that there's potential for it, I'm like, no, I need to keep working because I don't know where my next check's coming from. I need to keep firing on 20 fronts, hoping that वो एक बुलेट एक दिशा में कहीं जाकर किसी बुलजाई पे लगेगी. Like इस वक्त मैं 8 कहानियों पे काम कर रहा हूँ. I don't know who will greenlight which. ये सवाल से थक गया हूँ जोरम के बाद. What is your next film? I don't know. What do you want to make? I don't know. I have 16 stories. I can't decide. No. Someone has to put money on one of my stories. Only then will it get made. So I might want to make something. Who the fuck cares? Because I can't make it until someone gives me money. And no one wants to give me money. So don't ask me what film I'm making next. Because मेरे हाथ में नहीं है. तो मैं हर रोज़ हर मिनट में 8, 10, 12 चीज़ों पे काम करता हूँ. मैं 12 दिशाओं में दौड़ रहा हूँ, होपिंग दैट वो एक दिशा में मुझे कुछ दिख जाएगा. तो वो कांस्टेंट, वो हलचल कांस्टेंट है. रात को मैं सोने भी जाता हूँ, यार कल सुबह उठूँगा, कल भी ये रेंट के पैसे नहीं आएंगे, फिर परसों को मैं कैसे फेस करूँगा. इट्स अ डेली थिंग एंड इट्स नॉट गोइंग अवे. It's been a long time. It's been 10-12 years of this.
So amongst this ये जो हलचल है, इसके बीच में do you have like any like very simple pleasures that just give you respite?
बच्चों की किताबें. They bring me a lot of joy. I've written 4 or 5. There are 2 more that are getting illustrated. 2 different publishers. They publish next year. Right. And my books have done pretty well. In fact, they are the reason I didn't self-destruct. मेरी फिल्में जब नहीं बन रही थी, मेरी 2 बच्चों की किताबें आई. One called When Ali Became Bajrang Bali. मैं इंग्लिश और हिंदी दोनों में लिखता हूँ. The Hindi one's called जब अली बना बजरंग बली. It's in the CBSE syllabus. Okay. Became a runaway bestseller. तो हर साल मेरा 1 महीने का रेंट कम से कम तो उस एक किताब से आता है, क्योंकि रॉयल्टीज़ मुझे मिलती हैं हर कॉपी की. तो दैट द just holding a children's picture book, well illustrated, and the difficult thing about children's picture books, the good ones, there's a lot of shit also out there. The good ones, like with all good art, it's really hard to say something important, meaningful and different in so less for a little child. आप एडल्ट को ना कुछ बोल दोगे, वो तब भी अपने तजुर्बे से वो ब्लैंक्स फिल इन कर देगा. बच्चा वही सुनेगा जो आप बता रहे हो, और अगर आप थोड़ा भी चूक गए, नहीं समझ में आया, रिजेक्ट, अगला वाला. They don't have the bandwidth or the attention. So to grab their attention, hold their attention and pinpoint precision से अपना point बताना और entertain करना बहुत मुश्किल है. तो the good picture books are my biggest delight. I have half a room full of children's picture books. That's my vicarious pleasure. And when life feels like it's getting too much, I just take 4 or 5, sit in a corner, and I just read like a child, literally. I start going over the illustrations, reading them, immerse myself in them.
You spend time with them.
Yeah, I have a relationship with them. Yeah. And it's really bizarre for me to say this because some people see it as demented कि तू ऐसी फिल्में बनाता है, तू बच्चों की किताबें पढ़ता है. ऐसा हाँ, मैं क्या करूँ? Something's got to keep you afloat, and that keeps me afloat. And also illustration. Like you asked me about my sketches. My first impulse of creation as a child was singing and art, drawing. Writing came later. So I never got to, of course I did a lot of that in school and college, but I never got to continue doing that in my professional life. But seeing others who do it really well brings me a lot of joy. Great illustration and great music are my go-tos for getting my lifeblood flowing again. I don't give a fuck for great cinema. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to make cinema. I don't enjoy watching it. The passivity of it, I'm sorry, I'm digressing. The passivity of watching cinema gets to me. I'm like, यार तूने सब कुछ कर लिया, मेरा रोल ही क्या है? यहाँ पर मुझे पोटैटो बना दिया तूने. काउच पे बैठकर तुझे देख रहा हूँ. तो I don't enjoy that relationship. But with great art and great music, it's a two-way relationship. It evokes things. Every time I revisit it, my relationship with it is altering because there's abstraction. Good cinema also has abstraction, but so much of it is spelled out with so many different parameters. There's color and image and performance and voice and sound and music. कुछ तो छोड़ दो मेरे लिए, but of course, that's the reason I'm making it. I enjoy doing all of that. So yeah, music and illustrated children's books are my silence moments.
I am so intrigued now. I want to see your collection. I mean, I would love to
I'm very, that's one thing I'd love to show off. I'm very proud of my children's book collection. All these film festivals I've traveled to, I take out time to go to the bookstores and pick up children's picture books. And when the festival coordinators and they see me, what do you buy? I'm like, these picture books. They're like, why? Like, can't explain it. I don't care about the other sections. I go straight to the children's book section.
आपने ये जो बात बोली ना, आई थिंक शायद इसी से रिलेटेड ही वो थी चीज़. अभी ऑर्सन वेल्स की एक रील बहुत वायरल हुई थी when he said that if you want to be a good filmmaker, don't watch too many films.
अरे agree.
Too many films, you are slowly losing the original visual जो आपकी आंखें देख सकती हैं.
Correct.
Because every time, almost every time, you will have a reference.
Absolutely.
And I don't remember it verbatim what he
Absolutely.
said, but I think शायद वो यही convey करना चाहता.
Absolutely. Somewhere Kubrick believes the same thing. Kubrick, and although I'll paraphrase him differently, but since you said that, he's not said it, but I'd like to believe when he says that your primary responsibility as a filmmaker is to create images never seen before. I would like to believe that he didn't watch too much cinema. Because if you see one or two of his unmade films, there are entire books of his sketches and production design references of films that didn't get made and also of films that got made.
Sure.
And his references are not cinematic. I mean, from cinema or alluding to cinema. They are from art. They're from, impressionist, expressionist, abstract art. They're from music. They're from popular culture, but they're not from cinema. Because he's striving to create images you've never seen before. And also the triangulation of the way he places his characters, you've never seen that before. And that cannot be from having watched too much cinema. There has to be from an artistic impulse that's solely emanating from within him. I would love to say this to people, but I get misconstrued when I say it. That don't watch too much cinema. Hold on to your impulses and explore them. Take the time and the effort to explore them. You'll land on something that no one's ever landed on before.
I really, really strongly felt it with Death in the Gunge. Because Death in the Gunge मैंने तब देखी जब शायद मैं वैसा कुछ फील कर रहा. I was feeling, for the lack of a better word, dejected. And films had become that thing, let's watch a film. And I stumbled upon Death in the Gunge and I was like, don't you dare be so personal with me. Konkana Singh Sharma, please mat karo mere saath ye. Which is when I realized that sometimes films will choose the audience, not the audience, not the other way around. Because वही होता है कि you watch something and you're like, God, why didn't I watch this before? Because you were not meant to watch it that time. I've started feeling this way about a lot of different things in my life, but with films also. There are films that will land in your lap and in the most unexpected ways, and you will have a blast watching them. And you will be so emotionally taken aback. I know I'm putting too much emphasis on the
No,
words,
you're not wrong. You're not
I
wrong.
really feel this way. मैंने Lord of the Rings, which will always, till the day I die, it will always hold a very special place in me, in my heart. मैंने वो तब देखी जब मैं अपनी जिंदगी में दोस्ती ढूंढ रहा था. Above everything else, good, evil, sorry, Tolkien fans, I'm not disrespecting you, because again, आजकल बहुत होता है, आप एक इधर उधर तो वो बस अरे how dare you. नहीं भाई, I'm not saying that, but for me, it is a film about friendship. Above everything else. Good, evil, ये वो, okay, sure. Mordor और ठीक है, but it's a film about friendship. That is the very first film which made me cry. I had never cried before while watching a film. That was जब Sam goodbye बोल रहा है ना Frodo को, I could not realize how the hell am I crying, and then I went back into my life and I'm like, you know what, you Polish, you did not have a friend like Sam who can actually travel through the worst and stay with you. So films, I have that relationship and कि वो उसी वक्त आएंगी, आप तभी देखोगे. मैंने सिटीजन केन, I'm revealing too much on camera, but I should. I mean,
no, please,
that's
please,
what I'm expecting out of you.
Please
so
go for it.
Why not? So, मैंने सिटीजन केन, जैसे सिटीजन केन का वो एक फेमस सीन है जो रेफरेंस होता है कि डाइनिंग टेबल का साइज धीरे धीरे बड़ा हो रहा है as they age, which shows separation. I've seen that separation in my home. हमारा सोफा बहुत बड़ा है, L शेप का सोफा है, the L shaped sofa. Sometimes my dad sits in one corner and sometimes my mother sits in one corner. And वही चीज़ मुझे उनकी याद आई थी कि how did he come up with this?
Personal experience.
Orson, क्योंकि he said the same कि don't watch too many films. And जब मैंने केन देखी, and when I saw something not exactly the same but very similar in my home, like, holy shit, this is very. Films are about real life. और फिर वही art imitates life, life वो imitates art. You know what I'm saying? I may be missing up, but yeah, that happened.
Which brings me to something.
Yes.
That you know, the fight that I'm fighting and the fight that most artistic voices who want to hold on to their voices for life have to fight, filmmakers, is the pressure of recovering the money when it releases. So an artistic film has to be freed of that pressure because it can take 10 to 70 years for it to recover this money, but it will recover its money because a film like a Citizen Kane or a film like Death in the Gunge, it can't release on a Friday and recover its money by next Friday. Correct. Because it will find audiences over 1, 5, 7, 11 years. And that's why back then those filmmakers had patrons. When I use the word patrons are not in a hurry to recover their money in a fixed period of time. Right. If they were, they'd put their money in real estate or the stock market or on horses. Right. Why would they put it in art? So like there was the Parsi gentleman, I think, who used to fund M.F. Hussein's life. कि तू बैठकर पेंट कर, मैं खाना, दारू, मटन, सब कुछ, तेरा घर का रेंट, तेरे बच्चों का परवरिश, कपड़ा लत्ता, एजुकेशन मैं देता हूँ, तू पेंट कर. Why? Because he knew 30 years later I'll sell this, I'll get 5 crores. तो that vision कि मैं पेट्रन हूँ, ये कल मुझे पैसे नहीं मिलेंगे, बट ये आर्टिस्ट में मुझे बात दिख रही है, इसकी वैल्यू बढ़ेगी. So the films also, like an Ajji released on a 24th of November 2017 in the halls for a week. Okay. And if you go to the Wikipedia page, it says it made 35 lakh rupees in the cinemas. It's unfair to expect Ajji to make money in one week in the theaters, because who the fuck wants to go to a fucking mall, buy 300 rupee popcorn, sit and watch a film that will fuck their head for them? You know? But the minute it came on Netflix in 2018 in May, the next 3 years, every day I would get some video review or some written review from Spain, from Italy, from Africa, from Sri Lanka, from Pakistan. Wow. The film started finding its legs over 3 years. So this is something that producers who need to be patrons when they're putting money in an artistic film don't want to think about, and that's problematic. So you have to find a different way to do this, or don't do it. But this different way used to exist, but it doesn't exist now. So what you're saying, that all these films find their audiences over time, because with films like this, it's a relationship that you establish as an audience. You're not just getting entertained. It's not time pass. All the films from your Bahubalis to your RRR to your KGF, no matter what they're trying to say profound, what they think is profound, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful. It's time pass. It's entertaining you. It's spectacle. It's fight sequences. There's one guy taking on 50,000 guys. It's people flying in the air. It's entertainment. So there's no deep relationship where you're going back every time and saying, it made me feel something, I want to go back. and find what I felt, deconstruct it for myself, finding new things the next time you watch it because it's so layered. It's not a relationship. It's a one night stand. But with art, it's a relationship. So you can't put a one night stand and a relationship on the same bar stool. Wow, that's a great one liner. I should use it.
That's great.
Fuck, I never thought of it that way. You can't put a one night stand and a relationship on the same bar stool. क्या बात है?
But एक चीज मैं कहूँगा that and I'll be very shameless about it. I understand that you will judge me, but I do have a relationship with the film KGF because there is a particular way that they have portrayed the relationship of a son and mother. That is because of non-linear editing. That is because of cinematographic values. But it is the script. मतलब आप ठीक है non-linear editing और वो सब तो बाद में आएगा. पहले आप script तो लिखो उस हिसाब से.
Right.
I think Prashant Neel, the guy who made KGF and he's now doing a lot of the projects, he did something with that film which really stayed with me. And I won't go back watching the entire film. I'll watch specific moments where there is the right music, the right dialogue, the right edit, and the right emotion that you generate.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to generalize. Okay. I was trying to just make a point.
I absolutely understand. And trust me, see, I have no issues. I mean...
No, you may not, but there are enough people out there who will...
See, people need to understand, okay, if I love something, and if you don't like it, the very first thing which is unfortunately missing from social media is polite disagreement.
Yeah.
You can always have a polite disagreement. Yeah. And you can be curious. Arey, why did you not like it? Yeah,
absolutely.
I would love to hear.
Yeah, the curiosity has died.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I liked Tenet so much, I watched it 5 times. My friend came in, she did something to my mind. Because she came with her own rationale कि यार यहाँ ये हो रहा है, ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है, ये तो नहीं होना चाहिए, ये नहीं, this is very illogical, ये वो, अरे भाई ये क्यों कर रहा है? I sat with her for 1.5 hours and she made me understand.
That it's
so had I gone,
relying on illogic.
Maybe, yeah, मतलब वो उतनी amazing film नहीं है, ठीक है, concept बहुत बढ़िया है, सब कुछ है, but look at what they are doing at the execution level. So had I gone to her with all my fandom and the fury associated with the fandom,
there'd be no conversation.
There would be no conversation. I would have unfriended her for life.
That's what's happening.
हाँ कि भाई मैं 8 साल से तुम्हें जानता हूँ, वो छोड़ो भाड़ में गया. I will stand with the film so much that I'll leave the friendship.
That's what's happening, and it's really fucking scary. There's no conversation, and therefore community building of any sort is becoming almost redundant. It's becoming difficult to do. What people are calling communities, like Instagram groups or Facebook groups or WhatsApp groups, that's not community. Community is built on conversation and openness and fighting for the right to disagree and just loving the person more than the opinion on that.
Correct.
Communities are built on that. So I don't see communities out there now. They're using the word community like tribe, but I don't really see tribes. You won't fight for each other. You'll desert each other the minute you disagree. That's not a tribe.
You have to segregate between the person. That's very true because I mean I'm still friends with her and I'll always be. So even if I like, I'll go and tell on her face, "Bhai, Tenet faadu movie hai." Like, हाँ ठीक है भाई, बढ़िया. What can I do about it? That doesn't make you a bad human being.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You just like something and I don't like it. It's okay.
Absolutely.
Just like every other thing. So yeah, because now that I'm being fortunate in terms of growth and numbers on social media, on Long Live Cinema, and I'm saying numbers very specifically, and I think you understood. So when I do something and when I am trying to do something which is very subjective, very opinionated, which is the very nature of it, right? It is subjectivity.
Yes,
Cinema
absolutely.
is subjectivity. So yes, you do get a lot of different things to hear. जैसे मैंने एक चीज़ बनाई थी about रब ने बना दी जोड़ी. Now sure, that film stands for something, has an audience. नहीं चल पाई उतनी क्योंकि गजनी आ गई थी and गजनी became a big
yes,
hit and
yes.
all that.
Same week, I think.
Same day.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Same weekend.
Yeah. Same weekend. Yeah. I noticed something about that film and I thought, wait, there is.
नहीं, but वो चली.
वो नहीं, उतनी नहीं
चली, पैसे बनाई।
अच्छा
100 करोड़ से ऊपर बनाई। मैं यशराज में था उस
अच्छा
वक्त।
नहीं अच्छा
हाँ।
मुझे लगा आप वैसे पूछ रहे हो कि शायद उतना नहीं जितना
हाँ नहीं पैसे बनाई, गजनी जितनी तो नहीं,
नहीं।
गजनी तो जस्ट ब्रोक थ्रू द सीलिंग यार, बट अपने बना दी जोड़ी डिड व्हाट इट इंटेंडेड टू डू।
Okay, great. And with time it developed a very strong
It did, yeah.
following as well.
I don't know why, but it did, yeah.
Okay. I happened to, I don't know what, revisit that film. And I found something in that film and I found कि यार शायद इसके बारे में हम कुछ बात कर सकते हैं. There is something happening in the film. Maybe there is an angle to it and I would love to explore that. So I did and I made a reel. And that reel blew up. It got like 4 million views.
Wow.
I would say 30 to 40% people who are from the artistic circles, like who are
blasted
pursuing
you
art. No. They agreed.
क्या बात है?
People who thought कि क्या टाइम पास पिक्चर को तूने इतना हुआ बना दिया है, भाव दे दिया है. You are like an English teacher. I mean, so many things. And of course, I cannot go and like rip everyone. How dare you say that? And you should not, right? But वही जो एक polite disagreement, subjective acceptance की जब बात आती है ना, वो missing है हमारे overall discourse में.
But ये platforms भी ऐसी है ना, जैसे मैं Instagram पे नहीं हूँ, मतलब मैं हूँ but active नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि there is no way to have a conversation. It is only say your piece, fuck off. Say your piece, fuck off. It's oriented to that. So then I'm still holding on to the dinosaur Facebook, because when I say something, someone comes and contradicts, then I say something, there's still some room for conversation. Instagram's taken it one step ahead of Twitter, कि आप बोलो और दफा हो जाओ, तो फिर बोलो जो माइंड में है, conversation नहीं होगा यहाँ पे. That reel that I told you that from an interview I gave the Abstract Room, where I spoke about watch a film 3 times, experience a film 3 times. So they made a reel of it and they put it out there. I got trolled and that reel went crazy. It got some, I think, 1.65 million views in a couple of weeks. 80% of the comments are, हमारे पास और कोई काम नहीं है क्या? And then once or twice that guy who put it out, sweet guy, he tried to explain to them, he's saying, if you are interested in being a filmmaker. But by then that person has said his piece and gone. He's not there to listen to your response. Doesn't care to. So then बेचारा वो भी थक गया, वो क्लियरेंस देना, क्लैरिफिकेशन देना छोड़ दिया उसने. तो मैं गया, सही सेट बॉस 1.5 मिलियन गया, 1.5 मिलियन तो मैं देख रहा हूँ, ट्रोल. हमने भाई मुबारक हो, आई एम नॉट कमिंग बैक टू दिस पोस्ट. मैंने किस नियत से कहा था और किस नियत से समझ रहे हो, लाइक मत करो ना, कौन फोर्स कर रहा है तुमको. आई एम सेइंग इफ यू वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड फिल्म, हियर इज अ वे टू डू इट. इज नॉट इवन माय वे. आई एम सेइंग दैट आई हर्ड इट समवेयर एंड आई ट्राइड इट. इट वाज मैजिक. And again, they're just taken that clip. So there are some 20 people who said कि he's stolen this idea. I'm like, अरे I didn't say it's my idea. So then I told people, यार तुम अगर excerpt लेकर reel बनाओगे ना, clip बनाओगे, वो सिर्फ मुझे एक बार दिखा दिया करो. बिना context के ना लोग पूरी तरह misunderstand करते हैं. तो वैभव का जो चलचित्र टॉक्स थे ना, so he made 3 reels. He took it past me. I said ये तुमने डाला है, तो I rejected 3 or 4 of them. I said ये बिना context के people will understand this. I said, oh fuck, हाँ that's right. I'm like, यार फिर डालो ही मत, क्योंकि you might be okay with trolling because you moved from this to the next interview in 24 hours. This is already in your past. But these things haunt me because I speak once in 6 months. And people keep coming back to me with तूने ये बोला. I'm like, then it becomes a headache for me. तो मैं ना ही बोलता तो better होता. तो वो रील वाला बिजनेस ना, वो एक्सेप्ट लेना बिना कॉन्टेक्स्ट के, जो हुआ मेरे साथ मार्च में. They took 2-3 things, made a headline, and like, I said this at so and so point, I said this in so and so point, you connected it and you came up with your own assumption and made an article out of it. How do I now defend that? Because it's an article and it's gone in Indian Express and Hindustan Times. विशेष आपने ये बोला था, ऐसे बोला था, बिना कॉन्टेक्स्ट के मतलब चेंज हो गया ना. आप एक लाइन को हेडलाइन नहीं बना सकते. फिर मैंने 2.5 घंटे बोला है वहाँ पे. Correct. So my clarification was, I was told that say that you were misquoted. I'm like, no, quoted, correctly quoted, misrepresented. And that's a very difficult conversation.
Correct.
So this real business is only very complicated. Instagram is complicated because it's like brief, terse, no room for conversation. Bolo bhago. So I'm better off without it.
This reminds me of a tweet that I read recently that Kevin Costner recently came up with this film, Horizon, an American saga. It is releasing in 2 parts. It's a proper hardcore western.
Acha, that's what he's good at. Dances with Wolves.
Yeah, yes, sure. And first part is 3 hours. Okay. Did not get a good response. I won't say lukewarm, but it was okay, decent response. Better than average.
Well, he's directed it also.
He's directed it.
After years.
He's directed it, yeah. He's directed both the parts. And एक tweet किसी ने share किया about the fact that not many people are willing to watch this film and not getting good response. एक लड़की है, उसने उसी पे बोला कि I was talking about this film to my friend and she was like I don't go to theaters anymore because the only thing that you go and do in a theater is watch a film.
Right.
Like, okay.
Very interesting how mindsets have changed.
I'm like ठीक है.
Crazy.
मैंने एक post भी किया था इसके ऊपर कि क्योंकि ये I kid you not, this is very frustrating and this is just basic manners. I know you have like a supercalifragilisticexpialidocious display on your phone which has like thousands of nits of brightness. मुझे नहीं जानना उसका specification. मुझे जो सामने चल रहा है ना screen पे वो देखना है. They have fullest brightness and they are like ठीक है. Again बहुत idiotic है कि भाई तू इतना picky क्यों है?
बहुत नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं. वो बहुत basic etiquette है कि why I'm sorry, I'll take it forward. Please. Supporting your point. When you are going into a social space, it's not your space alone.
Correct.
You're sharing that space with somebody.
Yes.
And you have to be, that basic etiquette is you have to be mannerful about, like in a bus. You're sitting in a seat and an old woman comes and stands next to you. You get up to let her sit, right? It's etiquette. You are being aware about your surroundings and other people's requirements of that space. The same thing applies to a cinema hall. And it really annoys the fuck out of me when people turn on their screen or they start talking. I'm like, please बाहर जाकर करो. I become militant. यहाँ मत आओ यहाँ पे. ऐसा नहीं है कि you're not showing respect to the film. That's not the prerogative. The thing is you are not respecting my requirement in this space. I'm inhabiting the space as much as you are. It's literally like being in a plane and deciding to stretch your legs in the aisle. Will anyone allow you to do that? No, right? They'll chop your legs off. Oh, yeah. How is this allowed then? Correct. Same thing, no. You've paid for that seat, you paid for this seat also. Doesn't mean you're allowed to do anything you like in that seat. Same logic. So no, you're not being nitpicky. It's basic courtesy. It's not your space alone. Home theater लगाओ, घर में जो करना है करो. तो ये people make us feel bad about saying this is a problem. It's a social space. It's not a private space. फर्क है.
The word that you use, shared community space.
Yeah, just like a plane, just like a train, Absolutely. Just like a bus.
Absolutely.
You will not behave like this there. In fact, even in a bus or a metro, someone standing next to me and shouting on the phone, like, dude, बाहर जाकर करना, यहाँ मैं भी खड़ा हूँ, मुझे नहीं सुनना तुम्हारा conversation. I got into a fight once at my doctor's. We were in the waiting room and one guy was watching, he was watching a political speech of a person I don't agree with.
Okay.
And he was just watching it on full volume.
Okay.
So I said, sir, मुझे नहीं सुनना ये. He said, पर मुझे सुनना है. I said, but मैं भी बैठा हूँ यहाँ पे और मैं एक मरीज हूँ. यहाँ तो मुझे बिल्कुल नहीं सुनना ये. मैं ट्रिगर हो रहा हूँ. I said, earphones लगाओ. He said, नहीं मुझे जमता नहीं है. I said, ये मुझे नहीं जमता है. What are you saying? तुमको नहीं जमता है. That's your phone. That's your prerogative to listen to it, not mine. And I just lost the plot when he said, ये मेरे को जमता नहीं है. I said, that's not my problem. But you listening to it on full volume is my problem. मैं भी बैठा हूँ यहाँ पे. Unbelievable. But also this sense of entitlement has come in this modern era with devices. There's too much entitlement. I didn't see this in the local trains when I came to Bombay. Of course, local trains were as brutal, but there was a lot more respect. And I'm not even talking about मैं 70 साल का हूँ, मैं 1970s की बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं 2006-7 की बात कर रहा हूँ, इसी मिलेनियम की बात कर रहा हूँ. There was an awareness of other people's boundaries and spaces and just gentleness and etiquette. अभी सब अपने फ़ोन में घुसे हुए हैं कि we've shut ourselves from everybody else. Earlier जब हम हमको दादर उतरना था तो दादर लेफ्ट पे आता है, तो ऐसे समवन स्टैंडिंग देयर, आपको उतरना है, नहीं 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 आप आइए। अभी अगर ईयरफोन लगा है, आपको उतरना है, क्या आपको उतरना है, नहीं जाओ ना, बिकॉज यू इंटरप्टेड देम, दे वर इन देयर लिटिल बबल, everybody is in their bubbles. There was an interactive social energy. Now there's too much of bubbling. So you can't form communities then, because you are absolutely insulated from the other person's requirements. And a fascist government takes advantage of that. They make everything me-centric, you-centric, and they start reaching out to you through WhatsApp, through devices, and you're not engaging with people around you. You don't know what the realities are, you only know what you want. This was not the world till about 12-15 years back. Sorry, you just poked a wound. मैं 4-letter words use नहीं कर रहा हूँ, I don't know how.
I am begging you, आप मत बोलो ऐसे. You
I know. I don't want to.
Yes.
I know you want me to be myself, but I don't want to be this person also, because you start spitting too much truth, you start getting reviled कि यार इससे ना दूर रहो, और मैं बहुत झेल चुका हूँ ये. It's fun to say that he spits truth bombs, but I know what I face because of it. There are enough producers and studios in this town who are very scared to meet me. They're like, यार ये आएगा, पता नहीं क्या बोलेगा, हमारे बारे में क्या बोलेगा, फिल्म हम ग्रीन लाइट करेंगे, पता नहीं बनाएगा क्या, इसको ना दूर ही रखो. So I don't know, I don't get to hear it first person, but I know it's being said about me behind my back. So hey, my openness is my biggest enemy when it comes to getting producers. But it is what it is. It also informs my films, so it's a double-edged sword. So I don't rely on my continuity person. ऐसे तू कर जो कर रही है या कर रहा है, I'm handling my continuity.
But speaking of continuity, we are continuing from the part जहाँ पे drilling शुरू हो गई थी, the moment we started talking political. So now let's move to cinema. I know आपने बोला कि नहीं, you're more of a writer, but
no, I didn't say I'm more of a writer.
But
I said I was. My preliminary expression was writing, and then I moved to this. But
right. So
now I'd like to be known as a filmmaker. नहीं तो producers पैसे नहीं लगाते मुझ पे यार.
Right. So I want to talk about your films now, but I want to start from the beginning, क्योंकि मैं देख रहा था आपका YouTube चैनल, इसमें आपने
तुम्हारी वॉइस ड्रॉप हो रही है, माइक पकड़ नहीं पाया. हाँ, पिच करो, पिच.
बहुत सारी चीज़ें करी है आपने. I want to know what was going on in your mind. What was your mind space like? क्योंकि आपने it felt very your films and your expressions were very surrealistic, कि आप हर एक फिल्म के साथ कुछ नया ट्राई कर रहे हो. A new visual is coming up, चाहे वो लाटे हो, चाहे वो ये आपका रही मुर्गे पर मत रो, या जो भी कोई भी आप शॉर्ट फिल्म या शॉर्ट स्टोरी आप जो बना रहे हैं, every time there is a new visual. You are trying to say something but in a different way visually, कि यहाँ पे अगर ऐसा है तो ये है. I want to understand what was that period, क्योंकि आपने लगातार बहुत सारी शॉर्ट स्टोरीज बनाई हैं, विजुअल स्टोरीज.
This was also at a time when I started experimenting with the medium. Was जब मेरी 2-3 फिल्में शेल्व हो गई थी. मैं यशराज के लिए I was making an animation film. The यशराज Walt Disney had a tie-up. मेरे 3 साल खा गया वो, and the film got shelved. So it also happened then 4 years after that with Unga. It didn't get made the way I wanted it made. The producer took control, independent producer. तो जब चीज़ें नहीं वर्कआउट हो रही थी, the thing that I mentioned earlier, the insecurity of sometimes waking up in the middle of the night and thinking कि maybe I'm not a filmmaker. Is that why my films are not getting made? क्या कमी मुझ में है? सेल्फ डाउट बहुत हाई होता है जब आपकी चीज़ें मटीरियलाइज नहीं होती है. मटीरियलाइज नहीं होनी तो एक तरफ, यहाँ होकर 3 साल देखकर बंद हो जा रही हैं. Nobody prepares you when you come to Bombay for this, that your films can get shelved after getting made. They can not release after everything has been done. तो वो भी possibilities हैं, वो आप डिस्कवर करते हो बॉम्बे आकर. So there's one thing that used to rankle then about this medium, that I didn't have the words for. I found the vocabulary for it only recently in the last 10 years. That when you're a writer, आप रोज़ लिखते हो. You're a musician, आप रोज़ गिटार बजाते हो या गाते हो. आपका रियाज रोज़ होता है. फिल्म मेकिंग में रियाज नहीं होता क्योंकि रियाज इज़ एक्सपेंसिव. And until you do riyaz, how do you forget becoming better at the medium? How do you even know that you can master this medium? And nobody is going to give you those resources to do riyaz on a big set with 100 ka crew and money at stake. The only way you can do riyaz is if you fight for it and do it yourself. So all those experimental little films are me doing riyaz कि क्या ये भी कर सकते हैं, क्या ये भी कर सकते हैं. बहुत सारी फिल्म्स तो मैंने वीडियोस, आई कॉल इट वीडियो दो, इट वाजंट रियली फिल्म, शूटिंग ऑन स्मॉल कैमराज एंड जस्ट एक्सपेरिमेंटिंग विथ माय पोइट्री, विथ स्मॉल नैरेटिव आइडियाज. The only way to know that I have a chance in this medium is to keep making stuff.
Yeah.
So that was that phase when I was just करके देखते हैं क्या होता है. So the stuff that you see on my YouTube channel is not even, is less than half of the shit that I made at that time. A lot of stuff was really bad, but it was just me doing riyaz. Like if you wake up in the morning and you're doing your Hindustani classical riyaz, some days you'll have a sore throat and you won't hit those notes. So do I stop doing riyaz? You still do riyaz, right? So वही है, वो film making में ना लोग रियाज नहीं करते हैं. That's why I was saying when a youngster 19, 20, 21 comes and says I'm a filmmaker, I said no, you've not done riyaz. You come to a Hindustani classical teacher, you don't tell them I'm a Hindustani classical singer. You train, you earn your chops and then you say you're a singer. Same rules apply. Riyaz to karo pehle. Find your relationship with the medium. So that was just me doing riyaz. And nobody told me that it needs to be done or it can be done. It was just me fighting for my right to discover my voice. So nobody took those videos, never went anywhere, most of them. एक्सेप्ट फॉर रहीम मुर्गे पे मत रो, वो थोड़ी वायरल हुई थी. और उस ज़माने में 2008 में एक फिल्म का वायरल होना मतलब सोच लो, ऑनलाइन स्पेस ही नहीं है. तो दैट वाज जस्ट मी डिस्कवरिंग माय वॉइस.
Then you became a dodo in Ilaichi.
सी अगेन दैट वाज मेनी इयर्स लेटर. तो ये फिल्में थी 2007, 8, 9 में. फिर मेरी एनिमेशन फिल्म शेल्व हो गई. डोगा लिखी थी मैंने, वो शेल्व हो गई. आई वॉज राइटिंग अ बायोपिक ऑफ एम एफ हुसैन दैट एम एफ हुसैन वॉज प्रोड्यूसिंग, वो शेल्व हो गई. देन आई रोट 3-4 फिल्म्स. आई रोट अ फिल्म कॉल्ड भूमि दैट वॉज 80% शॉट एंड देन गॉट शेल्व. इंडिपेंडेंट प्रोड्यूसर, पैसे लेकर गायब हो गया. तो बहुत सारी फिल्में शेल्व हुई और मेरी फीचर्स बन नहीं रही थी. ऊँगा बनी और बहुत broken हालत में वो फिल्म बनी. It was not the film I set out to make. My producer took control. I was locked out of the edit. So in 2014, this is now more than 11 years after I've come to Bombay, I don't have a film to show for myself. And Ahalya had come out in 2014, the short film that Sujoy Ghosh had made. And that is the first film that suddenly did something on YouTube. In 2014, it got 5 million views. And people started talking about short films, YouTube. और एक हवा था इस चीज़, इस स्पेस को लेकर ऐसे उतरते मैदान में. और मेरे पास इतनी सारी कहानियाँ थी, सो इलायची, अगली बार, तांडव, दे आर ऑल मटेरियल्स दैट आर टेकन फ्रॉम फीचर फिल्म्स. मेरी फीचर्स जो नहीं बनी उनसे कुछ निकाल कर, 4 सीन निकाल कर मैं शॉर्ट फिल्म्स लिख कर बना रहा था. सो आई जस्ट सेड आई नीड टू प्रूव टू माई सेल्फ आई कैन डू दिस. सो आई जस्ट मेड इन दैट 1 year 2015 आई मेड 4 short films back to back. I just kept making, and Ahalya had sort of helped create the space, and every film of mine went viral that year. And suddenly people started seeing me as this short film messiah. And I'm like, I didn't come here to make shorts, but I just adapted to the times. And then that led to Ajji, and that led to Bhonsle. So making those shorts sort of gave me a second coming. Nahi to I was this close to quitting and going back where I came from.
I will come back to something that I want to talk about. But firstly, Ilaichi mein, again, I want to understand that use of the dodo. For me, dodo is a bird who is extinct.
Yeah.
So, and it is sitting right next to a person who is no more.
Extinct.
So maybe I thought, okay, you are trying to associate it with his demise with a bird, but अभी हमारी बात हो
Not
रही
so
थी.
literally. There were
हाँ.
lots of things at play there.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I would love to understand. अभी आपने एक चीज़ भी बोली थी about a dodo, and that kind of answered my question. But then I would love to dig deeper into that thing because वो it's like it's right there, but वो क्यों है? I was like, okay, demise, okay, but नहीं. It is Devashish Makhija's film. It cannot just have one layer.
But things like the dodo, which are abstractions, they're surreal.
Yeah.
If I start explaining what was in my mind, no, it might actually diminish the experience or relationship that you have with it. So things that are surreal or abstract and therefore have more subtext, hopefully, than the realistic elements, are meant to be appropriated and owned and sort of reconceived by the viewer. So है मेरे दिमाग में कुछ चीज़ें थी, but not everyone catches those things. They catch different things. So I like to not explain the surreal, so that your relationship with it stays your relationship with it. So in fact, I would like you to talk about the dodo.
For me, the dodo is just again बहुत वो था कि someone who's not there in this world and dodo and dodo is again a bird that is मतलब extinction is something again ये बहुत far fetched हो जाएगा but थोड़ा इसका शायद आपने कुछ एक environmental concern भी दिखाया हो because you are I know for a fact वो आपके अंदर वो एक environmentalist है क्योंकि वो आपकी फिल्म मेकिंग में दिख रहा है you are concerned अगर आप क्लोजअप दिखा रहे हो एक बुलडोज़र का उसका कुछ मतलब है वो आप ऐसे ही नहीं वहाँ कैमरा रखवा रहे हो या रख रहे हो सो आई बिलीव कि या दीज आर द टू एस्पेक्ट्स एंड आई थिंक I will have to revisit it and then maybe I can come back again with something more that I discovered. So yeah, for me I think अभी तो फिलहाल ये वो चीज़ें
है वो चीज़ें तो है ही और हाँ although मैं will restart with मैं डोडो की एक कहानी सुनाता हूँ.
हाँ.
I won't explain the dodo, but I'll tell you how the dodo entered the film.
That's exactly what I want.
But that shouldn't limit the understanding of the dodo because once it entered, a lot of other things also entered with it. But it entered.
I also want to know कि how did you assemble everyone? How did the cast happen? Location कैसे हुआ? कैमरा कहाँ से आया? उस मतलब how did?
एक सेकंड हाँ शुरू होने दो.
अभी नहीं शुरू हुआ.
हाँ तब बोलो ना. Then I'll get a cue. So in a lot of my films, those that strange X factor that ends up defining the visual language of the film is a discovered X factor. It's not, and this is, I mean, again, I wasn't sure of this approach until many films got shelved and I was trying to find my voice, and that those exercises I did watching a film 3 times and all of that, I discovered these things about Kubrick, about David Lynch, about who I consider my self-appointed guru, Kieslowski. These guys, although they are very meticulous about the way they approach what they have envisioned and want, they are equally open to being surprised by the elements. There is a fine mix and balance and an interplay of these two things. Because a lot of filmmakers, they misrepresent their processes when they're talking publicly. And I remember getting like, acha, I have to choose one, until I started listening to these guys, the guys who actually made a difference to me when I watched their films.
Right.
You don't have to be absolutely meticulous or absolutely open to the elements. Like Anurag, he just figures it out as he's shooting. He doesn't really go in with a plan. And because I've worked with him on one film, you sort of get a little, at an impressionable age, you get a little carried away that, okay, this process is the right process to make art. But then I realized over the years that that's Anurag's process. If I don't go in with a plan, I'm fucked. मेरे हाथ पे ठंडे हो जाते हैं. Because I'm also thinking in a lot more directions than he is. His prerogatives are very different from mine. I'm trying to find character subtext before I even meet an actor, but he is discovering those once he's cast an actor. So it took me years to find that it has to be for me it has to be a mix of the two, and the names I mentioned also operate that way, that they come with कि ये है ये दुनिया, क्योंकि if you see David Lynch's films, they are fairly unreal, those worlds and what he's doing inside those worlds. Right. But once he's cast the actors and he's playing with them, he's allowing them to explore and discover, and he's discovering things once he's created the universe and put you in that universe. So this happened in all my films. So taking a step forward, and I'll come back to Elaichi. In Taandav, for example, I didn't plan those masks. But that year, when I went out into Ganpati, so we first shot in the madness of Ganpati, and I went with a certain plan to be able to match those shots once I shoot with Manoj in a controlled environment. That was created. This was real. So the same lensing, the same kind of filters, and the same kind of camera movement, so that even when I'm shooting him in a controlled space, I'm shooting it in the same way I shot that. So when I intercut, you feel like he's there. When we entered that Ganpati, that year, nobody knows why, suddenly people had masks. And masks were being sold like balloons were being sold on the roads. कुछ तो हुआ था, कोई तो फिल्म आई थी और वो मास्क बड़े पॉपुलर हो गए. जैसे वो मास्क आए एंड वी सॉ कि यार ये मास्क है, it's almost like documentary shooting. I turned my camera to those masks and I said, it's making me feel violence. I'm feeling like when, like V for Vendetta, we're talking about V for Vendetta, V for Vendetta ka mask bhi tha.
Yes.
And when I'm seeing people dance in the madness of that, some of that madness is alcohol fueled, some of it is drug fueled, but it's celebratory because it's Ganpati Visarjan Day. Yeah. And there's a violence in those movements. There's a violence in the way the men are going for it. The minute they're faceless, I was sensing that they're being more violent because you can't pin a face to it. So agar kuch inappropriate ho gaya, you'll never know who did it. So I started shooting it for that violence. And then when I'm shooting the constable Tambe, Manoj, standing there, I'm being able to create a violence being almost sort of perpetrated on him, and he's starting to feel it simmer inside him until the point कि वो फटता है. So I got a visual externalization of that violence, which is actually inside his head. I didn't plan the masks, but you plan your film enough to be able to be open to surprises and then appropriate them when they come. The masks defined that film. My first teasers and the posters were mask posters and teasers. But I never planned them. I didn't write them into the script. So if you see the script is on Film Companion, and when you read the script and you see the film, there's no mention of masks in the script. So in Elaichi, Nimrat, Divendu, I had workshopped them. We had played out the scenes in the house. That house was the house Anvita Dutt was staying in.
Oh.
And she, वो जो भी हैं, आप बुलबुल और कला देखकर आप सेफली अज्यूम कर सकते हो कि वो उतनी ही शौकीन है. उनको उस तरह का दुनिया चाहिए अपने चारों तरफ. I love Anvita, she's my friend, so don't take this otherwise. I celebrate the fact that in her head she's a fucking queen. So she lives regally. So that house, she suffuses her house with these antique knickknacks and things. So I had a ready-made world. So I had appropriated that world into the script, but 2 days before shoot, I went to meet my friend Sneha Khanwalkar, the music director. Yeah. She's also whacked out. उसके घर पे मुझे डोडो दिख गया. Like, Sneha, what the fuck is a dodo doing in your house? So she, I forget her name, I should actually remember her name. She has a credit in the film. Her friend is a papier-mâché sculptor. So उसने वो dodo बनाई and she gifted it to Sneha. So I saw the dodo and something happened. I'm like, ये तो इलायची का हिस्सा है और कायनात ने इसको भेजा शूट के 2 दिन पहले. So I asked Sneha, can I have it for the shoot? She's like, have it. ये किस्मत लेकर आया है डोडो, तेरे लिए ही आया है, तू ले जा इसको. तो मैं डोडो को घर ले गया. तो a day before shoot, we were doing a reading of the scenes in Anvita's house, and I told Nimrat and Divendu that there is one more character in the film. I'm sorry it was not in the script. I'm sorry it's coming as a surprise. But उसके बिना ये कहानी अधूरी थी, मुझे कल ही पता चला. And in that reading, I bring the dodo. Divendu goes, fuck! I was looking for something because I didn't have I didn't have a counterpoint. I didn't know who to riff off because I'm in a very surreal space. I'm a dead guy who's not moved on. I don't know what this zone is. The dodo gives me something to play with. He knows how to riff off things. Nimrit needs a bit of a plan. She's like, अरे देव ये पहले नहीं बताया. Now I don't know what you're making. मैंने अपने दिमाग में एक नैरेटिव बनाया है, हमने इतनी डिस्कस करी है. I don't know now what to do with the dodo.
Right.
So he said, now I'll take your lead because I don't know the tone of this film. There was a tone, now this is a different tone. You have to now tell me what to do. I said, okay, but please welcome the new cast. Don't make the cast feel left out. Okay. So I brought the dodo in, and what I told Devendu was that when you die and you've not moved on, so what is that moved on? The whole story, तो ये एक फीचर फिल्म का हिस्सा था जो फीचर फिल्म बनी नहीं. आई स्टिल हैव द स्क्रिप्ट, आई एम स्टिल ट्राइंग टू मेक इट. उससे मैंने 5 सीन्स निकाले और उसको थोड़ा मॉडिफाई करके मैंने शॉर्ट फिल्म बनाई. तो उस फीचर में इट्स एक्चुअली द जर्नी इज ऑफ बोथ दीज कैरेक्टर्स मूविंग ऑन विद देयर लाइव्स. इवन द वाइफ वांट्स टू मूव ऑन फ्रॉम डेथ ऑफ अ हस्बैंड बिकॉज शी इज विधवा, बट शी इज नॉट फीलिंग विधवा बिकॉज ही इज नॉट गॉन. तो शी इज ऑल्सो स्टक इन अ टॉयलेट जोन between being a vidwa and not being a vidwa. Right. As is he. He's dead, but he's not gone. He's still here. He's not feeling and earthing because he's not in a body. So he wants to pick up things, but पकड़ नहीं पा रहा है. तो वो भी बीच में अटका हुआ है. That dodo 600 years back died and didn't move on. So that dodo is also stuck in a twilight zone. So now in this short film, I was trying to summarize the experience of the feature film in which he will experience other entities who are stuck in the twilight zone. And he is trying to find answers कि मैं क्यों हूँ और यहाँ से निकल कैसे सकता हूँ. उसको वो जवाब मिलती हैं इन एंटिटीज से. तो इस शॉर्ट फिल्म में वो एंटिटी डोडो थी कि 600 साल से अटकी हुई है यहाँ पे. तो ही वॉन्ट्स टू आस्क द डोडो कि भाई क्या करें. डोडो तो बेजुबान है. अब डोडो जो बोलेगा अपने भाषा में वो समझेगा नहीं. So the dodo started epitomizing that twilight zone. So wherever he appears, the dodo appears. He disappears, dodo disappears. Dodo is also like, अरे कोई मिल गया. मैं अकेले थी यहाँ पे 600 साल से, अब मेरे साथ कोई है. So it was that. It just gave, for me, although it looks surrealistic, it grounded the film. It was just a film about, until I found the dodo, it was about a dead guy trying to move on and a wife trying to move on and their conflict. Because they are still somewhere, that husband and wife, with their nok joke, but they are not. With the dodo, it became about a lot more. It became about existentialism. It became about where do we go when we die. It became a comment on philosophy, religion. Every religion has an idea of death that we work backwards from. Every religion instills a fear of death in us. And we start thinking about कर्म काटने हैं या अच्छा काम करना है, हमारा धर्म क्या है, रीइंकार्नेशन के बाद क्या होगा, रीइंकार्नेशन नहीं है तो क्या होगा, हूर है क्या उस जन्नत में, स्वर्ग में कितने भगवान बैठे हैं. वी डोंट नो. दीज आर ऑल आइडियाज बीइंग फेड टू अस. सो दिस वाज माय वर्जन ऑफ दोज आइडियाज कि एक टॉयलेट जोन है जहाँ पे आप फंसे हो. इसका सोल्यूशन क्या है, इस गांठ का ओपनिंग क्या है नहीं मालूम. तो इट वॉज मी पोजिटिंग दीज रिलीजियस, फिलोसॉफिकल, पोलिटिकल, sociological, surreal ideas by just creating this twilight zone. And the dodo gave me that twilight zone. Without that, it would just be a dead guy who's not moved on, and you'd not experience that beyond that very superficial idea. This just opens up dimensions. Like the masks do in Taandav. The minute the masks came, I put the wife in a mask in the last scene. So it just becomes another layer that you can do infinite things with. You can understand infinite things from.
Yeah.
ये पॉज करना है क्या दो कैमरा?
नहीं सर, बिल्कुल पॉज है, रिकॉर्डिंग चल रही है.
So yeah, long-winded answer to a very simple question.
आप ना ये चीज़ ना आपने, you use this word and this is what I was दिस इज व्हाट आई रियली एडमायर अबाउट योर राइटिंग, जो आपने अर्थिंग जो शब्द यहाँ यूज़ किया ना,
मैं बहुत यूज़ करता हूँ।
नहीं, द वे यू कंटेक्चुअलाइज दिस कि वो अर्थिंग नहीं फील कर रहा है, लाइक यस।
मेरे लिए मेरे काम के थ्रू अपना अर्थिंग ढूंढना बहुत ज़रूरी है, तो मैं हर कैरेक्टर के लिए अर्थिंग ढूंढता हूँ। वो सरियल हो, सोशियो पॉलिटिकल हो, वो रोम कॉम हो, आई विल ऑलवेज लुक फॉर अर्थिंग, एंड दैट अर्थिंग कैन कम इन many forms. But even I struggled to find that word, and I arrived at it, and I use it a lot now. Earthing. Because unless you find your earthing and your stories earthing and your characters earthing, they can't be authentic.
Correct.
So even Ilaichi is not a realistic film, but it feels authentic. Like I always try and segregate these two, realism and authenticity. So a lot of people say your films are very realistic. I'm like, really? No. Ajji, for example, I'm blowing the lid on my own films.
Okay.
Set in a Bombay chawl. Which Bombay chawl do you know where you're sitting inside a kholi and you're not hearing noise from either side? सन्नाटा है पूरी अज्जी में. It's unreal. It's not realistic. पूरी फिल्म में वो चौल में चलती रहती है, ऊपर नीचे जाती है, कंस्ट्रक्शन साइड जाती है, पता नहीं रेलवे ट्रैक पे चल रही है, कहाँ कहाँ जा रही है. पूरी फिल्म में गिन कर मैं आपको लिख कर दे सकता हूँ 11 लोग दिखेंगे आपको. There are 11 people, including background action, in the whole film. Unreal. How is it realistic? Feels authentic. Because I create a paradigm for that universe and I earth everything. It will feel authentic. It doesn't have to feel realistic. Because the minute I start saying it has to feel realistic, मैं documentary बना लेता हूँ. मैं fiction में क्यों आया? Because I want to create universes that don't need to be real. I don't want to be subject to realistic things. That's why in Joram, I create a dialect. The minute I had used a realistic dialect from that place and shown a real tribe exactly as they dress and exactly as they live, that tribe could have said, you are misrepresenting us, you are appropriating our culture, you are otherizing us. I'm like, I don't want to run those risks. I'm not Adivasi, I have to be respectful of their realism. So I will create my own hyper reality. And for that, I need to earth it for it to feel authentic, but I am not subject to realism. I am not making a documentary. तो मैं रियलिस्टिक शब्द से बहुत दूर रहता हूँ. आपकी फिल्म, मेरी फिल्म आपको रियलिस्टिक लग रही होगी, बट आप वो शब्द समझ नहीं रहे हो. रियलिस्टिक फिल्म नहीं बनाई है मैंने, ऑथेंटिक फिल्म बनाई है. इलायची ऑथेंटिक फील करती है ना. इट्स एनीथिंग बट रियलिस्टिक.
एंड हाउ डिड यू ब्रिंग द कास्ट? क्योंकि आप, आई गेस ये आपकी पहली शॉर्ट फिल्म ऐसी थोड़े,
बट मैं इतने सालों से, मेरी शेल्ड फिल्म भी रही है ना. निम्रत कई सालों से मेरी दोस्त रही थी. We had almost started our struggle in Bombay at the same time, although I didn't meet her then, met her years later.
Okay.
But we had been really close friends. I had seen her struggle for many years till she got Lunchbox. I saw her journey of Lunchbox.
Okay.
So when I was making a short, Terribly Tiny Talkies की पहली फिल्म थी ये short film. And they wanted a known face in each film because they wanted, we didn't know कि YouTube क्या करेगी हमारे लिए. सिर्फ एक known face ले आओ जैसे हम इसको मार्केट कर सके. तो निम्रत का Lunchbox निकला था. She had become a big name. वैसे भाई मैं शॉर्ट फिल्म बना रहा हूँ, पैसे वैसे नहीं है, सिर्फ तेरी फिल्म है ना, कर लूँगी. तो दोस्त थे. अगली बार पे रसिका मेरी दोस्त थी, अभिषेक मेरा दोस्त था. तो ये हम हमारी जर्नी है 8-10 साल की, उसके पहले की. सो दीज फेसेस आर फेसेस लेटर, दे वर फ्रेंड्स फर्स्ट. आज के तारीख में मैं निम्रत, रसिका, अभिषेक को शॉर्ट फिल्म के लिए मैं रीच आउट ही नहीं करूँगा, क्योंकि मैं फ्री में नहीं करवा सकता उनसे काम. तब करवा सकता था. अगर मैं 2 साल पहले बम्बई आया होता विद इलायची, मुझे निम्रत नहीं मिलती. बट मैं 12 साल से चप्पल घस रहा था, तो हम सबका इतिहास था एक साथ.
नहीं, I'm not trying to.
No, I'm explaining that how did I put it together? I just worked with friends.
Yeah.
No money, making a short film, you reach out to friends. It just so happened that my friends then had found a voice by then. But if these films I had made in 2004, 5, 6, they would be unknown names.
वो प्लेटफॉर्म भी आ गया सही समय पे. आपने बोली है ये चीज़, एक्चुअली अभी मैं देख रहा था आपकी एक कॉन्वर्सेशन किसी के साथ. सो यू मेंशन दैट यू नो यू, अगर आपको किसी ने जब आप आए थे तब बोला होता कि इतने सालों बाद वो चीज़ होगी.
हाँ, मैं वर्बेटिम बोलता हूँ ना, मैं फेवरेट लाइन है ये. मैं दादर में उतरा था अक्टूबर 2002. जैसे मुझे कोई मिल जाता, सम प्रॉफिट वुड हैव सेड 2002 अक्टूबर, 2016 नवंबर में तुम्हारी पहली फिल्म रिलीज़ होगी थिएटर में, 14 साल बाद. मैं वो कार्टन उठाता सीधा ट्रेन में बैठता, वापस चला जाता। 14 साल रुकने नहीं आया हूँ मैं, क्योंकि नोबडी टेल्स अस दीस थिंग्स। दिमाग में क्या, मैं क्या बिठा कर आया था, हम सब क्या बिठा कर आते हैं। 2 साल, चलो 4 साल, चलो 5 साल में तो फिल्म बनेगी। बिकॉज एवरीथिंग दैट वी आर टॉट इन स्कूल, कॉलेज, एंड देन आई had worked in Calcutta for 3 years. I was in advertising. I was a journalist for 6 months.
Yes.
I had given my MBA. I almost got into IIM Bangalore. So all of these things you read, you listen, you're like, एक कॉर्पोरेट करियर भी मुश्किल से 8-10 साल की होती है. देन यू बाय द मिड 30s, by 40 यू आर थिंकिंग दैट लेट्स स्टार्ट आवर ओन बिजनेस और लेट्स बिकम कंसल्टेंट्स. तो आपको क्या लगता है 5 साल में कुछ तो हो जाएगा? मेरी करियर ही 10 साल की होगी, 14 साल बाद मेरी करियर शुरू होगी. दिमाग खराब हो गया तुम्हारा. मैं जा रहा हूँ भाई, बट वही हुआ मेरे साथ. So nobody prepared me for that. So I talk about this openly, saying this is a possibility. Be prepared for this. Be prepared to pay your dues for 14 years if need be. But don't just keep waiting. People say you have patience. I'm like, no, I'm very impatient. Patience is if you're waiting. I was not waiting. I wrote fucking 11 books. I made 8 short films. I did an art show, a solo art show in 2008 of my graphic work. I kept working. I kept working in multiple mediums. I didn't stop working. And today, if my films are getting greenlit, hopefully one after the other, every 2 years, I'm hoping, is because I'm sitting on 16 scripts that I wrote in those years. Right. I didn't sit just waiting. But it took 14 years for my first film to see the insides of a hall. I wasn't prepared for that.
I'll come back to your films, but एक जो आपने चीज़ बोली उससे मुझे एक लगा कि do you believe that right thing, like no matter what you do, जो जब होगा तभी होगा? Do you believe in that?
It's a mix of things, man, Purush. You can't believe in any one thing. If you start believing in that, because I believe that when I came to Bombay, I was arrogant. I thought luck मेरे को नहीं बनाएगा, मैं अपना luck बनाऊंगा. Luck ने मेरी बजा दी. I had a spate, you can call it a spate of bad luck when you have 17, 18 short films. Then I started believing, नहीं, destiny, kismat, past life, karma, there are many ways to look at this. कुछ तो है जो मेरे कंट्रोल में नहीं है. और अगर किसी इंसान के पास फॉर्चून फेवर करता है उस इंसान को, तो वो गाड़ी निकलती है तो ऐसे निकलती है, जैसे रणवीर सिंह फॉर एग्जांपल, उसकी गाड़ी निकली तो ऐसे निकली कि आप रोक ही नहीं सके. बट ऐसा नहीं है. रणवीर सिंह इज अ ग्रेट एक्टर. आई लव वॉचिंग हिम ऑन स्क्रीन. But I refuse to believe that there may not be at least 5 other people who are as talented. But fortune also has to favor you. So I believe that. But if you start believing in that too much, then you're like, no, my time is not here. I'm going to wait for the right time. मैं जितनी भी मेहनत कर लूँ, I'm going to hit a wall because the Jyotishi has said कि मेरा किस्मत टर्न होगा so and so date पे. So I don't know. It's a mix of the two. Yes, I started believing it's not entirely in my hands, but what is in my hands is to keep doing and keep recalibrating and adapting to the obstacles. कि ये ऑब्स्टिकल है, अब ऐसा नहीं है कि अब मैं 8 साल बाद ये दीवार तोड़ूंगा. ये दीवार है ना, दीवार को मैं हिला नहीं सकता, मैं उस रास्ते निकल लेता हूँ. तो शायद वो लंबे रास्ते से मैं इसी मुकाम तक पहुँचूंगा, क्या मालूम. बट मैं दीवार पे अपना सर पीट नहीं सकता 8 साल तक. सो इट्स अ मिक्स. इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू बिलीव वन थिंग.
I want to talk about Taandav because तांडव देखने के बाद, और मुझे ये फिल्में बहुत पसंद है. आई हैव दिस कैटेगरी ऑफ फिल्म्स वेयर यू वॉच अ फिल्म एंड देन you sit and you stare at the screen, whatever screen you are watching, hopefully at the biggest possible screen, and you just sit and you are frozen. ये क्या है? What is this monstrosity? And I'm using the word very in the utmost respectable manner. बिकॉज मॉन्स्ट्रॉसिटी मैंने पहले एक आध अपने वीडियो एसेस में यूज़ किया है तो लोग ऑफेंड हो गए कि भाई मॉन्स्ट्रॉसिटी कैसे आ रही है. आई एम इन दिस केस आल्सो व्हेन आई से
ओपेनहाइमर जिन्होंने बनाया वो भी तो
मॉन्स्ट्रॉसिटी है. इट्स क्रिएटिव मॉन्स्ट्रॉसिटी.
एब्सोल्युटली.
एंड तांडव में आपकी गेस्ट अपीयरेंस भी है, तो
वो मेरे कंट्रोल में नहीं था, मुझे करना पड़ा. वो भी जानते हो.
आई अंडरस्टैंड. श्वेता से जब मुझे मौका मिला था बात करने का, सो शी वाज लाइक कि उन्होंने बहुत बात करी थी कि साउंड पे हमने कितना काम
और
किया.
वो एक एडिटर हैं जो साउंड पे काटती हैं. शी नीड्स द साउंड क्यूज.
शी वाज टेलिंग मी कि साउंड, शी लव्स प्लेइंग विद साउंड, एंड हाउ तांडव में आपने
अच्छा that reel तुम्हारी है where she says you're the my favorite person in the world. तुम दिखते नहीं हो उसमें.
हाँ.
She sent me that reel. I didn't realize it's Long Live Cinema.
It is.
She really loves that film. Yeah.
She was very happy that I spoke of Taandav because I could not talk. I could not stop कि भाई तांडव के बारे में मैं कैसे बात नहीं. It was that film because I really एक वो I was so happy that this film is an Indian film. और मैं वही जानना चाहूँगा like what was that experience of going out आप you are right in the middle of a crowd which is going crazy और कुछ भी हो सकता है for the lack of better word कुछ भी हो सकता है. How did you manage the camera, the crew, मनोज सर आपने कैसे वो चीज़ प्लान करी? I would love to know that.
क्यों मेरे मैजिक ट्रिक्स
नहीं मैजिक ट्रिक्स तो
मनोज सर उस क्राउड में नहीं थे ना. मैंने अभी बोला वो इट्स अबाउट हाउ यू these films get made on edit. The montage makes the film, not the mise-en-scene. So this is a film that was envisioned in montage, not mise-en-scene. So like I said, so I had the fortune of having an astonishing cinematographer, Swapnil Sonawale. So this was his, I think, second proper film after Angry Indian Goddesses. And he'd done a lot of documentary work. So he comes and he's an untrained, no film school. So he comes with कि करना है तो करना है, rules गए भाड़ में. Comes with that spirit, which a lot of FTI, I work a lot with FTI people, but थोड़ा उनको वो baggage shed करना पड़ता है as DOPs की what is a good frame, what is a balanced frame, what is a good aspect ratio. So अपने वो like करते हैं. And when so that crew that went into that crowd was 5 people. Me, my 2 ADs, Swapnil and his associate cameraman. 5 people have entered that with a Canon 5D.
Okay.
So, and he's a documentary mind. So, and I also, on all my films, I become like like an extension of the cinematographer's body.
Okay.
एक umbilicus से हम जुड़ जाते हैं. मैं physically उनको manhandle करता हूँ, उनका पैंट पकड़ के उनको ऐसे घुमा देता हूँ, उनके कान में whisper करता हूँ. So it's very tactile and on the go. There's a lot of discussion and planning, but once we are there and I take long takes and I don't want to disturb the actor, I see something happening, there's no monitor on my set. I'm stuck to the cameraman. So cameramen get really annoyed with me also sometimes. They're like, hut na, samajh gaye na, karne de. So with Swapnil, it was that. We were constantly talking. We were almost do badan ek jaan. And two of us used to just dive in. So you see me dancing there because I had to get in there and become the madness to be able to capture the madness. And sometimes the people were not going mad enough. और 1 घंटा हो गया भाई मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है मेरे को शूट करना है तो मैं डीजे को बोला गाना चला और मैं नाचना शुरू करता था और एक एक करके लोग जुड़ते थे और हम शूट करने लगते थे. So that was minus Manoj. So with Manoj, after we shot all this, Shweta and I sort of created a rough lineup. And then I knew what the space was, and we matched that lensing, that lighting, those colors that we caught in the crowd. Right. We matched that when we created a set for Manoj and the police jeep and the controlled dancing and the masks. So we bought the same masks. So it was then pretty much the whole sequence is created in that montage. It's this footage, then that footage, and this footage, and then that footage. Yeah. Therefore, in a film like this, the sound can hold it together because the sound is your emotionality. Sorry, emotionality. The image is just the context. Yeah. So the emotionality is consistent. लिख के देखो 10 बार देख लो तुम पकड़ ही नहीं पाओगे कौन सा शॉट गणपति विसर्जन का है कौन सा शॉट सेट का है पकड़ ही नहीं पाओगे क्योंकि the sound has wrapped itself around it. So that was the challenge in that film, and because of these collaborators, I managed it.
Because I have been now like watching a lot of films and a lot of series who have this choreographed chaos, and I always get fascinated क्योंकि आप वैसे तो सब कुछ structurally कर रहे हो कि वो ऐसे कहेगा मैं ऐसे आऊँगा ये ऐसे होगा बट यू आर क्रिएटिंग केओस लेकिन वो कंट्रोल्ड आपको पता है कि यहाँ पे क्या होने वाला है, जैसे विच इज़ वाई सिंगल टेक्स फैसिनेट मी अ लॉट, क्योंकि आप इट्स नॉट अबाउट हु द कैमरा इज फॉलोइंग, इट्स अबाउट व्हाट अदर्स आर डूइंग।
ऑलवेज ऑलवेज
कि आप जब इधर से जा रहे हो तो वो जो दूर उधर बंदा खड़ा है ना, उसको भी कुछ करना है।
बिल्कुल।
अगर वो नहीं करेगा ना तो बेकार है फिर हमारा, चाहे आप पता नहीं कितने ही मिनट का सिंगल टेक कर लो। सो आई रियली रियली लाइक तांडव बिकॉज ऑफ हाउ यू हैव curated that chaos, because that chaos is exactly what Manoj sir's character is feeling, and वो चाहे प्रेशर कुकर की आवाज़ हो, चाहे टॉम एंड जेरी कार्टून, और आपने एस्पेक्ट रेशियो भी चेंज किया है 3 बार, एस्पेक्ट रेशियो, हाँ 3 बार, 3 डिफरेंट आई गेस वो माइंडसेट कि जब विसर्जन सॉरी डांस तो ये, घर में तो आपने उसको वैसे कर दिया, स्कूल का अलग टेंशन है तो उसका शायद डिफरेंट आपने करा था।
उसमें अन्विता है।
Really?
The principal is Anvita.
Oh, yes.
It's her first acting role. It's her acting debut. I knew that my trip to
Bombay will be overwhelming, but I didn't imagine that it would be this overwhelming. God. Wow. Thank you for Taandav. I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed watching this film.
It's a turning point in my career. Because मेरी जो फिल्में नई बनी और वो तांडव का गुस्सा मेरा ही गुस्सा है, मैं फट के करना चाहता था ये सब, तो I just epitomized it through this Constable. Also why it's a turning point is because मेरी फिल्में नहीं बन रही थी और वो पेट्रनेज की जो बात कर रहा था ना, पेट्रन्स हैं नहीं आज के ज़माने में, तो कहीं ना कहीं अगर पैसे डालने वाले पेट्रन्स नहीं हैं तो आप एक्टर को पेट्रन बना देते हो, एक स्टार को, जो हॉलीवुड में बहुत होता है। डू यू नो पीपल लाइक जॉर्ज क्लूनी, ब्रैड पिट, दे लिटरली डू वन सीन इन अ फिल्म जस्ट सो दैट द फिल्म गेट्स ग्रीन लिट, दे बिकम पेट्रन्स। 12 Years a Slave देखिए, ब्रैड पिट इज इन वन सीन, व्हाई? ही इज एन ईपी ऑन द फिल्म, ही सेड आई विल डू वन सीन, द फिल्म गॉट ग्रीन लिट, बिकॉज एट दैट टाइम नो वन वाज गिविंग स्टीव मैकक्वीन मनी टू मेक अ फिल्म ऑन ब्लैक पीपल। थिन रेड लाइन देखी है टेरेंस मालिक की? सर वो देखनी है तो बिल्कुल, तो उसके आखिरी सीन में 2 लाइन के लिए जॉर्ज क्लूनी आता है और उस जमाने में 98 में जॉर्ज क्लूनी वाज ऑन हाई, ही सेड भाई टेरेंस मालिक आ रहा है 18 साल बाद, कैसे नहीं बनाओगे तुम उसकी फिल्म, जब बहुत बजट चाहिए उसको, मैं कर लेता हूँ एक सीन। उसने एक सीन करी जैसे वो फिल्म बन सके। सो दीज गाइज आर पेट्रन्स बिकॉज स्टूडियोज रिफ्यूज टू बी पेट्रन्स, उनको पैसा देखना है। आई फाउंड माई पेट्रन इन मनोज, because I met him in 2014 with the script of Bhonsle, right after I was emerging from the mess that Unga was, and nobody wanted to fund it. 3 बार green light हुई, फिर वो प्रोड्यूसर भाग गए। तो ये जब मैंने इलायची अगली बार बनाई तो मनोज ने कहा कि यार शॉर्ट बना लेते हैं, तो मैंने कहा अरे मुझे नहीं पता था आप बनाना चाहोगे। तो उसके बाद मनोज ने 2-3 करी, आउच और कृति वगैरह। So I went back, and while writing Bhonsle in 2011 with my co-writers, there was a lot of this rage and restlessness inside me. मैं प्रेशर को फील कर रहा था कि यार मैं और क्या करूँ प्रूव करने को, कितनी फिल्में शेल्फ करोगे मेरा। और तब मैं बीमार भी था, हार्ट अटैक हुआ था, आई वॉज लेड अप इन बेड फॉर 7-8 months. आई डिडंट इवन नो इफ आई विल कम बैक और इफ आई विल बी अलाइव और इफ आई विल बी एबल टू मेक अ फिल्म. So Bhonsle was written in that sickness. Therefore, Bhonsle has that decay as well. It's the sickness I felt.
The one, I'm so sorry.
Please.
One thing that I always associate with Bhonsle is that apathy of forgetting someone. आप भूल गए उस इंसान को, क्योंकि आपके कितने सारे मोमेंट्स हैं, जैसे वो सीन जब वो एक तो फ्रेमिंग ऑफ द फिल्म इज अमेजिंग. बैठा हुआ है, इतना सा है वो फ्रेम में, एंड द पुलिस स्टेशन इज दिस जायनॉर्मस स्ट्रक्चर, एंड
जब वो रुका है ना कमिश्नर के ऑफिस के बाहर,
एंड व्हेन ही लीव्स, और वो भी आप वो
गोज ब्लर,
ब्लर हो गया. और भीड़ में आपने जिसके बारे में आपने बहुत बात करी है, वो आप जूम आउट इसीलिए तो कर रहे हो क्योंकि वो भीड़ का हिस्सा बन गया है, इनकॉन्सिक्वेंशियल हो गया, भीड़ का हिस्सा बन गया है, और बस है वो वहाँ पे. He's just some other guy. He's not Ganpat Bhonsle. He's just some other guy. And sorry थोड़ा वो
हाँ नहीं बिल्कुल.
हाँ,
तो ये सारी चीज़ें मैं फील कर रहा था उस साल जब मैं बिस्तर पे था. 8 महीने में निकल नहीं पाया बिस्तर से. तो अब ये है ये इनकॉन्सिक्वेंशियल डीके और ये गुस्सा. तो ये गुस्सा जो था, while writing, we were writing Bhonsle, three of us. One day I had this, something happened and I have written Taandav literally in half an hour in 2011. So when Manoj said करना है, I said यार एक है मेरे पास, वो भी एक हवलदार की कहानी है बट बहुत अलग है, बट भोसले के वक्त लिखी थी मैंने, so maybe it's somewhere in a parallel universe it is Bhonsle.
Yeah.
So I narrated it to him and he said yes in like one batting of his eyelid.
Okay.
Like boss करते हैं इसको.
अच्छा.
I'm like okay, I didn't know anybody even gives a fuck. तो वो ऐसे बनी है. मेरे अंदर का मैंने पूरा भड़ास निकाली मैंने इस फिल्म में. जो 10 साल मेरी फिल्म में शेल्व हुई है, I'm like वो दिखाऊंगा मैं. Sorry for my language, but it's really me saying I can do this. It's me फटोइंग. तो इसलिए I'm very proud of Taandav. And it became a turning point for Manoj and me, because then that gave the producers courage to maybe give Bhonsle a chance. And seeing Taandav, Saregama called me and Ajji happened. Taandav just blew it open for me.
Right.
And this was in February 2016, 4th February I think. And this was on a Tuesday, 7th Aligarh released.
Okay.
Which was Manoj's second coming.
Right.
So nobody remembers this, but Taandav released 3 days before Aligarh. It's Manoj's second coming. Taandav just changed it for both of us. And it released, I think, in the hour that T20 finals were happening. And I have a screenshot of the Yahoo के page पे trending in India. Number 1 पे T20 था, number 2 पे Taandav था. The T20 match ended and Taandav took over. We were trending at number 1. We had no idea that would happen to us. The way Taandav exploded, it's like everybody probably felt this inside them and connected. I don't know what happened, but it just changed it for me. My career actually began with Taandav. 13 years too late, but 12 years too late. Taandav was a turning point for Manoj, me, for Manoj and me. The film fairs actually instituted a short film fair that year because they just, I think there was a spurt of shorts and Taandav got the film fair. You've done such a long, in-depth conversation with any filmmaker before?
I have never done anything like this before, and now I feel I should do all my conversations like this. No, because it just, of course, you are in front of me, you are there in flesh and blood, but
ये बहुत फर्क पड़ता है. Even with that Small Man show, Vaibhav, just being in the same room makes all the difference. I felt more open.
I have now, जैसे जैसे हमारी बात हो रही है ना, I'm actually going to make this like a very video essay. जहाँ पे वीडियो नहीं है वहाँ पे भोंसले की फुटेज चल रही है, आपका ऑडियो चल रहा है. जहाँ पे कुछ नहीं है वहाँ पे फिल्म की फुटेज चल रही है, ऑडियो चल रहा है, कुछ कंटेक्चुअली कुछ तो चल रहा है और उस पर आपका ऑडियो चल रहा है.
अरे जो करना है
ऑडियो नहीं रुकेगा आपका.
जो फिल्म बनी नहीं है उसको तुम सुना क्यों रहे हो?
हाँ,
बनाओ ना.
अच्छा, एक आपने और लाइन बोली, वो क्या? It was made on a montage,
not a mise-en-scene. Yeah.
भोंसले पे आते हैं क्योंकि
Sorry, हाँ वो मैं, since you said that, why, I mean, I might even be maybe factually incorrect saying that, but I meant it in a way that some things are conceived editorially. They cannot play out in, for lack of a better word, in a single take.
हाँ, ठीक.
Like in Bhonsle, the sequence once he starts to rape Sita Vilas, that's also a montage sequence.
Correct.
But the pull out is not. That's mise-en-scene. There's crowd, there's this man walking, and the pull out will start to slowly inform you of the philosophy of this shot.
Right.
So it's important to be able to, over time, once you, I think, arrived at your artistic voice, to be able to understand the tools of the trade and know what they can help you achieve given what you want to communicate. और ये 2 दिन का काम नहीं है, ये 4 साल का फिल्म स्कूल का काम भी नहीं है. इट्स अबाउट रियाज. I may not have made that many films, but there's pinning yourself down, sitting on your fucking chair, and just mental riyaz to think these things through over and over again and to see what is the best way to do it. Another thing that I quote often is something Scorsese said. Taxi Driver के बाद someone asked him कि, because Taxi Driver, especially at that time, no one had seen a film like that in Hollywood. It's a very European art house kind of film, but made in fucking Hollywood. And the kind of shots in that, the trailing shots, the stays, the holds, and that very signature, trolley zoom in kind of shots. Since no one had seen it before, someone made the mistake of asking Scorsese, how do you decide your shots? So he said, it's very simple. I try every fucking option before I choose the best one. So there are no shortcuts. I can't imagine the best shots. Nobody's God.
Yeah.
He didn't say all this. It was implicit. He said, I just try everything before I decide the best option. So if you see the storyboard sketches of Taxi Driver, like him just climbing up the stairs, there are 6, 8, 9 versions of it until he said, this maximizes what we are trying to do. There are no shortcuts. It's riyaz, riyaz, riyaz.
भोसले का जो मोन्टाज है उसमें श्वेता ने कहा था कि वो आपका दिमाग है, वो एडिट
Which montage? The
beginning
montage, yeah.
वो जो आपने
Yeah.
कॉन्टेक्स्ट बैठाया है.
Yeah. वो किसी को पेपर पे भी except for मनोज समझ गया था मैं क्या करना चाहता हूँ. परफॉर्मेटिव, nobody really understood मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ. गणपति, हाँ ठीक है. ये प्रोडक्शन डिज़ाइनर, कॉस्ट्यूम डिज़ाइनर, उनको नहीं समझ में आ रहा था. जब लाइनअप बनाई मैंने, दे लाइक, ओ फक, ये कहने की कोशिश कर रहे थे तुम, बिकॉज इट्स अ वेरी वेरी इमेज subtextual thing. It can't be explained in words.
Correct. And like, how did you, again, how did you plan the shots? मतलब आपने ऐसे था कि okay, I don't have anything in my head right now. Let me just go to the location.
That's never the case, Parush. Never. When I don't have money to make my film, now my training has become that. Nobody gives me money. When they give me money, it's 1/10 of what I need. So I'm trained to be so prepared with alternatives also that I don't go with an empty mind, but I go with an open mind. People like artists like Anurag, they go with an open mind. He will respond to the universe, which is a very different kind of filmmaking, which is what Mani Ratnam also does. वो पूरा सेट बन गया होगा, इज लाइक ही कम्स टू द सेट, इज लाइक इसको 180 डिग्री फ्लिप कर दो. That's the way they work, and the films fucking work. The films are great auteur voices. I can't work that way because अब इतनी फिल्म शेल्व होने के बाद मेरी अब ट्रेनिंग ही हो गई, मेरा फिल्टर हो गया कि मैं इतनी प्रेप करूंगा कि आप 3 करोड़ का मुझे 1 दोगे मैं बना लूंगा, आप 10 लाख दोगे बना लूंगा. But when I go there, it's with an open mind. So, like we did in Taandav, I shot the Visarjan portions and the Ganpati prep portions almost a year before I shot the film. So वो फिल्म भोसले 3-4 बार ग्रीन लाइट होकर बंद हो गई. पहली बार जब ग्रीन लाइट हुई थी, पैसे आए नहीं थे, प्रोड्यूसर ने बोला था, उनका नाम नहीं लूँगा मैं, बनाते हैं. तो मैं बेसब्र हो गया कि यार अब बोला है उसने, बट गणपति अगले हफ्ते है, उस तक अगर उसने पैसे नहीं दिए ये मौका जाएगा. तो आई कॉट माई DOP वॉज ऑल्सो डिफरेंट देन. आई कॉट माई DOP, टुक माई साउंड रिकॉर्डिस्ट, 2 ADs विद अ कैनन 5D. आई सेड शूट तो मैं करूँगा किसी हालत में. कैनन 5D भी फ्री में हमने किसी से बोरो किया और हम गणपति में घुस गए. बिकॉज तब के ज़माने में, आज के ज़माने में नहीं है, वो जब सुबह मूर्तियाँ फ्लोटसम बनकर वापस आती थी समंदर से, वो क्लियर होने में 24 घंटे लगते थे. आजकल तो वो होता है और क्लीनिंग विसर्जन के पहले ही शुरू हो जाता है. बाय द टाइम यू रीच द नेक्स्ट मॉर्निंग, इट्स जैसे यहाँ कुछ हुआ ही नहीं था. तो दैट्स द न्यू रूल एंड यू कांट रियली स्प्रेड टू मच कचड़ा ऑल्सो. बट 10 साल पहले बहुत अलग था. So a year before I finally found the producers to shoot Bhonsle, I had shot this footage. So when I find locations, I've said this in many interviews, I keep rewriting my script. I keep being open to what I'm finding. So by the time I arrived on shoot, I knew the footage I had. So I had to write the Bhonsle taking off his uniform to match with the Ganpati getting ready because I had that footage. But the challenge here was that we were shooting Bhonsle on an Alexa Mini. and we were shooting Vilas's entire track on a Sony A7 because that's better for night, and it was moving taxi. We couldn't get an Alexa into it. Too much cost. rigging ऐसे rig तो कर नहीं सकते. DOP को ही बैठना पड़ेगा. तो वो Sony A7S है, ये Alexa है, और ये Canon 5D पे शूट हुआ था. Canon 5D HD, not even 2K, and Alexa is 4K. तो इनको मैच करने में जान जाने वाली थी. तो हम लाइक बॉस इसको मैच कैसे करेंगे? I can't reshoot that. I've got some footage there that I can't redo. So if you go back and watch Bhonsle, ultimately the film was shot on 7 different cameras. So I said bring in even more formats so the climax is on iPhones. You know that, right?
I know that.
So I brought in so many formats that after a point you stop worrying about the jump in format. So aspect ratio halka jump karta hai between the different cameras. I have uprised that footage, but you can't uprise HD to such level that it will look like 4K.
Correct.
So I grunged down the 4K footage. So the whole film is 7 different formats. So when people start talking about consistency of format, I'm like, rehne do. I don't believe it, never buy into it, because once you get people to buy into the emotion, sound design, it doesn't matter what you shoot on. And DOPs feel a little insulted when I say this. I'm like, the quality of the image really doesn't matter to me. I'm not saying images don't matter, they do. Like I said, I believe in what Kubrick said, but the quality of the image is secondary if the emotional quality can be, struck upon. And the emotional quality comes with the people who inhabit the frame, how earthed that world is, and what the sound design is making you feel.
I don't know ये बात कितनी सही है, but Black Swan के कुछ scenes Aronofsky ने iPhone 5s पे shoot किए.
I'm sure Aronofsky is one guy who just says, fuck यूरो टेक्नोलॉजी, ये मैं एक्सपेरिमेंट करूँगा.
एरोनॉफ्स्की ने ठीक है वेल बना दी, वो तो तोड़ ही दिया, बट जो अगेन थोड़ा डाइग्रेस हो रहा है, बट एरोनॉफ्स्की ने जो रेक्विएम फॉर अ ड्रीम में चकनाचूर किया है ना,
I'd never seen. In fact, you see Requiem for a Dream and you think कि इसके बाद तो ऐसा बहुत कुछ हुआ. उसके बाद भी नहीं हुआ. 20 साल के ऊपर हो गया. किसी ने ऐसा कुछ किया ही नहीं. He just broke rules and he kept them broken. No one had the courage to break rules the way he did. Do you know that Aronofsky was the first choice for the Batman trilogy?
Really?
There, if you go online, there are archives of the sketches that he presented of his vision to the studio heads, and they finally rejected him and went with Nolan. Aronofsky, there's a period in his life, I think 2004, 5, 6, 7 ऐसा कुछ है, 2-3 साल वो गायब था.
Okay.
उसने कुछ बनाई नहीं, उसका कुछ नामो निशान नहीं था. He was working on Batman. He was preparing his vision, shooting scratch scenes, and if you see even Nolan's homework, the kind of sketches that they presented was to get the gig, not after getting the gig. Like even the Marvel directors, they pitch for the gig. वो 2-2 साल prep करते हैं. Nowadays, Marvel is a big thing to be part of the franchise for Hollywood directors. I don't know why. But they arrive only when they've made a Marvel film. And most of the good directors, their worst films are the Marvel films. They've made better films before that. Like the lady who made Nomadland. She made the worst Marvel film possible. Apparently, I have not seen it. Don't intend to. But all that pitching work, 2 years of work goes into pitching for the gig. Aronofsky was the first choice. I can only imagine what he would have done with Batman.
This is such a conundrum because you can't deny what Nolan did.
Of course not.
But
of course
you
not.
are looking forward to what Aronofsky.
क्या होता वो? उसकी career की trajectory अलग होती है. For that to not happen, then you start rebuilding your career from scratch.
Correct. भोसले में वापस आते हैं भोसले पे. भोसले में ना जो आपने मोन्टाज सीक्वेंसेस किए, क्योंकि वो मोन्टाज सच में वो मोन्टाज मैंने शायद पता नहीं कितनी बार देखा है उसको समझने के लिए, क्योंकि जो मैंने वीडियो बनाया था मुझे नहीं पता मैंने कितनी बार देखा है, बट मैंने वही कहा कि यार हर बार ये है कुछ. और उसका सबसे अच्छा जो एक शॉट है ना, वो पता नहीं क्यों वो द मोस्ट इम्पैक्टफुल शॉट एंडिंग में, जब क्लाइमैक्स हो गया. आई एम नॉट ट्राइंग टू स्पॉइल द फिल्म फॉर दोज हु हैवंट वॉच्ड इट, क्या कहते हो. सो एंडिंग में एक शॉट है जहाँ पे गणेश जी की मूर्ति का एक हिस्सा है
पानी आ रही है?
नहीं,
नहीं, अच्छा वो वाली नहीं है। अच्छा,
उनकी आईलिड है,
हिल रही है, हाँ, हवा में। आईलैशेस, क्योंकि
Yes,
वो
eyelashes.
फेक आईलैशेस लगाते हैं उनको।
Yes.
और वो मूर्ति हमको वहाँ मिल गई थी, क्योंकि लाइक आई सेड वो सारी टूटी मूर्तियाँ थी। और आई वाज लिटरली लाइक, मैं गली का कुत्ता था। मैं on all fours, I was literally scrambling from broken murti to broken murti, and my two ADs only job given to them was block people from coming here. किसी को यहाँ आने मत दो। और कुछ तब भी MNS शिवसेना वाले राइट विंगर यंगस्टर्स दे लाइक, क्या कर रहे हो तुम, ऐसी चीज़ें दिखा रहे हो तुम, नाम क्या है तुम्हारा। तो मैं थोड़ा खुन्नस में आ गया था। सॉरी, वो अलग कहानी है, मैं उसमें बाद में आता हूँ। बट आई वॉज लिटरली ऑन ऑल फोर्स एंड ट्राइंग टू स्टडी दीज ब्रोकन मूर्तिज फ्रॉम ऑल एंगल्स, और मुझे ये दिख गया, fuck, it looks alive. I went, dragged my DOP. I said, fuck everything else, पहले ये shoot करो. And he just shot it like a god. That frame is a very special DOP. He didn't shoot the eventual film. Jigmet shot it. This was a guy called Abhimanyu Dange, also FTI. तो उसने ये पूरे ब्रोकन मूर्तिज का पूरा उसने शूट किया था मेरे साथ।
Really love that shot.
Yeah, it's a very, I get very affected by that shot.
क्योंकि आप स्पेशली तब जब आप when you are watching the film from the beginning and you know that there is a montage that is setting up, and then you are experiencing the film, not just watching, उस पे भी हम आएंगे, you are experiencing the film, the emotions, how everything is building up, and then the toilet fight sequence, and then when the eyelash appears and like बस यार, मतलब अब मैं खत्म हो गया, and yeah, this is still surreal to me that I'm talking to you, that I'm getting the chance to tell the person who shot that. Wow. जोरम पे आता हूँ मैं अब पहले, अज्जी पे मैं आऊँगा, बट जोरम पे पहले आता हूँ। जोरम के बारे में मैं सिर्फ एक चीज़ कहूँगा, that I kind of felt after watching it in the theater that it's a little short. Did you guys cut it?
18 minutes. The festival cut is 18 minutes longer. अब इस पे मैं कुछ बोल नहीं सकता।
ठीक है, आप that's
many prerogatives there.
That's okay, but
it's very difficult for an Indian studio also to release a 2-hour 20-minute film of this sort. तो
वो जब फिल्म एंड हुई ना, I felt कि नहीं यार, I mean इतनी थी, because I kind of felt that something is missing. 18
मिनट के, 18 मिनट बहुत होते हैं।
18 मिनट का एपिसोड बन जाता है।
18 मिनट तो तांडव इज 11 मिनट्स, इलायची इज 5 मिनट्स, एंड रही मुर्गे मथुरोज 1 मिनट। 17 मिनट में तो मेरी 3 शॉर्ट फिल्में आ जाएं। बट ठीक है, था जो था। बट ऑफ कोर्स तुमको लगी थोड़ी छोटी, मैं मानता हूँ। लेटर बॉक्स पे जाओगे,
हाँ,
तो आधे से ज़्यादा लोगों को ये भी लंबी लगी, यार बोर हो गए, नींद आ गई, इतना स्लो, इतनी लंबी। तो ये इतना सब्जेक्टिव है ना, दैट आई रियली डोंट नो एनी मोर व्हाट टू से। सो इवन व्हेन द स्टूडियो एंड अस वी वर डिबेटिंग कटिंग दीज 18, दे डिडंट से 18 मिनट, दे सेड छोटा करो, क्योंकि 2 घंटे से ज़्यादा की फिल्म ना झेल नहीं पाते लोग थिएटर में। एंड जी स्टूडियो, बिगेस्ट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कंपनी इन द कंट्री, गिविंग मी अ थिएट्रिकल, जो बहुत बड़ी बात है। आई सेड, यू नो, आई विल गिव इट माय बेस्ट शॉट। तो अब ये चीज़ें सोच करना कि किसी को जो स्लो लगता है, किसी को नहीं लगता, किसी को शॉर्ट लगता है, तो किसी को वही चीज़ बहुत लॉन्ग लगती है। ऐसे, यू नो व्हाट, आई डोंट वांट टू गेट इन द वे ऑफ माय ओन फिल्म, आई वांट अ थिएट्रिकल, लेट्स गिव इट अ बेस्ट शॉट। इसके बावजूद फिल्म नहीं चली, एटलीस्ट वी नो वी गिव इट अ बेस्ट। तो अगर वो ये भी नहीं चली, पैसे नहीं बनाई इस फिल्म ने, बट अगर 2 घंटे 18 मिनट की वर्जन आती और वो पैसे नहीं कमाती, मुझे मरते दम तक लगता है कि मैंने गलती करी, मुझे 18 मिनट काट कर रिलीज़ करनी चाहिए थी। सो असमंजस में थे हम, बट वो फेस्टिवल कट इज़ 2 hours almost 18 minutes, and that's the one that really did well on the festival circuit, won its awards. But then this cut also won Best Editing at the Film Critics Guild Award. फिर मैं कौन सी चीज़ पे यकीन रखूँ? It's very confusing. So everything is a work in progress, everything is a process.
Can I share my experience of watching Joram with you?
Then you should wait for this, no? Wait.
Okay.
Why are you compromising your footage? Let it come on camera.
नहीं, Such a heartbreaking experience.
Wait.
वो ठीक है.
Take a deep breath.
आपको नहीं बता रहा.
अरे रुका नहीं जा रहा इससे.
मैं को नहीं रुका जा रहा मैं.
2 मिनट रुक जाओ. Patience is key.
Oh, yes.
Heartbreaking.
जोरम का ना हार्टब्रेकिंग मेरा एक्सपीरियंस और वो ज़ुगाटो के साथ भी वही हुआ. जोरम एक तो अगेन कमिंग टू द सेम एटिकेट प्रॉब्लम. Why do people have to talk so much to that extent that they completely ruin the experience of watching a film? And जोरम में जो सॉन्ग आपने डाला था उस गाने का नेचर है वैसा, बट फिर वही है कि पीपल आर नॉट सीइंग कि वो सॉन्ग, वो आई टोल्ड यू व्हेन वी मेट, इट्स अ वेरी हॉरिफाइंग सीन. वो हॉरर सीन है, वो सॉन्ग ही हॉरिफाइंग है. वो आप खेल रहे हो उसी से, जक्सटपोज कर रहे हो उस चीज़ को, बट वही है, पीपल स्टार्टेड काइंड ऑफ एन्जॉइंग दैट सॉन्ग एंड फॉर ऑल द रॉन्ग रीजंस. ज़ुगाटो में भी यही हुआ. आई डोंट नो व्हेन ज़ुगाटो विल कम टू OTT. आई रियली वांट दैट फिल्म टू कम ऑन OTT. ज़ुगाटो में पीपल एंटर्ड थिंकिंग इट्स अ कपिल शर्मा फिल्म. इट्स नॉट अ नंदिता दास, इट्स अ कपिल शर्मा फिल्म. एंड मेरे बगल में जो लोग बैठे हुए थे, दे एग्जिटेड द थिएटर क्योंकि उसके ओपन एंड क्रेडिट्स इतने बढ़िया थे. मैंने कहा नहीं, इसको तो देखना है, एनिमेटेड अच्छा किया था उन्होंने. एंड दे एग्जिटेड. चलो बेटा चलो, बहुत टाइम वेस्ट हो गया हमारा, ये क्या है. आपको कभी लगता है कि समटाइम्स गुड फिल्म्स रीच द रॉन्ग ऑडियंस?
All the time. And it's not a bad audience, it's just the wrong audience. And just 2 days back, I gave an interview nahi, Washington Post is doing a piece on the independent artistic cinema in India and how it's dying.
Okay.
रिलीज़ नहीं हो रही है फिल्में. मॉन्स्टर बड़ी फिल्में ही चल रही हैं, जो हुआ पिछले साल.
Correct.
And when they spoke to a lot of people before they called me, and they said everyone's saying कि audiences तैयार नहीं है. ऑडियंस ऐसे ऑडियंस पे ओनस बिल्कुल मत डालो. हमारा डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम फक्ड है. We just don't understand distribution outside of channeling a A-list film into a multiplex. कहाँ है alternative distribution? Do you even know, as I don't know who to put the onus on, but as a marketing person, as a publicity person, as a distribution person, do you know what kind of poster, what kind of trailer, where to place that poster, where to place the trailer to attract the right audience for that film? You don't know it. You just do template, and then when the people don't come or the wrong people come, you're like, किसी को फिल्म पसंद नहीं आई. अरे वो जिनको पसंद आएगी उन तक पहुंची नहीं, आपको पहुंचाना था. So this is the only problem. That couple or family that felt that उनका time waste हुआ, I'm with them. Nobody communicated to them that this is not a Kapil Sharma film. He's trying to do something out of his range. If they had communicated that, they wouldn't come. And the people who would have actually wanted to watch a Nandita Das author-led film would have come. But जब तक वो बात उन तक पहुंची, ओ ज़ुगाटो करके फिल्म आई थी, हॉल में थी, अरे यार पता ही नहीं चला. वैसे जोरम करके फिल्म आई थी, ऑफ कोर्स आई हैड जी स्टूडियो, बज़ था, बट आउटसाइड ऑफ द मेट्रोज वो बज़ इतना परकोलेट नहीं हुआ. सो देर आर पीपल इवन इन केरला एंड चेन्नई हु आर लाइक कब आई, पता ही नहीं चला. जब तक हम देखने गए तब तक पता चला कि आकर जा चुकी 1 महीना हो चुका है. The onus can never be put on the audience because there are different audiences for different things.
Yeah.
And outside of films, every other medium has amply proved that. If you see literature, you can clearly tell a Chetan Bhagat reader from an Arundhati Roy reader. Is there even remotely an overlap? Then why can't you do that for cinema? Why has every other medium figured it out but cinema? Because nobody cares to. It's very easy to put the onus of the filmmaker कि he's too niche, too dark, too art house, or on audiences कि नहीं, they're not ready yet. They don't give a fuck to be ready. It's on you to find the right audience.
What is pushing you to continue making films?
I don't know. I mean, I just have things inside me that I want to say, want to do. I don't know. But I have said this often to the people I'm close to, that if I was born, say, even 30-40 years before I was born, I wouldn't even consider cinema. I'd be a novelist.
ये आपने बोला है.
मैं वो क्योंकि that was my go-to expression medium first, and if I hadn't like film में the frustrating thing about someone who's primarily a writer and I enjoy writing, although now I'm tired of that solitary process because so much of my writing has not manifested or resulted in anything.
Yeah.
In writing a book, the book that you've typed out is the final product. In a film, that script you've written is not even the beginning of the journey.
Correct.
So when I'm sitting on 16, 17 bound scripts and God knows how many stories, all those years of writing might go nowhere. But if I had spent that energy writing 16, 17 manuscripts for novels, they would all eventually be published exactly like that. So that is a frustrating thing, that I'm sitting on all this writing output that may never become films. So why did I write so much? So I don't know why I'm still doing it, but it's that era where the kind of things I want to say, like Unga, is not a bestseller. It's again a niche kind of book. It didn't really sell lakhs of copies like a Chetan Bhagat novel.
Yeah.
So that's a medium that I don't know what I'll do with in today's day and age. The only medium to do something in that I can reach my voice out to and as many people as possible is cinema. There's no other medium really. So I honestly don't know why I'm still doing this.
But people like me for sure like what you do. That
Thank
I can
you.
say.
Thank
As a
you.
writer, as a filmmaker, as an artist, and yes, sure, you might not want to call yourself an artist because a lot of people who are, मैंने ऐसा देखा है, who pursue any creative field in any capacity, they don't like to term themselves कि नहीं मैं artist नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि artist उनके लिए भी एक बहुत बड़ी, उसको कहते हैं ना, पद्धति होती है.
क्या बोल रहे हो यार, मैं इतनी बार आज ही खुद को आर्टिस्ट बोला चुका हूँ.
अच्छा, बस फिर ठीक.
मैं तो अपनी फिल्म मेकिंग को भी, when people say independent, you've seen this independent filmmaking, I said no, artistic filmmaking. So artistic, so वो तो मैं I fight to be called an artist.
You are an artist.
Thank you.
You are an artist.
But लोग मुझ पे पैसे नहीं लगाते इस इंडस्ट्री में क्योंकि मैं आर्टिस्ट हूँ. हाँ वो है चैलेंज, बट आई डोंट हैव एब्सोल्युटली एनी शेम इन कॉलिंग माइसेल्फ एन आर्टिस्ट. दैट्स ऑल आई हैव अर्नड. आई हैव नॉट अर्नड मनी. All I have earned in 20 years is the right to be called an artist. So I don't take that away from me.
अभी what's happening with platforms these days? Because मुझे जिनसे भी बात करने का मौका मिला, they have
even they don't know
about platforms, but again उनका, let's just say they don't have a positive response to my question when it comes to streaming platforms. So in your experience, have you also noticed a shift in terms of accepting novelty? And
of course, and they're very clear about it. They've probably gone to town publishing it in the media saying कि नहीं चाहिए independent cinema, नहीं चाहिए artistic cinema, ये हमारा आगे का plan है. They're very clear about it, and it's impossible to have a take on platform because they don't really know what the next step is. Every 6 months their mandate changes. अभी last year 3 big films did well in theaters. 3, 4, I don't know. Jawan, Pathan, Animal. Suddenly now all platforms want big feature films that will release in theaters first.
okay.
Like then why are you even producing them? Because don't you want them to be native on your OTT? So whatever works, one film works, then they change their mandate. So every 6 months the mandate is changing. So even they don't know. So having a conversation with platforms today is just tearing your hair out because they don't know. They are also figuring it out, and they've been figuring it out for the last 7.5 years. So best to not have these conversations, not hold our breath. वो जो कर रहे हैं करने दो. They are also works in progress. हमको अगर अपनी आर्टिस्टिक वॉइस बरकरार रखनी है, वो फाइट पे ध्यान दो. Trying to second guess what they want, so we'll make it like this. Yes, they want something now. You make something what they want. By the time you finish making it, 1.5 years will have passed. They'll want something else. So you'll be sitting on what you made because you thought they wanted that 1 year back. So stop playing that guessing game only. Do what you want to do. And if you want to sell out right now to what they want to do. Don't try to work backwards from what they want and then try to recalibrate what you're making. तुम ना इधर के रहोगे ना उधर के रहोगे क्योंकि उनका मैंडेट हर 6 महीने बदलता है. उनके एम्प्लॉइज हर 6 महीने बदलते हैं.
बट फिर मैं ये सोचता हूँ कि क्या लाइक फिल्म्स लाइक लापता लेडीज are they not big enough wake-up calls for the filmmaking sphere in general to promote more films?
I don't know, man. You're asking questions that have not found answers in many, many, many years. It still needs that one Amir Khan who has taken a risk on such films consistently for 20 years to take a risk and make a Lapata Ladies. If Amir Khan didn't produce it, there would be no Lapata Ladies. If everyone in this industry then saw कि Amir Khan ये कर रहा है and it's working for him, from a Pipli Live to a तारे ज़मीं पर to a Delhi Belly, let's all do it. तो हम ये बात ही नहीं कर रहे होते ना. मेरे ऐसे सॉरी फॉर माय लैंग्वेज ये नहीं होते. तो अगर इंडस्ट्री ऐसी है तो हर कोई आमिर खान नहीं है. तो नहीं है, वो क्षमता हर इंसान के अंदर नहीं है, वो दम हर इंसान के अंदर नहीं है. मे बी दैट्स व्हाट सेपरेट्स देम द स्पेशल वंस फ्रॉम द रेस्ट. And nothing is a wake-up call to change your belief system. What it does is that now suddenly every platform entity executive or studio executive talking to me is saying, you know, we want something a little like Lapata Ladies. Why? 1 year back you didn't want anything like Lapata Ladies. This time next year you will not want anything like Lapata Ladies. Why is that now suddenly a flavor of the month? Think for yourself. डोंट ओनली रिफ ऑफ ये चली अब ऐसे अगले 3 महीने में ना ऐसी चीज़ें ग्रीन लाइट करते हैं. ये चली क्योंकि उसके पीछे कुछ लोग थे जिनको उस चीज़ में विश्वास था. दे वर नॉट वर्किंग बैकवर्ड्स फ्रॉम क्या चला. दे मेड समथिंग दे बिलीव्ड इन और वो चल गई. तो नो, इट्स नॉट अ वेकअप कॉल. इट्स जस्ट अब ये बनी है, ऐसी चीज़ें ग्रीन लाइट करते हैं अगले 3 महीने, फिर वो ढेर हो जाएंगी. वो सारी चीज़ें ग्रीन लाइट करेंगे, वो सब फेल हो जाएंगे. नो, इट डिडंट वर्क. लापता लेडीज वाज a fluke. That's the way all these studios and OTTs work backwards from data. They are always data crunching. The conversations they always have with you about a film or a show on an OTT is drop-off rates. The first thing they are worried about is drop-off rates. फिल्म शुरू हुई, 5 मिनट बाद कितने लोग ड्रॉप ऑफ हुए, 10 मिनट बाद कितने लोग ड्रॉप ऑफ हुए. तो लाइक हर 5 मिनट 10 मिनट कुछ होना चाहिए. डोंट लेट पीपल ड्रॉप ऑफ. दैट्स द प्रेरोगेटिव. एवरीथिंग एल्स इज सेकेंडरी. अभी उस दायरे में आप कितना ही बात करोगे अबाउट वेकअप कॉल्स, बिकॉज डेटा सब कुछ बोल रही है उनको. तो अभी देयर फोकस ऑन विल बी ऑन KBC एंड T20 बिकॉज द ड्रॉप ऑफ रेट्स देयर आर नेक्स्ट टू नील. बिकॉज एवरी 30 सेकेंड समवन इज आस्किंग अ क्वेश्चन जिसका जवाब को नहीं मालूम. ड्रॉप ऑफ तो करोगे नहीं ना आप. T20 में बॉल टू बॉल आप देखो, ड्रॉप ऑफ तो करोगे नहीं आप. तो 3 घंटे का T20 और 3 घंटे का फिल्म को आप कंपेयर नहीं कर सकते ड्रॉप ऑफ रेट्स. देन बेसिकली यू वांट अ फिल्म दैट डज व्हाट अ T20 मैच डज फॉर यू. You're not going to get that every time. So coming to make films, you have to come with a different mindset. But an OTT only works on drop-off rate mindset. Then it's not going to change. That training has to change. No, that's it.
No. So have your experiences turned you into a cautiously optimistic person?
I'm not optimistic. I wouldn't say I'm optimistic, but I'm not pessimistic either. I always use the word cynic. I mean, yes, people misunderstand the word cynic. They call me cynical. I'm like, you are using cynical as a synonym for pessimism. But I'm not pessimistic. A cynic, you know that the cynic, the roots of cynic are in the Greek word for dog. Cynic in Greek means dog. It was pretty much coined by this philosopher called Diogenes, who I consider my ultimate guru. Diogenes was part of the Greek Senate, and because the Greeks before the Romans and then before the British were the first race that was trying to dominate the world, and of course with that power came a lot of corruption, and a lot of corruption came forgetting about the common man. And the biggest Greek philosophers have actually created tenets on which today's democracy is founded. So there's a lot of profundity in all of the things that the Greeks spouted. But when they came to power, they became so corrupt that this one guy, Diogenes, he called them out. He's like, you know, तुम इंसानों से तो बेहतर कुत्ता है. At least कुत्ता जब भूखा है तभी खाता है, और जब हॉर्नी फील करता है तभी. बट इंसान को हर चीज़ प्लेजर के लिए करना है. खाना भी प्लेजर के लिए, क्योंकि बिग ऑर्जीज यूज्ड टू हैपन इन द सेनेट एंड पीपल स्टार्टेड बिकमिंग ओबीज. सो ही कॉल्ड देम आउट एंड सेड, मुझे अब इंसान ही नहीं होना, आई वांट टू बी अ डॉग. So he stripped naked. So if you read about Diogenes, Diogenes stripped himself naked. He chained himself to the pillar of the Senate right outside. And every time the senators came, he used to bark at them and try to bite them. Basically calling out the greed of human beings. So finally they sent Alexander to talk to him, saying drive some sense into him. But even Alexander couldn't drive sense into Diogenes. So Diogenes के वजह से वो term where you question authority, popular opinion, mankind, questioning became cynicism. Because by questioning man, you're turning into dog, who is faithful, loyal, simple, humble, only barks when aggravated or threatened, only eats when hungry. So cynicism is a healthy, for me, what I understand, thanks to Diogenes, is the healthiest way to be an artist. Because you're holding up a mirror to everybody and society and yourself all the time. So I don't equate that with pessimism. So I'm not optimistic. I don't, like I said, hold my breath for the world to change. I have great faith in our apathy. Great. We are such an apathetic species. I don't expect us to change. But I hold on to my cynicism. So I'm cynical. But that doesn't make me pessimistic. Because I'm cynical, I have a drive to keep doing what I do and keep asking the questions that I ask.
But in this day and age, is it good to be naive?
To be naive? You'll have to answer that for yourself. What is good, what is bad, these are questions I can never answer. Does it benefit you to not know what is going wrong and so you can live in your little bubble and be peaceful? Maybe. But would I like to be that way? I don't know. Because now I have seen the other side. So would I want to be blind to what is happening in Gaza so that I can get on with my day? I don't know. Because now I've come to believe that I will pay a price for being blind to what is happening in Gaza. It's not happening now, it will happen 10 years later. Nobody's exempt.
What is something that you think that, and I would really love to know your answer on this, because you have that thing in you, and your films are a testimony to what you feel. And what is something that we don't know about our nation that we should be knowing? कि भाई ये हो रहा है, but आपको पता नहीं. But don't say कि ये नहीं हो रहा just because आपको पता नहीं.
Things that are going wrong in our nation?
You can say that wrong, or anything that we should know, but we don't know, but हमें पता होना चाहिए.
The surprising thing is that the people who claim to not know what is going wrong and want to gloss over that and say, look, India is shining, etc., etc., actually know. Everybody knows what is going wrong. So when you actually corner somebody who's a deep sympathizer of the current regime and buys into their hogwash on WhatsApp universities, if you corner them, and if they're outnumbered, or if they're drunk, or if they're ill, like, you know what, we know that is happening, but अभी क्या करना है यार, life तो जीना है ना, आगे बढ़ना है ना. That is their defense, because they have no logical defense for what the system is doing wrong. ऐसा नहीं कि किसी को पता नहीं है, सबको पता है, but they choose to not want to talk about it. तो मैं ऐसा कुछ नया बोलने को है नहीं मेरे पास जो हर देशवासी को ऑलरेडी पता नहीं है. सिर्फ वो हर रोज़ एक झाड़ू लेकर अपने बेड के नीचे, कारपेट के नीचे डालते रहेंगे, बट वो कचरा है भाई, थोड़ा हवा बहेगा, वो कचरा फिर निकलेगा. देयर इज नोबडी हु डज नॉट नो, एवरीबडी इज वेरी अवेयर. Although I'll take this opportunity to say one thing, ये एक टर्म है ना जो हिटलर ने बहुत पावरफुली यूज़ किया था. एनीबडी हु व्हेन ही केम टू पावर, ही सेड एनीबडी हु क्वेश्चंस माय कमांड, label them anti-national, because I decide what is good for the nation. So the term anti-national started getting misappropriated by Hitler. Then the same thing was done by Indira Gandhi during emergency. Anybody questioning Indira Gandhi was thrown in jail, indicating that you're anti-national, you're against national interests. But I would like to take this chance to say to the people, to the youngsters at least, who believe in this regime's definition of anti-national, that in one of the primary edifices of democracy and the preamble in our constitution is the right to question the people you are paying taxes to keep there to serve you. वो हमारे रूलिंग रेजिम नहीं है, हमारी सर्विंग रेजिम है.
करेक्ट.
उनको क्वेश्चन करना नेशनलिस्टिक होना है, उनको क्वेश्चन करना एंटी नेशनल नहीं होना है. इट्स द एग्जैक्ट ऑपोजिट ऑफ व्हाट दे आर ट्राइंग टू मेक द वर्ल्ड बिलीव. सो ऑल दीज लॉज दे कम अप विथ, इंक्लूडिंग सम ऑफ द टेनेट्स अंडर यूएपीए कि तुमने पूछा या सवाल उछाले तो तुमको हम टेरर एक्ट के अंडर डाल सकते हैं अंदर. आई एम ओवर सिंप्लीफाइंग, ऑफ कोर्स इट्स अ लॉट मोर न्यूआंस्ड, but the very fact that I'm questioning you, I'm fulfilling my duty as a citizen. And you not letting me question you is anti-national. This is something that we need to talk about more widely. So if at all this nation needs to know something, it's like जिन लोगों को आप anti-national समझते हो, they are anything but. Constitution को change करने की बात, अम्बेडकर के socialistic ideas कि class और caste difference नहीं होना चाहिए when it comes to equitable distribution of wealth and opportunity and health and primary education, उस चीज को ओवरटर्न करना एंटी नेशनल है.
I don't have any question to continue this and then segue, so I'll directly segue and I'll be very frank about this because इसके आगे मैं और क्या इस टॉपिक से पूछूं वो मेरे पास नहीं है. But I would like to ask you that how easy or difficult has it become to abandon an idea?
An idea, a creative idea or an ideal?
Idea, like you have something, there is a spark of creativity in you कि यार ऐसा कुछ करते हैं. But
how easy is it to abandon it?
Easy or difficult is it to abandon an idea?
I'll speak for everyone first and then for myself.
Sure.
So I had seen for years that a lot of my fellow storytellers, writers, filmmakers, they used to come up with these sparks of an idea and then run with it for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 days, 10 days. वो मुकाम तक नहीं पहुंचती और या कोई उसको ग्रीन लाइट नहीं करता या बनाने का मौका नहीं मिलता. They'd abandon it, forget it and move on to the next idea. And I always thought कि यार उसमें मेरिट था, ऐसे छोड़ कैसे दिया यार. हर आइडिया तुम्हारा बच्चा है, तुम्हारे कोक से निकला है, आप अबैंडन नहीं कर सकते यार. ठीक है 2 महीने या 4 महीने या 7 महीने में चलना नहीं सीखा, 1.5 साल 2 साल 3 साल बाद चलना सीखेगा, मौका तो दो उसको. सो सीइंग दैट आई डिसाइडेड आई विल नेवर अबैंडन एन आइडिया. सो व्हेन आई गेट एन आइडिया दैट आई थिंक हैज़ मेरिट, so if you ever, I hope you don't until I die, but if you ever get a chance to take a peek into my laptop,
okay,
and my backup hard drives,
okay,
I have at least 1500 to 2000 folders of ideas.
Wow.
I keep parking ideas, I don't give up on them. So when I'm given an opportunity, like when someone asks me, how do you think of making some idea into a film and not a book? How do you think of writing this into a short story and not turn into a film? Like I'm working backwards from opportunities because I've seen too many shelved projects. So I have such a huge bank of ideas that when someone throws an opportunity at me, whether it's a picture book or a short film or a live performance, I go back into my repository and I start bouncing those ideas off these opportunities. I don't waste ideas. So there are times when I have come up with an idea in 2006 and suddenly someone wants to work with me on a children's picture book. I'm like, give me 3 days. I go back and I find that idea that I almost abandoned in 2007 and it became a picture book in 2022. So I don't give up on ideas. If I give up on ideas, you wouldn't have Bhonsle, you wouldn't have Joram. Bhonsle was written in 2011, released in 2020. Joram was written in 2014, released in 2023. दोनों के इजाद और रिलीज में 9 साल का फ़र्क है. And I know enough storytellers who write a script, नहीं बनी, trash, move on to the next thing. I'm like, but you gave a lot of you to that. उसका वक्त अभी नहीं है, कभी ना कभी होगा. You have to fight for it. So then I end up becoming, every month I end up adding more and more children into my orphanage of ideas. So it becomes exhausting to take care of so many children, but it's the only way. I can't give up on an idea. You never know what that idea will suddenly blossom into.
I was reading the same that मैं कुछ देख रहा था या पढ़ रहा था शायद, तो उसमें भी यही था कि an idea, हाँ, yes, the creative act, the book that
that I signed.
Yes.
I don't know why you made me sign, but
huh? I don't know.
Why you made me sign in it, but
It's very special. So उसमें यही है कि if you get an idea, if you don't work on it, idea का nature यही है कि वो बाहर आएगा, चाहे आपके दिमाग से बाहर आया,
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल,
अगर आपने छोड़ दिया ना, so it's not like कि वो लावारिस हो गया,
हाँ किसी के पास जाएगा
ही और वो निकल के आएगा. So you better save
हाँ
it.
इसी का एक अलग रूप है. When I was in advertising, there was an advertising guru from Japan, I think. उसने ये बात कही थी. I had seen a video. मैं 2000 की बात कर रहा हूँ, 24 साल पहले की बात कर रहा हूँ. He said, like you know how Japanese, how they so beautifully they simplify things into almost like haiku type Zen parables. So he said an idea is a butterfly. So when you have the idea, the butterfly has flown in through one ear. You have to cover the other ear. If you don't cover it in time, it flies out, flies into somebody else's ear. That stayed with me.
अभी ना recently एक conversation चल रही है, sparked a conversation, something that Denis Villeneuve and George Miller said that they don't have to really rely on dialogue too much. Visuals will do the thing. I would love to know your thoughts.
Yeah, I'd love to believe that, and I sort of try to implement that as much as possible in my films. But George Miller said that, so I don't know where he's coming from when he says that.
अभी Furiosa की release
I know, but I'm
लोगों ने
saying
पूछा कि हाँ,
क्योंकि his again I don't want to sit judgment on George Miller because I like his work. I'm a fan of the Mad Max trilogy, but in his films he creates imagery you've never seen before, but the imagery doesn't inform as much as it could in cinema. The information comes from dialogue कि उस जगह पे आज तक कोई नहीं गया, we must go catch them because no one needs to know that there's this place here. How about giving me that information without dialogue? That's when you're actually maximizing cinema. So somewhere Hollywood, it turns even the most artistic of minds into idiotifying their storytelling because studios are very worried बच्चों को समझ में नहीं आएगा. You know about Avatar, right? James Cameron said something in his earlier drafts of the script.
Yes.
When someone got on that horse.
Yeah.
He said there was a connection and the horse just sort of became one with the master.
Yeah.
So the Hollywood studios said, I don't know what studio it was, 20th Century Fox. Yeah. So they said connection नहीं समझ में आएगा, दिखाओ.
Okay.
So he came up with that. चोटी लेकर ये समझ में आया connection, चलो. So in the both the films there's that connection.
Right.
Literally synapses become a connection. That's what studios do. So I'm sure what Miller says is his intent, that he always wanted to do that, but studios are like ये नहीं समझ में आएगा, ये नहीं समझ में आएगा, अभी टाइम नहीं है, 10 मिनट में you've got to hit the first plot point, 20 मिनट में पहला एक्ट खत्म हो जाना चाहिए, कब समझाओगे तुम, यहाँ स्लो हो रहा है, ड्रॉप ऑफ रेट बढ़ जाएगा. In all of this, like, you know what, बुलवा देता हूँ, समझा देता हूँ, आगे बढ़ो. So I don't know if Miller and Villeneuve were talking about the ideal world where they would like to operate, because their current films don't work from that belief system. The images are great, but they are not supplementing dialogue. They are not informing in a more potent and cinematic way what is being literally spelled out in dialogue. Like in Dune, the creatures under the sand are literally explained how they react to the thump 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 sound exactly the way it's written in the book. अब मैं किताब ही पढ़ लेता ना, इसको आप बिना बताए मेरे को बताते ना. But it's the studios then. So I'm sorry, I'm reacting to what you said before coming to, of course I align with that. And my whole attempt in every film that I make is to just keep stripping away dialogue, and letting the world, the mise-en-scene, sometimes the production design, that one prop in Bhonsle, there's so much I have tried to tell you through the props in his house, because there's no one to talk to.
Yes.
What will you do? Talk to a wall to explain to you what he's going through. So that didn't come overnight. The first draft of Bhonsle in 2011 had roughly 47 or 48 lines of dialogue. in Bhonsle's mouth. The final film has 13. He
13?
speaks 13 times in the whole film. And his lines are haath sod. Those are the kind of lines he says.
Correct.
The longest lines he has are with Sita. कि
हाथ
नहीं
sod
आपने
payment
हाँ पेमेंट किया था.
हाँ.
13 लाइन है डायलॉग के पूरी फिल्म में. 13 या 14. So the whole attempt is, yes, I'm working in a medium that is visual and sonic. I don't want things to be spelled out in dialogue. If I'm spelling it out in dialogue, मैं पेपर पर्ची पे लिख कर दे देता हूँ ना ऑडियंस को. So I find that slightly lazy. I find that lazy writing when you're giving the key information, world building information through dialogue. And both these filmmakers actually give world building information through dialogue. And also sometimes dialogue that has, मैं फ्यूरियोसा के ओपनिंग सीन की बात कर रहा हूँ.
हाँ.
वो जब वो लड़की को ले जाते हैं ना,
हाँ जी.
and it's like, no, you must catch them. They shouldn't know that this place exists. You guys didn't discuss this all these years? Everyone here does not know that they should not know that this place exists. है ना? So it's really informative dialogue being spat out for the audience's benefit. Then you can't be saying that, no, I want to rely more on, because you didn't do it. Now, how do you do that? That's your challenge as a filmmaker. Make me understand that it won't happen in the first scene. It'll need more time. And it's okay. It's okay if I don't know why they're chasing them. It's okay if I don't know why they want to kill them. It's okay if I realize this 15 minutes later, I'll get more engrossed and like, oh fuck, that's why they were taking the girl away to prove to their leader that, this place exists. That's why they didn't want them to know. Fuck. Because you put 2 and 2 together, you are involved. You spat it out, then I'm like, हाँ, जानते हैं, अभी excite me. Do something to excite me. Because now you've bored me, now I already know the information. So that's very difficult screenplay writing.
And how do you make that choice?
It's at every stage. It doesn't come in the first draft. You write a draft, then you keep stripping away dialogue and see how else can this come, in what are the images can I inform the audience about this. Then you reach pre-production and you find location. You're like, fuck, locations are going to say something. Can these locations inform something that I can take away from dialogue? Then actors come. Then actors start doing things in the workshop. I'm like, fuck, this thing that you did with your eyes, it informed me of something that you were feeling. Now I don't need you to say it in dialogue. So that's what I did with Manoj. At every stage, I just kept stripping away his lines. Also because we had 3 years between trying to find producers and shooting the film. Yes. So every time we met, I would like, इस scene में ऐसे करें क्या? Then I don't need to make you talk. So that was a collaborative thing. But essentially on all my films, my endeavor is to remove informative and world building and exponential dialogues. If dialogues are there, it's got to be character centric. Right. Where the character wants to say something to be heard or to elicit an emotional reaction. Those are the dialogues I retain. And even if there are informative scenes like the Ratnakar and Muchaki scene in Joram where they're sitting and talking. Now that film is not really about Babulal Karma. Now, I'm not going to put a chapter just to show the audience that, this is what that husband was like, then this is how he died, and then the son got killed, his dead body came. I don't care to show you that because I've got to move on with the story that I'm actually focusing on. So those are the stray, rare moments where I have a dialogue expositional scene and I take that chance. So I'm hoping that people didn't see it as just an informative scene, but as a scene of presenting the Adivasi perspective. Where Muchaki says the things that actually stick are not कि बाबूलाल ये थे, पहले MLA थे झारखंड के. I'm hoping those things don't stick, but we get to आज तक कोनो आदिवासी पैदा नहीं हुआ जिसको बंदूक उठाने का शौक हो. कौन सा वर्दी जायज़ है, कौन सा नाजायज़, ये तय करने को 100 साल और निकल जाएंगे. I'm hoping those things stick. Because I took the chance that here is a scene I can't escape informative dialogue. Can I make it about my philosophy? Can I make it about the larger political thing that this film is trying to say? So these are difficult and very step-to-step, stage-to-stage kind of processes that you do with your script.
Right.
And Hollywood studios don't allow that. So the greatest of filmmakers are forced to spoon-feed their audiences. So I hear what they're saying, but they've not done that in their last 2 grand films. Because the grander the film, the bigger the budget, the more insecure the studio about they won't get it. Literally that connection. James Cameron, I think, said this in an interview saying, dude, I was made to do this. I was talking about a connection. It became a connection. Literally a plug going into a socket.
Right.
So it's a tricky conversation. It's a debate. It's a long debate. Artistic filmmakers are freer of the shackles of commercial pressures to be able to explore this, to not rely on dialogue to make it more cinematic, the experience. Because I also, I try to be very wary of writing a play script and not a screenplay.
Okay.
There's a stark difference between the two, because in a play script on stage, I believe, at least my humble opinion, theatre is not the writer-director's medium. Writer to some extent, it's not a director's medium, it's the actor's medium. So all you have in theatre, other than light going off, light coming on, light transition, one prop getting carried away, new prop being brought, very oversimplifying, you only have actors.
Yeah.
And everything has to be communicated by the actors. So the reliance on the spoken word is that much more. So a play script is dialogue. So the more dramatically expressed the dialogue, the better the performance, the more the taliyan. Because that actor's voice has to reach the last row. That's not the case with cinema, because cinema, wherever you are, is how far the actor is from you. You're in the last row, the actor is as far from you as he is from the front row, or from the device and you sitting in your house. It's an intimate experience. It's an intimate relationship. So they don't need to project. It's not an actor's medium. It's a director's medium, because I have all these different things in my mise-en-scene to be able to communicate my information with. Why will I rely only on actor and dialogue? Which brings me to one of my pet subjects, in which I end up shooting myself in the foot. Often people get upset with me for saying this. I love Shyam Benegal. I love Govind Nihalani. They actually, filmmakers like them, set the tone and the path for filmmakers like me 40 years hence, trying to tell those kind of stories. But they made plays. They didn't make films. Vijay Tendulkar wrote all those films, and everything is spelled out in dialogue. Two people are talking, like this film called Party by Govind.
Yes.
एक 16.5 या 17 मिनट का डायलॉग सीन है. लोग बात कर रहे हैं, फिर ये बात कर रहा है, फिर ये बात कर रहा है, फिर ये बात कर रहा है. वो सोशलिज्म पे बात कर रहा है, कम्युनिज्म पे बात कर रहा है, बातें ही करते जा रहे हैं. फिर किसी को अर्धसत्य में मूड हुआ तो उसने पोइम सुना दिया. अरे भाई, समझ गए, सिनेमा यूज करो ना. What are you using? The camera movement, the choice of lens, the choice of filter, the choice of lighting, the choice of the width of the frame, the props and where they're placed vis-a-vis the actor, how you're looking at the actor. You're not using this to communicate anything to me. The actor is spouting dialogue to communicate all that to me. तो मुझे play ही दिखा देते ना. They're getting a playwright to write those films. Vijay Tendulkar, an outstanding playwright, but he's a playwright. So those films just end up being very didactic. So when they have a philosophy of politics, they are saying it. So if you want to disagree, you can disagree like this. ये इसके मुंह से जो शब्द निकला मुझे नहीं सुनना. Now how do I make you think about my politics if I'm making a film and you don't agree with me? Joram, there's no one in the film that tells you what I believe.
Right.
So there are people from the right wing who've seen it. हाँ यार, ये आदिवासियों के साथ सालों से हो रहा है. Like, but you voted for Modi and you like Joram. That's a victory for me. So I really believe in what they said, Miller and Villeneuve, but I don't agree they did that in their last films.
और वैसे भी it's a fact that anyone who has watched Joram, Bhonsle, आपकी कोई भी film, there is a lot of reliance on visuals
and sound and sound. So I will not say it's just visual. That's why I keep saying mise-en-scene. I also use like in Bhonsle, the emergency light becomes his only light source, and at some point it breaks down. So I'm using a light source for emotion. So it's a process. It's a team. I'm pushing the whole team to find what else can supplement, verbal diarrhea. How else can we create this emotion? You've got to make him feel helpless and living in darkness. Let's take away the light source. How do you take away a light source? Street light टूट गया नहीं, वो तो बहुत मंडेन होगा. उसी का prop उसका light source बन जाता है और वो टूट जाता है उसी के हाथों. It becomes an emotional journey. It becomes personal. It becomes character-centric. It didn't happen overnight. We arrived at it.
रेडियो भी था.
रेडियो भी था.
साबुन को भी आपने दिखाया, वो जो छोटा हो गया. एंड एक वो मोमेंट
देखो कितना कुछ करा जा सकता है अगर आप कोशिश करो। ऐसा नहीं है कि और कोई भी नहीं कर सकता है, बहुत सारे अच्छे फिल्म मेकर्स करते हैं ये, बट स्टूडियोज करने नहीं देते। हॉलीवुड स्टूडियोज, यहाँ की स्टूडियोज तो ऐसी फिल्में बनाती नहीं है, तो उस मुकाम तक तो बात पहुँचेगी नहीं कि ऐसी फिल्म बना रहे हैं बट ऐसे मत करो। जी स्टूडियो वॉज अ मिरेकल व्हेन आई मेट देम अगेन। मनोज बाजपेयी took us to the table with Z and they said, "We want to make this. Are you sure you're talking to me about this script? Are you sure you won't back out 2 months later?" Like, fuck, crazy man. It was a particular team there that championed.
What was like something that you have done so far in your filmmaking journey which you feel?
ये अलग सवाल है।
हाँ, ये अलग सवाल।
तो पॉज करो, कॉफ़ी ले लेते पहले।
नाइस
है ना, मैं इंटरव्यूअर और इंटरव्यूई दोनों हूँ।
हाँ,
कभी कभी
ऑफ द कैमरा अभी म्यूज़िक की बात कर रहे थे कि कैसे हम अपने आप को टॉर्मेंट करते हैं, बट दैट इज़ द बेस्ट टॉर्मेंटेशन दैट यू कैन हैव। एंड समटाइम्स आई थिंक ऑफ द बैकग्राउंड स्कोर ऑफ भोसले। इट इज़ नॉट जस्ट सैडनेस, इट्स मतलब श्योर द म्यूज़िक इज़ सैड म्यूज़िक, बट इट इज़ मोर देन दैट। इट इज़ जस्ट सो परफेक्टली कॉम्प्लीमेंटिंग द फिल्म। वो जो उनका लोनलीनेस है, जो एक उनका एक डाउन ट्रोडन स्टेट हो गया है, और आपने दिखाया भी ऐसे कि एक वो सीन दिखाया वो जो आप एक मंडेनिटी की, रोज़ कपड़े धो रहे हैं, रोज़ वही एक पाव चाय, सो गए, फिर उठे कपड़े धोएंगे, साबुन ख़त्म हो गया, ब्रश ख़राब हो गया, बूढ़ा हो गया इंसान, इतना बूढ़ा हो गया दैट वो कोलैप्स कर जाता है। रेडियो और वो आसपास जाले हो गए। It really worked.
You know what my brief to Mangesh for the music of Bhonsle was? Beautiful despair.
Beautiful
despair. ऐसे डिस्पेयर चाहिए, बट अंदर से ख़त्म होने वाला डिस्पेयर नहीं। इट्स गॉट टू हैव ब्यूटी, एंड दैट इज़ व्हाट इज़ कीपिंग अ डिस्पेयरिंग सोल स्टिल कनेक्टेड टू द वर्ल्ड। तो वो सुंदर है, म्यूज़िक बहुत सुंदर है, बट खंजर भोग देती है दिल में। तो ब्यूटीफुल डिस्पेयर वाज माय ब्रीफ एंड ही केम अप विद दिस।
अब तक आपको ऐसी आप यू हैव डन सो मेनी स्क्रीनिंग्स, सो व्हिच वाज दैट वन स्क्रीनिंग व्हिच जस्ट रियली फेल्ट लाइक द मोस्ट, यू नो, सबने सबसे ज़्यादा दिल खोल के वहाँ पे आपके आइडिया को, आपके थॉट्स को, आपकी फिल्म को एक्सेप्ट किया? दैट बिकेम लाइक अ रियली मेमोरेबल स्क्रीनिंग फॉर यू।
वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू आंसर। थोड़ा ओपननेस से तो सैडली कंसिस्टेंटली उस ओपननेस से वो फिरंग ही मिलते हैं।
अच्छा,
वो रॉटरडैम में जाओ या एडिनबरा या सिडनी, दीज आर 3 ऑफ माय टॉप फेवरेट फेस्टिवल्स ऑफ ऑल द इंटरनेशनल फेस्टिवल्स I've been to. Creatively, politically, they're very open, which is why they are running those kind of festivals and keeping themselves a little outside of the mainstream. So it's a very difficult fight even keeping those festivals alive. So when they show your film, they embrace your eccentricities as an artist, कि हम इसी चीज़ को एग्जिबिट करना चाहते हैं। थोड़े और मेन स्ट्रीम फेस्टिवल्स में ये होता है कि वो एक्सेंट्रिसिटी से डर जाते हैं। तो एक होता है कि वांट टू शो योर फिल्म बट दे डोंट से इट इन सो मेनी वर्ड्स, बट अप्रोच ये होता है कि तू अपने एक्सेंट्रिसिटीज़ मत लाना। वहाँ पे दे एम्ब्रेस योर एक्सेंट्रिसिटीज़। आई एम अगेन ओवर सिंप्लीफाइंग। ऑल दैट सेड, my most special recurring relationships where recurringly audiences have been effusive and I've felt ki boss, this is why I make cinema despite all that bullshit, is Mami. Yeah, because Mami has shown all my feature films including Unga. By the time to Ajji and Bhonsle came in 2 back-to-back years, 2017 and 2018. So Ajji was a bit of a rage in 2017 and people here weren't prepared for the kind of darkness that Ajji had. Like, boss, यहाँ बैठकर किसी ने ये बनाया।
Yeah.
तो and most of the audiences who come to Mami are younger people. They are film enthusiasts on the brink of considering if they want to enter Bombay industry and fight the fight.
Yeah.
Most of them are those people. They are coming to like हमको लड़ाई लड़नी है, वो शुरुआत का जो जुनून है। Most of the audience is that. So the energy is, I can feel it's almost like a college fest energy. So I think that's it. So every time in Mami, every time I've gone up on stage,
हाँ
all 4 times, I felt like I'm back in college, standing in front of fellow students and they're all chanting my name. उस तरह की feeling आई है. College में वापस ले जाता है वो energy. So Ajji happened, and then when Bhonsle came the next year, there was a crazy हवा around Bhonsle कि Ajji तो पिछले साल आई, ये क्या फिल्म है. और हमने 2-3 फेस्टिवल्स करे थे, बुसान वगैरह had happened before that. So there was a buzz. So I don't know which film it was playing in the screen right next to us. I think it was Blue's the Warmest Color, I think, that year. And both halls had equally long lines. और मामी में उस ज़माने में लाइन मतलब ऐसे 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 zigzag zigzag zigzag. Fill that area with like you're walking. What are you waiting for? Bhonsle. You go this side. What are you waiting for? Bhonsle. I'm like, how is every line for Bhonsle? Then you see it's a winding snake-like line. So then someone asked one of the, I'm not proud of this, but I find it very funny, so I like sharing it. Someone asked one of the organizers कि किसकी फिल्म है यार? So that guy said the Salman Khan of Mami. So this to refer to me back then as the Salman Khan of Mami because I used to get the longest lines. People used to literally fight and push and tear clothes to get in.
wow
तो मेरे को मामी में उस ज़माने में बहुत मज़ा आता था कि यार कहीं पे किसी को तो कदर है मेरी फिल्मों की कि वो लड़ रहे मेरी फिल्म देखने को. मैं बोल रहा यार मैं भेज दूंगा स्क्रीनर. नहीं सर यहाँ पे देखना है, हॉल में देखना है. So it just was very life affirming to see that kind of passion in the audiences at Mami. Happened at Joram also. The audiences in Joram, we put out reels. The audiences were insane.
और आप एक कोई फेस्टिवल गए थे तो वहाँ आपने थोड़ा टाइम निकाल के यू वेंट टू द लूव्र, आप बता रहे थे शायद.
फेस्टिवल नहीं था. I'd gone to Cannes,
अच्छा.
but to the Cannes market. ये 2018 में भोसले का पोस्टर लॉन्च और वी ट्राइंग टू लुक फॉर सेल्स एजेंट्स, तो वो सब कैन मार्केट में किया था. तो कैन से पेरिस जाकर मैं लूवर गया. there was one place, I forget the sculptor, but there was some Roda thinker type sculptures which were 20-24 feet in height.
Okay.
Human beings just sitting. I got so moved. I think I just sat there for 4 hours, just staring at them. Like this freedom of thought, heart, mind, being able to let your imagination take wing and fly and not think about who will watch, who will understand, where will this land, will I be able to do this again. That energy is palpable at every turn in a place like the Louvre. Those are artists who didn't think about these things. They had something inside. They're like, I have to do this. And 800, 900, 1100 years later, they're still making a young man from India cry. But are we creating that kind of art today that will make someone 1100 years later cry? No, we are too afraid to.
This reminds me of what Ankompa was mentioning in our podcast, that cinema is a medium that is meant to be eternal, because there are films जो आज से 100 साल पहले बनी थी, मतलब बहुत समय पहले बनी थी, बट लोग आज भी उनको देखते हैं.
हाँ, बट वो सिर्फ 125-30 साल पुरानी इंडस्ट्री मीडियम है.
हाँ,
तो इटर्नल कैसे होगी? नो, आई लव हर. एंड देयर इज cinema, unlike a lot of the other mediums except theatre, if you park theatre for a moment, is a community experience. So उसमें एक feeling of eternalness आता है क्योंकि आप एक साथ मिलकर एक चीज़ को experience करते हो और वो codify हो गई है. अब वो चीज़ रहेगी. जैसे you go to the, why I said park theatre, you go to theatre or you go to the arena and watch a lion fight, gladiatorial fight, you know what's happening now. It's not getting recorded, so it's not going to last forever. ये recorded है तो वो eternal वाली feeling आती है. बट वो कितनी जल्दी डेटेड हो जाती है ये हम नहीं सोचते, क्योंकि सिर्फ 130 साल हुए. 200 साल बाद अगर हम जिंदा रहे, हम नहीं रहेंगे, पर अगर रहे जस्ट फॉर आर्ग्यूमेंट सेक, तब वो ट्रू टेस्ट होगा कि वो जो 20th सेंचुरी में बनी थी क्या वो रेलिवेंट है, क्या इंटरेस्टिंग है, क्या पैराडाइम शिफ्टिंग है. क्योंकि ये स्कल्पचर्स जिनकी बात कर रहे हैं हम, कुछ तो 2-2.5 हज़ार साल पुराने हैं. और आज तक अगर वो कुछ फील करा रहे हैं, दे आर इटर्नल. So that freedom I don't see in the current cinema. I'm not going to hold the older ones accountable because they were still discovering the medium. So everyone from your fuck, I always forget his name. Battleship Potemkin का director.
अरे यार, आइजनस्टाइन
आइजनस्टाइन से लेकर गोदार्ड से लेकर गुरुदत्त तक दे वर डिस्कवरिंग द मीडियम. तो वो इतना क्या पूरा पोटेंशियल है तभी तक पता नहीं चला था. सो देयर इज फ्रीडम व्हेन यू डोंट नो व्हाट यू आर वॉकिंग टुवर्ड्स. यू लाइक लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस. वो अब इतना पता चल गया है ना कि एटलीस्ट आज के ज़माने में मुझे फ्रीडम नहीं दिख रही, डर ही दिख रहा है. सब पता चल गया, ये करेंगे तो ये होगा. डेटा क्रंचिंग, backward processing of everything. So we need to again reach a place where you don't know what you're doing, you don't know what this medium is going to give you, for there to be that freedom of flight, for there to be something that will be eternal. Maybe the earlier cinema will be eternal, but what we've produced in the last 40 years, no chance of that being eternal. Broadly. Again, an oversimplification. Trolls गोली मारेंगे मेरे को, but भावना को समझो दोस्तों. भावना is not in the room, but उसको समझो.
Yeah. Two things. Firstly, आपने पुरानी वाली नेपोलियन देखी?
नहीं. वो वॉकिन फीनिक्स नई वाली भी नहीं देखी है.
नहीं, आप वो क्योंकि हम पोटेमकिन और वो सब की बात कर रहे
हैं. राइट.
आप पुरानी वाली जो नेपोलियन है उसका अभी रिसेंटली 4K रेस्टोरेशन हुआ और
अच्छा.
फ्रांस में किसी बड़े थिएटर में प्ले हुई. शुड वॉच दैट. उस फिल्म में जो चीज़ करी गई है ना वो आपने जोरम में भी करी है.
बता ही दो.
सीन है ना, स्विंग पे बैठी है, ओपनिंग शॉट स्विंग पे बैठी है. नेपोलियन में वो उस टाइम हुआ था, ये मेरे ख्याल से 20s या 30s या 40s की
POV शॉट टाइप.
हाँ,
पहली बार हुआ होगा आई थिंक POV.
yes. हाँ. और आई थिंक इट्स अ वॉर सीक्वेंस या फिर कोई पार्टी का सीक्वेंस. बहुत सारा क्राउड और ऐसे 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 कैमरा जा रहा है. उसमें शायद उन्होंने एक वो डिसॉल्व भी मार के दूसरे सीन पे शिफ्ट भी हो गए उसी शॉट.
नहीं, बट वो कॉन्टेक्स्ट क्या है? कोई झूल रहा है?
हाँ, झूल नहीं रहा है शायद. वो पता नहीं, बस उन्होंने वो लगाया है वो शॉट जस्ट फॉर द सेक ऑफ
कॉन्टेक्स्ट होगा ना कुछ तो.
हाँ. मैंने भी देखी नहीं है, पूरी नहीं देखी है क्योंकि वो थोड़ी लंबी फिल्म है. बट मुझे ये चीज़ याद थी क्योंकि मैंने जैसे ही वो देखा ना मैंने कहा यार
उसके बाद तो काफ़ी फिल्मों में हुआ.
राइट.
But I think वो lot of people are reacting very strongly, positively to that opening scene.
Okay.
Although I personally don't know why, because उसमें इतना कुछ profound करने की कोशिश नहीं थी. It was just to inhabit their mind space so that we become them and their perspective. But someone said something very beautiful. It reminded her of the swing scene in Charulata, which also has a POV. I'm like, fuck, it was not in my mind, but how nice to be compared to a swing POV shot from Charulata. But it was a very basic thing. What I think leaves an impact on people is that I went out of my way with my DOP to not let it be neat.
Okay.
I said कि ये out of frame जा रहा है ना, एकदम यहाँ तक आ रहा है, अजीब हो रहा है, होने दो. Let us go into that mind space. Let it not be neat. Let it be the swing. So that when I break the neatness of symmetry, which is something I do a lot, I don't let my DOPs frame for balance. I'm like, balance मिल गया, अब break करो. I want imbalance. Because also these are the films, I'm talking about doing this in the films that need to make you feel like things are not balanced. Right. So that is something probably that at a subconscious level makes this opening scene memorable, because it's not done for balance and beauty. It's done for थोड़ा कुछ off है. कुछ ऑफ लग रहा है तो वो याद रह जाता है. सुंदर भी है, कुछ ऑफ था उसमें, क्योंकि वो एंड में ऑफ ही कुछ होता है. right. जाती है, वापस नहीं आती.
right. इसी तरह वो जो मोमेंट है जहाँ पे भोंसले स्टैंडिंग, उसके पीछे इतनी बड़ी दीवार है, वो एकदम छोटा सा है और वो दीवार भी मतलब पता नहीं
स्टैंडिंग और वॉकिंग.
नो ही स्टैंडिंग.
ये कहाँ था?
सिर्फ सिंगल लाइट सोर्स है और
no, he is sitting when he is reading his reports.
Okay.
And that's an emergency light. उस नीचे से वो रिपोर्ट लेकर आया ना.
रिपोर्ट लेकर
आया. And it's just this much.
Yes.
And there's that decayed wall of his house. हाँ.
Yes.
वो घर के अंदर है. Yes. Now again, what the द mise-en-scene कैन टेल यू. तो अब वो सीन जहाँ सीता आकर बैठती है ना, वो गणपति के सामने बैठा है, मैं तुमको पहले ड्राफ्ट का वो सीन पढ़ाता हूँ. 4 पेज के डायलॉग्स थे उसमें, वेर ही टॉक्स अबाउट कि मेरी लाइफ क्या झाड़ हो गई है. मैं बैठकर आलू बटाटा काटता हूँ, बटाटा कांदा काटता हूँ, मैं चुत खाना बनाता हूँ. मैं हवलदार हूँ. आई डोंट नो दिस लाइफ. हाउ विल आई अडेप्ट टू दिस न्यू लाइफ सडनली एट द एज ऑफ 60. एंड शी प्लेसेस द रिपोर्ट एंड शी गेट्स इमोशनल एंड ही लुक्स एट द रिपोर्ट एंड सेज मर रहा हूँ ना. आई हैड रिटन दैट लिटरली. Now it's a silent scene. She just leaves the report and she goes. He goes into his house, he opens the report and you frame him against a cancer on the wall. You see that wall and you know he's dying. There's nowhere in that scene where I tell you what the report says. So it's a process. I went from 4 pages of dialogue to 1 frame.
इस पे अभी थोड़ा सा और टच अपॉन करते हैं, क्योंकि आप मेंशन कर रहे थे ये चीज़ ऑफ कैमरा. तो यही कि डायलॉग ऑफ कैमरा नहीं, पहले ही बात कर रहे थे कि डायलॉग वर्सेस विजुअल. इसका आप कह रहे थे कि पीपल आर नॉट.
आई विल करेक्ट यू. डायलॉग वर्सेस mise-en-scene.
राइट. हाँ, mise-en-scene को लोग और यूटिलाइज नहीं करते.
हाँ, उसका पोटेंशियल तक नहीं करते.
मतलब विजुअल मीडियम है,
अगेन विजुअल एंड सोनिक है. हम साउंड को ना तुम दे रहे हो तवज्जो, बट जब हम सिनेमा बोलते हैं वो बाय डिफॉल्ट विजुअल मीडियम. इट्स मोर साउंड देन इमेज. आई डोंट नो. फोटोग्राफी इज अ विजुअल मीडियम, नॉट सिनेमा. वी रियली मिसअंडरस्टूड सिनेमा एंड इट्स पोटेंशियल.
अभी नहीं, जैसे हम जॉर्ज मिलर का भी बोल रहे थे ना, तो मुझे वही याद आया कि हाँ यार, फ्यूरियोसा के कंपैरिजन में शायद मैड मैक्स फ्यूरी रोड वाज वे मोर विजुअल. आई डिड हैव टू.
It was.
हाँ.
It was 100% was.
उसमें जहाँ ज़रूरत है बस.
क्योंकि वो थिएटर्स में आई ना. इसमें OTT पूरी टीम बैठी, नंबर क्रंचिंग किया, ड्रॉप ऑफ नहीं होना ड्रॉप ऑफ. तो पहले ही समझा दो. अब 15 मिनट कोई फिल्म में नहीं रुका, उनको समझ में नहीं आएगा कि इस दुनिया के बारे में किसी को नहीं मालूम होना चाहिए. पहले ही बता दो भाई, ड्रॉप ऑफ नहीं होना चाहिए. क्या करेगा बेचारा. और वो तो सीधा थिएटर में गई. आप थिएटर में पैसे देकर आकर बैठे, बंद कमरे में, अंधेरे कमरे में, एसी में. अभी आपको नहीं समझ में आ रहा, आप दोगे ना, थोड़ा डिस्काउंट दोगे कि 30 मिनट बाद समझ में आएगा. मैं अभी उठ के जाऊँगा नहीं, मैंने 300 रुपये भरे.
राइट.
तो आपने फंसा दिया उस इंसान को. देन यू कैन टेक योर टाइम टू अनरैवल. ये OTT इज़ अ वेरी, इट्स अ डबल एज सोर्ड.
आप फ्यूरियोसा की बात कर रहे हो कि फ्यूरियोसा OTT पर आ गई?
हाँ, मतलब ये ज़माना अलग है ना.
अच्छा, वैसे कह रहे हो.
हाँ, क्योंकि वो थिएटर में 2-4 दिन चलकर फाइनली OTT पे ही आना है ना.
वो चीज़
तो उसके बारे में सोचेगा ना स्टूडियो बिफोर मेकिंग इट. दे आर नॉट मेकिंग अ फिल्म ओनली फॉर अ थिएट्रिकल. बट 2013 में थी ना फ्यूरी रोड. 14.
फ्यूरी रोड वाज इन
15 और रफली 10 साल हो गए. हाँ, तो उस जमाने में यू नॉट वर्किंग बैकवर्ड्स फ्रॉम अल्टीमेटली तो OTT पे आना है. यू लाइक थिएटर एक्सपीरियंस पे ध्यान दो.
ये चीज़ पता है, आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ यू हर्ड ऑफ द शो कॉल्ड द बॉयज ऑन प्राइम. इट्स अ शो दैट टॉक्स एवरीथिंग दैट इज हैपनिंग इन द वर्ल्ड इन द मोस्ट सटायरिकल वे.
अच्छा.
Especially what is happening in America and its politics.
The Boys.
And it's actually an adult comic. और उसी के ऊपर ही है based है. तो उसमें मैंने अभी recently देखा था कि maybe that is the reason why they are doing it. जो आपने बताया कि यहाँ drop off. The editing has become way more dynamic now.
Yeah.
Let's say अगर उनका कोई इमोशनल मोमेंट भी चल रहा है ना, अरे लेट मी स्टे विद द फेस ऑफ द कैरेक्टर. वो कुछ फील कर रहा है, उसको करने तो दो भाई. तू इधर कैमरा एंगल स्विच कर दिया, जूम कर दिया, ये कर दिया, वाइड मीडियम. अरे यार रुको तो सही आप. जो चीज़ आपको एक्शन सीक्वेंस में शायद करनी चाहिए, वो आप एक नॉर्मल कॉन्वर्जेशन सीन में कर रहे हो. वो भी इतनी हैवी कॉन्वर्जेशन जहाँ पे शायद यू फील फॉर द कैरेक्टर.
Absolutely.
और फटाफट इधर उधर.
Absolutely. A lot of the letterbox reviews that keep calling Joram slow. Yeah. I wish to have conversations, all of them, to ask them, not to tell them or patronize them, but to ask them, do you really think my film is slow? Or your taste for films is more restless? Question your conditioning first and then have a conversation about a film being slow or not. क्योंकि अब इतना इमेज पे इमेज कंज्यूम करके अलग अलग डिवाइस पे इतना रेस्टलेसनेस हो गया अंदर कि वो अंदर अपने आप को पकड़कर ठहराव लाना मुश्किल है. So I'm not saying that you're not entitled to calling my film slow. You are, but before that, just ask yourself, where is that coming from? It's not coming from possibly me having made a slow film, which I don't believe I made. It's possibly coming from your conditioning.
Right.
You don't have it in you to allow a film to unravel anymore. It has to titillate you every minute, because when you're watching reels, you're online, you are swiping, clicking, scrolling every 30 seconds. So your fingers are itching, your toes are itching, your eyes are itching, your mind is itching. I can't have your interest because your conditioning has changed. So should I stop making the films I'm making because your conditioning has changed? I don't know. But I'm saying that's a conversation to have, not a film slower.
Right.
That's an unfair pressure to put on a film.
So how can one retain that creative voice amidst all these distractions?
I don't know. I'm struggling with it. I don't know. That's why the one word that I said, thick skin, no, I get very affected. I might still be fighting for my films. I'm affected. That's why I've had heart attack, prostate cancer, damaged knees, damaged eyes. I have carried 2 pairs of specs. I have all kinds of damages because I may not show it. I might look like I'm fighting. We also romanticize fighters, no? Everyone has to be a warrior if they have to get ahead in life. Someone gentle can't get ahead in life. When did the world become so brutal? So all of those things, I'm also struggling. But something I said earlier on in this conversation, I use this word 2-3 times.
Sure.
Adapt. So hold on to your voice and adapt, because the world is going to keep changing. You can't ask the world to not change because you want to do things a certain way. You have to adapt. My feature films didn't happen for 8-10 years. I adapted to make shorts. But it's human to resent constant adaptation also. कि यार अभी तो मुझे मेरी voice मिली है, 3-4 ही फिल्में बनाई है, मुझे और बनानी है, बट दुनिया चेंज हो गई. अब कह रहे हो कि नहीं ऐसे करो, नहीं तो हम नहीं देखेंगे. तो ठीक है, अडेप्ट तो करना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो आई माइट एज वेल मेक अ फिल्म फॉर माई सेल्फ, प्ले इट ऑन अ फ्लैट स्क्रीन इन माई हाउस, watch it 20 times a day for the rest of my life, because no one else will. I don't want to do that. I want people to watch my film, so I'll have to adapt because the world is changing. Right. So these are complicated conversations, which is why when I'm saying I want the letterbox reviewers who found my film slow to have that conversation, yes, to identify where the problem is. I'm not saying that they need to change. Yeah. I'm saying the onus is on all of us, on me also. I also have to adapt or die. It's in the gene of the human race to adapt or die. So we have to adapt, which is a conversation we were having off camera about cinema halls and cinema halls not being friendly to films like ours. Right. So maybe we don't go to cinema halls. Then maybe we don't make these films anymore. Why is it necessary that these films get made? The world is adapting, the world is changing, the world is becoming faster, technology is going into realms that we didn't imagine 10 years ago. What AI is going to do to us in the next 3 to 5 years, no matter how much we try and foresee the future, we cannot fully foresee. So we have to adapt. So do we continue making these films? Maybe not. Do we continue making cinema at all? Maybe not. Maybe people don't have the patience for cinema anymore. Maybe they want the next level of titillation because they've got too much coming too easy. Why will they make the effort of going to watch a film in a hall? I don't feel it sometimes. I don't watch films in halls. Ek to I can't afford it. Two, I'm like, I'll go buy a ticket, book a ticket, then go watch, eat something, then come back home. That's half a day gone. Yeah. I'd rather work and then watch it on my device. So thought processes have changed, habits have changed, behaviors have changed. You can't turn back that clock. So do we not adapt? Maybe. But do we let our artistic voice die? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Does the artistic voice even die? Or does it find ways to adapt? When my films didn't get made, I adapted, right? I wrote children's picture books. I wrote a book of short stories, which are 49 stories that wanted to be films. I converted my first film into a fucking young adult novel. Who writes a novel after the film came out? Right. So I don't know. I adapted. Maybe I'll adapt again. Does that mean I'm compromising my artistic voice? I don't know. Maybe I'm just adapting. Do I want to adapt? Maybe not. Am I being forced to adapt? Maybe. It's complicated. There's no simple answer.
Have you ever considered getting into adult animation for your storytelling?
My animation film was the one that ate up 3 years of my life. It was an adult animation film, the Yashraj Walt Disney one. 3 years of my life just got flushed down the toilet. I don't even remember what I did between the ages of 27 and 30. The 3 years was just wiped out. Film got shelved. I'm like, fuck animation. So yes, I am trying to do animation, but in the short form content. पूरी फीचर 3 से 7 साल लगते हैं एक एनिमेशन फिल्म बनाने को. Not interested. That's why I came to Bombay and I was making an animation film because it was Yash Raj and Disney. They gave me a chance and it was a big film. I had a crazy star cast at that time. But it didn't happen. I took it as a sign. Not interested. Because also coming back to our favorite word today, the tactile experience of being around human beings, putting a film together with a crew and a cast, getting human beings with 20, 30, 40, 50 years of their own personal history to inhabit a new character is the only pleasure I have of filmmaking. I don't want to be closed in an AC room, sitting in front of devices and creating a world. Not interested.
I also was asking because you have, not just because you have so many stories to tell, but you also talked about how you love mise-en-scene, you love visuals and the sonic aspect of storytelling, and animation has that ability.
But it also requires someone's money, bro. It's more expensive than live action. You can't discount those things. Even if I have those aspirations, I can't fulfill them. Who will fund an animation film with an artistic voice and then commit to 3 to 7 years of its making and then figure out how to release it? Unless you're Pixar or a house that is constantly cranking them out, nobody will. It's suicide.
Because I'm seeing a lot of adult animation coming up, not just in anime, but in general. Like abhi bahut ho raha tha, so I just thought that.
But what is the quality of that animation that you're talking about? Very few really put all, like Gitanjali Rao. How many artistic voices are there who have committed their life to telling artistic stories through that medium? I can only think of one, Gitanjali Rao. The others are just working backwards from market को क्या चाहिए, थोड़ा ये थोड़ा वो कर लेते हैं. Adult animation के नाम पे a lot of mediocre stuff is also being cranked out because there are a lot of these animation houses have people on a payroll. They're not working 8 to 12 hours a day. They have free time. So like एक project लाओ, कम में बना देंगे, इनकी salaries तो जा ही रही हैं. तो मीडियोक्रिटी में ही वो चीज़ें बन जाती हैं क्योंकि वो एक टाइमलाइन बिठाते हैं कि 1 साल में हो जाना है, नहीं तो इकोनॉमीज ऑफ स्केल डैमेज हो जाएंगी, तो वी वोंट मेक आवर मनी बैक. When you're thinking like that, you can't crank out something quality. And you need to speak to Gitanjali Rao to understand what struggle she has gone through to make that one feature film. And nobody's funding her second feature film. Animation is suicide until you are really committed to that medium. I lost 3 years of my life. I'm not going back to it. Everything is a struggle, man. It's like ye nahi hua tha. I also want. I'm just responding, but I'm like these questions are interesting and fun and easy to ask and very difficult to live out.
Yeah, I understand. I was just because I would have loved to have an animation film or a series or short जिसमें आपकी कहानी आ रही है, because I feel कि you have that. Sure, there is missing that tactility, but in terms of visuals, in terms of the sounds, you get freedom.
No, I would love that too, but it's prohibitive in terms of setup and cost and scale and getting people interested and committed enough to allow me my artistic freedom. That medium is too expensive. But there is a short that I'm working on, which is part of an anthology. कहाँ थे हम?
So we were talking about how a film that blew you away, but we were about to talk about it, but you were like,
a film that blew me away recently.
आपने देखो गीली कुच्ची के तो बारे में बात करी है.
हाँ, तो बहुत ज़्यादा बात करी है. बट हो गया उसको थोड़ा वक्त. I don't know if I've watched something very recently that has really blown my mind.
It doesn't need to be anything that was released recently.
I hear you.
जो बहुत पहले आया था.
हाँ, मैं तो जनरली वो भी कहता हूँ कि ये फिल्म मैंने रीवॉच करी होगी, बट ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं है क्योंकि पिछला 1 साल मेरा जोरम के आफ्टरमाथ में ही ऐसे निकला है. इट्स नॉट बीन अ वेरी हैप्पी ईयर. दैट आई हैव नॉट रियली बीन ड्रॉन टू वॉचिंग सिनेमा. इनफैक्ट दोस्तों की फिल्में और वेब सीरीज़ वो प्रीमियर पे बुलाते हैं, मैं एक्सक्यूज़ेस बनाकर जाता नहीं हूँ कि देखूँगा फिर उस पर इंगेज करना पड़ेगा, फिर मुझे बात ही नहीं करनी. तो बहुत बहुत कम चीज़ें देखी है. बट if at all, if you want me to talk about what really has impacted me, I've been reading a lot of children's picture books.
Yes, you mentioned.
पिछले 3 से 6 महीनों में I've gone back to that medium with a vengeance.
Yeah.
क्योंकि illustrations for children's picture books and the simplicity of the presenting of profound ideas and political thought and philosophical just seeding into the young person's mind through very simple episodes, stories, anecdotes. The way children's books are written, they compress big ideas into small things. कि बच्ची को एक चीज़ तितली के पीछे भागी, वो क्या हुआ, ख़त्म होते होते एक अच्छा फक ये थॉट छोड़ के चली गई ये किताब. बट सिंपल सी चीज़ हुई. एंड द वे इट्स ड्रॉन is just so profound and moving and life affirming and just beautiful that it's sort of working on cutting my despair. It's almost working as medication. So I've taken to that with a vengeance. तो मुझसे फिल्में नहीं देखी जा रही हैं, बट मैं बच्चों की किताबें भर भर के पढ़ रहा हूँ. और in my current work, my room, I write in my room, I just live out of a room. That space is filled with children's picture books. I'm almost scared that my next script will get compromised. But you don't want to know, you don't want to know what is the one children's book that has really blown your mind, no?
I don't want to know.
सिनेमा के बारे में, long live cinema ही बात करनी है तुमको.
I don't want to know about that one children's book. I want to see the entire lot.
वो तो तुम देखोगे ना. What about the people who are watching
I will make
your
sure
podcast?
that people will also watch that. वो future का वो है.
ठीक है.
But इतना मुझे पता है कि I'll be blown away with your collection and your love. I know about it. I can, the way you are.
You are also now the proud owner of my children's picture book. उस पे एक पॉडकास्ट बनाएंगे.
ठीक है.
एंड देन आई विल टेल यू व्हाट दीज पीपल हु कॉल यू एंड टेल यू कि उसका ना एक अच्छा रिव्यू देना. एक्चुअली तुम ना भी दोगे तो चलेगा क्योंकि बेस्ट सेलर है. आई एम पास्ट रिव्यूज. आई एम किडिंग. मेरे को सीरियसली मत लेना कोई.
नहीं, बट चलो आप बताओ कौन सी है सबसे फेवरेट.
ऑनेस्टली बहुत सारी है, बट अभी इस वक्त आई हैव रीडिस्कवर्ड एक चीज़ चली है. एक दौड़ चला है पिछले 1-2 साल में इंडिया में, वेयर पीपल आर रीडिस्कवरिंग. क्योंकि रफली 35 से 40 साल हो गए टू दैट ईरा वेयर सोवियत बुक्स वर फ्लडिंग द इंडियन मार्केट. बिकॉज द erstwhile USSR, all those countries from Ukraine to I don't know, I'm forgetting all the other countries' names, but all of them had very, very unique artistic voices and storytelling voices, and the USSR was putting a lot of political ideas, and yes, there were also the almost propaganda kind of children's books where the Lenins of the world, their thought processes were sort of seeded into children's minds, but there were enough storytellers who were also subverting those narratives. And when you, like the Iranian filmmakers did with Iranian cinema, the minute you're working in the children's storytelling domain, no, you can subvert a lot of systemic brainwashing without coming on the radar. You can just start questioning कि लाइन में खड़े होकर स्कूल क्यों जाना, तुमको नाचते हुए जाना है, तुमको एक पंछी के पीछे भागने का मन हो रहा है तो भाग लो. But you are talking to a child and you're sort of appealing to the trapped titli inside every child. So even if a Lenin reads that book, he can't say you are being anti-state. So the storytellers in the children's picture book space at that time in the USSR, like the Iranian filmmakers in the 70s, 80s and 90s Iran, they sort of incepted a lot of dangerous to the establishment, freedom of thought in those stories around children. So a lot of those picture books carry that. And very gently, very gracefully, very beautifully, because the illustrators were god level. Europe, America doesn't come close. तो अभी कुछ हुआ है, तो वो यूएसएसआर ख़त्म हो गई, तो वो किताबें छपनी बंद हो गई, वो सारे पब्लिशर्स बंद हो गए, वो किताबें गायब हो गई. But because they had flooded, when I say flooded the market, flooded the market. They came here and there were Indian publishers who came up in every state and got them translated and published the translation. So each of these books are available in 8, 9, 10, 11 languages. अब पिछले 2-3 साल में कुछ हुआ है कि वो वापस से दे कमिंग आउट ऑफ द वुडवर्क्स एंड पीपल आर गोइंग हंटिंग फॉर देम एंड समटाइम्स दे ऑक्शनिंग एंड पेइंग क्रेजी प्राइसेस फॉर सम ऑफ दोज रेयर बुक्स. सो ये मुझे भी इसका चस्का लगा एंड आई स्टार्टेड digging and reaching out to booksellers, old booksellers in Kerala and Delhi and Calcutta and God knows where all. And I've started digging these books out that I had some of them as a child, but we didn't value them much. So as I grew up and I had to leave Calcutta, I literally sold them by weight to Raddiwalas. And today I regret each one of those books I sold to Raddiwala for 2 rupees, because now they are worth anything between 350 and 4,750 each. But that aside, they're just the kind of storytelling in that I have not seen since. So I can see why the world is crazy about the Soviet children's picture books of that era. So I'm immersing myself in them again the last 2-3 months. So I've had no bandwidth for anything else because I'm really enjoying that space. Plus I've written 2 children's picture books this year and they're both getting illustrated as I speak. 2 different publishers.
Excellent.
They're both out next year. So I'm in that space. फिल्में नहीं बन रही तो क्या हुआ? कुछ ना कुछ करते रहना है यार.
I'll actually read this question because I don't want it to be like I want it to be precise. So
okay.
When nobody wakes you up in the morning, when nobody waits for you at night, and when you can do whatever you want, what do you call it? Freedom or loneliness?
Fuck.
I found this question. I did not make this up, but the moment I found it, I was like, "ये मुझे पूछना."
I think freedom and loneliness are 2 sides of the same coin. You can't have one. I'll speak as an artist.
Please.
Can't have one without the other. Because the more, also, I mean, the choices that someone like me has made in my life to prioritize my artistic fight over the steadier things that you seek in life, you know, a little steadiness of income, a steadiness of love, a steadiness of home, steadiness of family. I kept sort of deep prioritizing all of that to a point where over the last 5-6 years I almost started regretting it, because so many years of the artistic fight and you don't prioritize those things don't prioritize you. So relationships come and go, they fracture. There's so many times the people that I've been with, they want my time and I'm like, I'm writing. So you have to wait 2 days, I can't come out of this. I come out of this, I can't finish this. They're like, yeah, but we may not be there 2 days later. And that's what happened many times. Didn't prioritize family, didn't prioritize the making of, building of anything else but work. So yes, I fought to give myself the freedom of expression, but it came at that cost where I had to then deal with the loneliness of this journey. So yeah, it's inextricably linked and they both answer the question. It's both the freedom, I mean the not having someone to wake you in the morning and what's the other thing?
When nobody waits for you at night.
Yeah.
When you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, so when no one waits for you at night, in the first few years of Bombay, I'm like, fuck, what freedom. I come home and of course when I was first living with somebody, it was 4 people in a room, one room. It was a 1 RK.
Sure.
And for 4 of us living in a room, like, yeah, but they're involved in their own world. They're not really waiting for me.
Yeah.
I have the freedom to come when I want, go when I want. You're living with family, you tend to value that when you get it suddenly. But then 1 year passes, 2 pass, 3 pass, 4 pass, 5 pass, family starts dying, mother dies, father dies. 10 years pass, 12 years pass, 15 years pass, 20 years pass. Like, yeah, no one is waiting for me at home. Why am I going home? Things flip. So yeah, it's a struggle. So it's and when you taste the freedom for the first time, it's human nature. You don't value the fact that there are other things that matter as much as this freedom, but because you're just getting the freedom, you're like, no, yahi chahiye. But when you start deprioritizing all the other things, and when they go away, and you go looking for them and they're not there, you realize, अरे इनको भी prioritize करना था. I know it sounds like an old man giving advice kind of thing, but it's I couldn't do it. I wish I had, but if we can realize earlier on that everything needs to be there in certain measure, and how do you find it in yourself to uh, decide what measure and value everything, find a certain shelf for everything and not let it out of your sight, so that when one thing starts waning in value for you, the other things are there, because you won't always get all your value from one thing. That work, that passion, that artistic freedom will not always give you the same value. It's all diminishing value over time. So when like you tying this in with, would I adapt and change the kind of cinema I make? I think most definitely yes, because it's diminishing value. In 20 years, I made 4 films. I thought I'll make at least 15. Given Satyajit Ray made 39 films before he died. I'm like, मैं 25 तो बनाऊंगा मरने के पहले, तो 20 साल में 10-15 तो बन जाएंगे. 4 बनाया. So now I'm like diminishing value. It's not giving me back 1/100th of what I'm giving it. So I don't know if I want to keep doing it. What do I want to do? I don't know. So similarly, I regret not having invested in those other things that could have made up for the absence of what my art didn't give back to me. I didn't expect my art to did not give back to me, because there are enough artists who get something back as well. But there are other things favoring them. There's privilege, there's fortune, there's, I don't know what it is, opportune time, right place. I don't know. Whatever it is, some people get back, some people don't. Like for every Shah Rukh Khan, there are enough of his own peers, names I will not take, who are from the same Barry John acting community, who didn't get back how much they put. You could say maybe they were not as good as Shah Rukh, but who's to say? Maybe they were not as fortunate as Shah Rukh. Who's to say? But some get back, some don't. So you can't always rely on your art giving back to you how much you're giving it. So it's important. Then I think in retrospect only, I didn't have the wisdom. Maybe what I'm saying now is not wise. I don't know. I just feel maybe I could have invested in other things too. So I would have them around me when one thing has failed me. I'm not saying art has failed me, but I've not gotten back what I thought I would. I put in a way more than I get back. So yeah, it's a difficult question, and that's the best I can answer. यार इस मूड पे छोड़ना था क्या?
Yes.
Because if you see one or two of his unmade films, there are entire books of his sketches and production design references of films that didn't get made, and also of films that got made.
Sure.
And his references are not cinematic. I mean, from cinema or alluding to cinema. They are from art. They're from impressionist, expressionist, abstract art. They're from music. They're from popular culture, but they're not from cinema.
Wait.
Open what?
Browse. Just want to feel the book.
Fuck.
It has Kubrick in its entirety, with images from the set and notes and everything.
Khatarnak. The strange thing about my relationship with Hitchcock and Kubrick specifically is that I'm not a film buff of their films, but I'm crazy about the mind.
Yes.
Like Hitchcock से मैंने film making सीखी, but मुझे इसकी फिल्में पसंद नहीं. I can't reconcile this. I can't explain this to people.
Sure.
The same thing with him.
Sure.
His choices have made my choices, but I'm not a big fan of his films.
Everything. From his photography days to Ice White
Fucking
Shut.
crazy. Thank you, man.
The weight of this book is more is less than the depth of what it has. मैंने थोड़ा सा पढ़ा है, कुछ जगह पे ऐसे ऐसे छोटी मार्क होंगे. That will not impact your experience. और भी मजेदार होता है वो. That will not impact. You should have made some notes also.
Thank you for sharing this with me. Now I'm feeling bad about what you.
नहीं सर, क्या बात कर रहे हो?
But हाँ, then you other times. I couldn't get you all my books, but you're the ones I had copies to.
I wanted to be the next time, for the next time.
Thank you.